visited the attack site. According to sources, terror outfit Lashkar-e-Toiba is suspected to be behind the attack. A video of a cow beaten with sticks and all four legs tied with ropes in a river in Chhattisgarh went viral all over social media. BJYM workers filed an FIR against the accused and submitted a memorandum to the station in charge. 5 accused of cruelty to cows have been arrested while 7 others are absconding. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malot area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agricultural fields. The injured were moved to the hospital. Further investigation in the matter is underway. In a big success for forces ahead of the Independence Day, 2 terrorists have been arrested by the Ramban police. Terrorists Majid and Abbas are the ones who have been arrested from the valley. Abbas was the one who attacked the police post in Ramban on August the 2nd, in which 3 policemen were injured. Amid the rising number of COVID-19 cases, the Ministry of Home Affairs in its latest advisory has asked states and union territories to avoid large congregations during the ceremony of the 75th Independence Day as a precaution against the coronavirus. The Indian Coast Guard rescued 5 people from a Swiss flag yacht in distress off Mandwa and Alibag on Maharashtra's coast. The ship was on its way from the United Arab Emirates to the Maldives and had arrived off Mandwa for necessary repairs when the ship raised an SOS. The Coast Guard located the yacht in an hour while it had drifted into shallow waters and was under the threat of imminent sinking, following which the teams began rescue operations. A boat rally was organized by the Department of Fisheries of the Fisheries Substation in Diglipur in coordination with the Indian Coast Guard under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Sailing the boats in the middle of the water, the Jawans unfurled the national flag very proudly. After being overcharged Rs 20 by the Indian Railways for tickets in 1999, Tungnath Chaturvedi, an Uttar Pradesh-based advocate, moved court in December that year. Now, 22 years later, in the year 2022, a court has ruled in his favor, reportedly ordering the Indian Railways to pay him a princely sum now of 15,000 rupees.
20-25 तारीख पर ही 3-3 महीने की 2-2 महीने की डेट पड़ती रही। मैं काफ़ी परेशान हुआ था। रेलवे वाले हमेशा इस मुकदमे को टालना चाहते थे कि जब मुकदमा लंबा चले। उपभोक्ता फोरम में भी रेलवे वालों ने कहा था कि जब क्षेत्राधिकार में केस नहीं आता है, पर वो रेलवे की सब नजीर उपभोक्ता फोरम ने खारिज कर दी नहीं।
In a tragic incident, a school bus fell 20 to 30 meters in Himachal Pradesh, injuring 12 students. The police informed that all of the students that were on board have been rescued safely and taken to a nearby hospital in Una for treatment. 3 students that were on the bus have been severely injured and are in a serious condition, is the latest. Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha flagged off the Har Ghar Tiranga rally at the Dal Lake in Srinagar. Tricolors flying on hundreds of shikaras under the district administration's Tiranga Utsav rode together on the iconic lake as part of the celebrations commemorating 75 years of independence. CRPF Jawans conducted a Tiranga rally in Delhi. With the tricolor in their hands, the CRPF Jawans marched proudly in the national capital, celebrating the country's Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. In Jammu and Kashmir, a strong message of unity was heard from a madrasa which organized a Tiranga rally as part of the centre's campaign. As the tricolour was unfurled, chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Jai Ghosh were heard echoing. In Poonch, the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign has gained momentum as students took out a Tiranga rally in Mendar area as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. NCC and NSS cadets rolled out a Tiranga march in Chandigarh, the tricolour in their hand, and chanted in loud voices, Tiranga Hamari Shaan Hai. On the occasion of Amrit Mahotsav of India's independence and 75th Independence Day, Kanpur police organized a half marathon. The police commissioner BP Jogdan said that the purpose of the marathon was to make people aware about Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
आज ये पहला कार्यक्रम है जिसमें पुलिसकर्मियों का हाफ मैराथन है। कल से लगातार 17 तारीख तक विभिन्न कार्यक्रम हैं जिसको हर्षोल्लास के साथ पुलिस समाज के सभी अंगों के साथ मिलजुल कर उनकी सहभागी के साथ जोर शोर से मनाएंगे।
The Har Ghar Tiranga campaign under the aegis of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to commemorate India's 75 years of completion of independence is being celebrated with full fervor across the country. Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami in Uttarakhand attended the Tiranga campaign on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in Shahid Sthal of Khatima. Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh flagged off the Manipur Mega Marathon at Bishnupur district as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The Mega Marathon was organized by the state unit of the BJP Manipur. The Chief Minister of Manipur, N. Biren Singh, also shared on Twitter what he said was a beautiful glimpse of some children on a procession of the national flags as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga at a far-flung village in the state. Following heavy rainfall, a portion of the newly constructed flyover on Shimla-Kalka highway collapsed. 2 vehicles were plying on the flyover at the time, but no occupant was hurt, thankfully. Following the incident, Chief Minister Jairam Thakur ordered an investigation into the collapse of the newly constructed flyover. Ukrainian children who have showed heroism since the Russian invasion of the country were honored at a special ceremony in Kiev. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and First Lady Olena Zelenska took part in the ceremony for 8 young Ukrainian kids. The Russian Defense Ministry shared footage of what it said were Russian military aircraft in action in Ukrainian skies. The ministry said the footage shows assault aviators executing missile strikes and an Su-35 Sukhoi jet on a combat mission. A new federal investigation has been launched against President Pedro Castillo, the 6th such inquiry against him during the year he has been president. Prosecutor Patricia Benavides will investigate Castillo and his Minister of Transportation for allegedly being members of a criminal organization. Protests broke out in multiple towns across northern Syria following comments by Turkey's foreign minister which angered some Syrians. Turkey's foreign minister said that Turkey supports a political reconciliation between opposition factions and the government of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad for peace. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said that the Inflation Reduction Act is historic and transformative. Pelosi's comments came on Friday just before the vote on the House floor for the same. The estimated $740 billion package already passed by the Senate is full of party priorities, we are told. Colombia's government announced its intention to resume peace talks with the National Liberation Army, which was suspended for more than 4 years. Notably, the Colombian government suspended the talks in early 2018 following an attack by the guerrilla group on police officers. Firefighters are still battling a blaze in Portugal's Serra de Estrela National Park. More than 1,600 firefighters, 500 vehicles and 17 aircraft are fighting the week-old wildfire that has charred around 10 square kilometers. Ukrainian authorities said that rockets rained down on the Ukrainian town of Kramatorsk overnight. It was reported that 11 rockets hit the area. According to authorities, residential buildings were damaged, but there were no civilian casualties. South Africa trained a day before the Springboks aimed to make it back-to-back rugby championship victories over New Zealand. The hosts won the opening meeting of this year's tournament at Mbombela Stadium 26-10 last weekend. New Zealand's 5th defeat that was in the last 6 tests. Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola said that the club's star new forward Erling Haaland still has a lot of margin to improve. The Norway international scored both goals as City began the defense of their English Premier League title with a 2-0 win at West Ham United last weekend.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट पे काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
Globally, crypto has begun to crash. Crypto is a clear danger, and even the RBI acknowledges that. Our investigative teams here at Republic are following the crypto scam, and I'm proud to say we live by our ethics. We don't claim to have credibility and then sell out to those who are orchestrating the crypto scam. We at Republic demand a complete crackdown by the government on crypto, a complete ban followed by a series of arrests to defend honest, unsuspecting investors fooled by these scamsters and their paid agents in the news media.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम पे वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सके, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सके। वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है।
Salman Rushdie, the author whose writing led to death threats from Iran in the 1980s, was attacked and apparently stabbed in the neck on Friday by a man who rushed to the stage as Rushdie was about to give a lecture in Western New York. We tell you more in our next report.
Salman Rushdie, the author whose writing led to death threats from Iran in the 1980s, was attacked and apparently stabbed in the neck by a man who rushed on the stage as he was about to give a lecture in Western New York. An eyewitness describes seeing writer Salman Rushdie being stabbed.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people, and there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture, and a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
A bloodied Rushdie was flown to a hospital. His condition, however, was not immediately known. His agent, Andrew Wiley, said that the writer was undergoing surgery, but he had no other details. A man confronted Rushdie on stage and stabbed him 10 to 15 times as he was being introduced. The authorities did not immediately identify the attacker or offer any information on his motive. Cincinnati resident described medics rushing to the scene after writer Salman Rushdie was stabbed.
Two Chautauqua people who were on the stage with him immediately rushed to the attacker, and people jumped onto the stage from the audience to the point where there were probably 20 people on stage pulling the attacker off and keeping him contained. They called for medics at that point, and there happened to be at least 4 physicians in the audience who were able to come up on stage and help until the life squad arrived.
Rushdie's book of satanic verses had been banned in Iran since 1988, as many Muslims consider it to be blasphemous. A year later, Iran's late leader issued a fatwa or an edict calling Rushdie's death. Iran's government has long since distanced itself from the decree, but anti-Rushdie sentiments still lingered. In 2012, a semi-official Iranian religious foundation raised the bounty for Rushdie from 2.8 million to 3.3 million. Rushdie dismissed that threat at the time, saying that there was no evidence of people being interested in the reward. That year, Rushdie published a memoir, Joseph Anton, about the fatwa. Agency report, Republic TV.
Salman Rushdie was stabbed multiple times on his neck by the assailant in a New York event, but the renowned author has faced multiple threats to his life throughout his career, including the 1989 fatwa issued by the Iranian government that forced him into hiding. Here's more.
A little after 11 a.m. New York time, reports emerged of an attack on author Salman Rushdie as he was preparing to give a lecture. Minutes later, the first respondents arrived at the scene and Rushdie was airlifted. The New York police confirmed shortly after that it was in fact an incident of stabbing where the assailant stabbed the renowned author in the neck multiple times.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people. And there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture. And a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
Born in Mumbai in 1947, the author is known for combining magical realism with historical fiction. But the author has faced considerable threats to his life throughout his illustrious career. In 1989, Salman Rushdie went into hiding after a fatwa issued against the then Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. The fatwa was issued after the release of his book in 1988, which some claimed contained satanic verses. Many accuse the author of blasphemy. Several nations, including India, banned the import of the book. However, it was ironic for Iran to issue a fatwa against Rushdie, considering the author actually backed the Iranian revolution. The Iranian government backed the fatwa to kill Rushdie for 10 long years, during which he also survived an assassination attempt in August 1989. In 2010, the author was named in an Al-Qaeda hit list. And 12 years after that, in 2022, another attack on the famed author. The attack on Rushdie has sent shockwaves across the global community and has prompted a global prayer for a speedy recovery. The attacker in the incident has been detained, but the condition of Rushdie remains unknown. Agency report, Republic TV.
Events are being organized in all parts of India to commemorate 75 years of independence and to celebrate the glorious history of its people, culture and achievements. All this and more coming up next on Republic. Stay tuned.
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट पे काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
Globally, crypto has begun to crash. Crypto is a clear danger, and even the RBI.
The headlines this morning: Prime Minister Modi to host India's CWG 2022 medal winners at his official residence today. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to hoist the national flag at his residence as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Ahead of the 75th Independence Day, the entire nation gears up for mega celebrations. In a massive crackdown, ATS arrests alleged Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists from Saharanpur. Welcome once again to This Morning. I'm Rukma. In our top story, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, an initiative launched by the Government of India to commemorate 75 years of independence and the glorious history of India's people, culture and achievements. The official journey of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav commenced on 21st March 2021 and will end post a year on the 15th of August 2023. Here's more.
To commemorate 75 years of independence, CRPF Jawans conducted a Tiranga rally in Mayur Vihar of New Delhi under the Har Ghar Tiranga initiative. The CRPF organized the Tiranga rally in Phase 3 of Mayur Vihar in the national capital. With tricolors in their hand, the CRPF Jawans marched proudly in the national capital, celebrating the country's Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The event was organized in continuation of the Pan-India Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations to spread awareness about Har Ghar Tiranga, which is an initiative by the Government of India. ITBP DG Dr. Sujoy Lal Towson flagged off the Har Ghar Tiranga bike rally of Himveers at headquarters of the Eastern Frontier of ITBP in Lucknow. ITBP Jawan Vikramjit Singh sings to promote Har Ghar Tiranga campaign and urges citizens to hoist the tricolor or display it in the homes between 13th and 15th August.
Jalwa, tera jalwa, tauba, meri tauba, करती है मेरी निगाहें करती है तेरे कदमों पे सजदा जलवा तेरा जलवा जलवा हो तेरा जलवा 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 तेरा जलवा जलवा हो तेरा जलवा 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 तेरा जलवा तौबा मेरी तौबा.
The Kandla port distributed the Tiranga to port officials and CISF personnel. There was palpable enthusiasm and zeal among officials as they waved the Tiranga. The Northwest Frontier of the ITBP organized awareness campaigns for Har Ghar Tiranga at the SOS TCV Tibetan Children's School in Leh, Ladakh. Events are being organized in all parts of the country to commemorate 75 years of independence and to celebrate the glorious history of its people, culture and achievements. Such initiatives also help in building a personal connection of citizens with the national flag. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The anti-terror squad of Uttar Pradesh has arrested Jaish-e-Mohammed and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan-linked terrorists from Saharanpur. As per the ATS, he was tasked to kill Nupur Sharma. Here's more on that. Take a look.
The UP anti-terror squad nabbed a terrorist from UP Saharanpur who was allegedly tasked to kill Nupur Sharma. He has been identified as Muhammad Nadeem. He's said to have links with two major terror outfits, Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. According to the initial probe, the terrorist was in direct contact with his Pakistan and Afghanistan handlers. The UP ATS also recovered some incriminating documents as well as chats and voice messages related to action plans prepared for the alleged task of killing Nupur Sharma. Notably, this is the second arrest that came to the fore in regards to the former BJP spokesperson. Last month, the Border Security Force arrested a Pakistani man from the India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan. Following the arrest, he also admitted to have crossed the border with the intention to kill Nupur Sharma. A major threat to the life of Nupur Sharma has been averted. Meanwhile, further investigation is underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Minutes after Republic TV's news break on how the CPIM MLA referred to POK as Azad Kashmir in his Facebook post, KT Jalil has now edited his post, replacing Azad Kashmir with Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Here's more.
It's a massive Republic newsbreak impact. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, left MLA from Kerala, KT Jalil, sparked a mega controversy. In a social media post, KT Jalil called Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as Azad Kashmir. Not only that, he went on to even run down the Indian Army. KT Jalil said that the people of Kashmir have forgotten to laugh as Indian Army soldiers were everywhere in Jammu and Kashmir. With his reckless remark, Jalil has quoted widespread condemnation.
He was insulting the Jawans and martyrs of India. That is why he is insulting not only the people of India, he is insulting the Jawans and martyrs of India and insulting India in front of the world. And this because maybe Pakistanis may celebrate it.
Within 10 minutes after Republic newsbreak, Jalil tweaked his post. He edited Azad Kashmir to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. BJP President of Jammu and Kashmir also hit out at left leadership.
सीपीआईएम के नेता केरल के अंदर हों या बंगाल के अंदर हों, उन्होंने हमेशा देश दुश्मन ताकतों की आवाज को बुलंद किया है।
Meanwhile, there's no word of apology from KT Jalil's side. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In its first reaction to the ongoing China-Taiwan issue, India has vowed for restraint from all involved parties to maintain the status quo in the region, which is highly sensitive to conflicts.
Amid the ongoing escalating tensions between China and Taiwan, India issued its first official stance on the situation. The Ministry of External Affairs called for avoiding unilateral action to change the status quo in the region.
Like many other countries, India too is concerned at recent developments. We urge the exercise of restraint, avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo, de-escalation of tensions, and efforts to maintain peace and stability in the region.
Maintaining its diplomacy while the world is on edge over the aggravating crisis, India urged all parties to exercise restraint.
India's relevant policies are well known and consistent. They do not require reiteration.
This comes after China launched massive military drills in the Asia-Pacific encircling the island nation Taiwan. China was rattled, and its actions came in retaliation to the US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's recent visit to the country, which has been under constant Chinese threats. In fact, the Chinese government continues to launch scathing attacks on the US and even its crucial ally Japan over the support to Taiwan. Notably, China asserted its growing economic ties with India in its press briefing a few days ago. Agency report, Republic TV.
Over 100 crore people will take part in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign to rededicate themselves to the service of the nation. It will largely contribute to inculcating a new sense of patriotism among all. On the 3rd of August, the Ministry of Culture released a Har Ghar Tiranga anthem featuring famous celebrities including Amitabh Bachchan, Kapil Dev, Virat Kohli, Anupam Kher and Asha Bhosle to showcase the spirit, strength and diversity of India. Here's more.
Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav took to Twitter to share a heartwarming video of specially abled children celebrating the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign and hoisting the tricolour with love and pride. This was possible after the local postman delivered the flags to the students of Government Residential School for Blind at the Sagar Nagar in Visakhapatnam. The children of the special school were also seen parading the tricolour all around the school to celebrate 75 years of independence. A student of class 9 named Madhuri said that even though she couldn't see the tricolour, she could feel the patriotism by touching it.
ఇంతకుముందు ఆగస్టు 15కి స్కూల్లో జెండా ఎగురవేసేవాళ్ళు, కానీ ఇప్పటి వరకు నేను దాన్ని చూడలేదు. ఈ హర్ ఘర్ తిరంగా కార్యక్రమం వల్ల దీన్ని నేను తాకగలుగుతున్నాను, నా చేతిలో దేశభక్తిని ఫీల్ అవ్వగలుగుతున్నాను.
A boat rally was organized by the Department of Fisheries in Diglipur in coordination with the Indian Coast Guard under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. We also saw a beautiful glimpse of children in a procession with national flags as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign at a far-flung village near Ebudwo, Marjinkubam. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
In a shocking incident, 11 villages were evacuated after a leak in an under-construction dam was discovered. Authorities have informed that they are constantly making efforts to contain the damage. Here's a detailed report.
In a shocking incident, 11 villages were directed to evacuate. This comes after the authorities noted a leak in the under construction dam. Noting the seepage in the dam, the authorities moved the residents of the nearby villages to safety. The authorities informed that all the residents were moved successfully. Furthermore, the officials informed that efforts were being made to control the seepage. However, they have been unsuccessful so far. The leakage in the dam has reportedly increased, which further poses a threat to the security of the dam. The earthen dam was built on the Karam River between Bharatpura and Kothira. Reportedly, spilling water washed away a significant amount of debris on one side of the dam. A wall of the earthen dam also fell in a significant portion, causing threat to nearby villages. However, task force have been deployed and the authorities are keeping an eye on the situation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Breaking news now, getting you the latest update on author Salman Rushdie's condition. News is that reportedly the author is on ventilator following hours of surgery. Salman Rushdie was stabbed in the neck and torso at a lecture. Reportedly, he will likely lose one eye. The renowned Booker Prize winner was stabbed even as he was about to deliver a lecture in a New York institution. He was rushed by air to hospital, and latest reports suggest he is on ventilator. Salman Rushdie was stabbed nearly 10 to 15 times in what is a shocking incident that has shocked the entire world. Earlier, in the 1980s, there were fatwas against him because of his book, The Satanic Verses.
Mr. Rushdie was airlifted to a local trauma center and is still currently undergoing surgery. Mr. Reese was transported via ambulance to a local hospital and was treated for a facial injury and subsequently released. The state police are being assisted by the Chautauqua County Sheriff's Office and the FBI in this investigation. We are also working with Chautauqua County DA Jason Schmidt, who will determine appropriate charges. The investigation continues, and once we receive further information regarding the condition of Mr. Rushdie.
So Salman Rushdie is on ventilator. That's what latest reports suggest. Earlier, news broke that he had been stabbed in public at a function in which he was expected to deliver a lecture in a New York institution. And he was immediately rushed by air to hospital. Rushdie was stabbed around 10 to 15 times. He's the author of numerous books and, reactions have poured in. Here's a tweet. Let's take a look at it. Meanwhile, New York governor has moved in and is taking full note of all the events as they are happening. And Emmanuel Macron, French president, has tweeted about the incident and saying that for 33 years, Salman Rushdie has embodied freedom and the fight against obscurantism. He has just been the victim of a cowardly attack by forces of hatred and barbarism. His fight is our fight, says Emmanuel Macron, French president. It is universal, says Macron. Now more than ever, we stand by his side. Salman Rushdie's Satanic Verses had created quite a furor in the 1980s, causing a fatwa or an edict to be issued against him by the Iranian government. And now he has been stabbed. That's the latest news. And he is on ventilator even as we speak. He was operated on earlier after being airlifted from the venue where he was expected to deliver a lecture. Rushdie was stabbed 10 to 15 times on stage in full public view. Reactions are pouring in. Emmanuel Macron, French president, says for 33 years, Salman Rushdie has embodied freedom and the fight against obscurantism. He has just been the victim of a cowardly attack by the forces of hatred and barbarism. His fight is our fight, says Macron. It is universal. Now more than ever, we stand by his side. And as the nation prepares to celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75th year of independence, well, preparations are in full swing. India gears up for 75th Independence Day celebrations.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B-School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. China has banned cryptocurrency. You're not allowed to trade in cryptocurrency in China. If you break the law, you'll be arrested. So why has China banned cryptocurrency? China has banned crypto, ladies and gentlemen, because crypto is dangerous. It has done so to save its own people and save its economy. But in India, China-backed loan sharks are using the crypto route to take out thousands of crores of hard-earned money, often of the poorest and the youngest, as part of a clear Chinese conspiracy to destroy India's economy and the lives of millions of Indians. Viewers, tonight, 2 leading crypto exchanges are under the scanner. So Republic's investigation is yielding results every single day, you're seeing. Bank accounts of crypto exchanges have been frozen. And a deep investigation is revealing how the poorest and most needy Indians, often facing severe financial distress post-COVID, were targeted and brutalized by China-backed dubious loan apps who charged over 1,000% interest and took the money of millions of Indians via the crypto route to their suspected Chinese hands. What are we doing? They say crypto is cool. Ladies and gentlemen, Al-Qaeda affiliates are using crypto, have used crypto. Terror networks use crypto. And the corrupt who want to avoid their country's rules to take money out have used crypto. And that is why China has completely banned cryptocurrency. And that is also why China has targeted India to create a mad, crazy crypto craze. If there is any country that knows the dangers of crypto, it is China. And that is why, in national interest, I am calling for a
Welcome back to This Morning, and some news now about Bihar politics. Just days after being sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav met opposition leaders including CPM leader Sitaram Yechuri and Sonia Gandhi. The meeting comes ahead of the Bihar cabinet expansion following the change of guard. Here's more.
Days after taking oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav is holding back-to-back meeting in the national capital with top leaders of the parties constituting the Mahagathbandhan. Tejasvi's visit to Delhi comes at a time when the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government in the state of Bihar is slated to name its new cabinet. Presently comprising only Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav, the state cabinet is due for expansion early next week. Tejasvi Yadav met Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi at her residence on Friday. Tejasvi Yadav met CPM General Secretary Sitaram Yechuri and is learned to have discussed the recent developments in Bihar. After the meeting, Tejasvi Yadav said in a tweet that he met two left leaders and had a positive discussion on the current social, economic and political scenario prevailing in the country and Bihar. On the other hand, Sitaram Yechuri also tweeted an image of the meeting and expressed pleasure meeting the Deputy CM. After the two crucial meetings in Delhi, Yadav launched an attack on the BJP. According to sources, the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar is likely to have 35 ministers, including CM Nitish Kumar. Republic learned that the cabinet expansion in Bihar is scheduled for August 16. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And breaking news coming in now. Anubrata Mondal has been kept in Nizam Palace CBI office in Kolkata. The CBI is continuing to interrogate him in the infamous Bengal illegal cattle smuggling case. I repeat, Anubrata Mondal of the TMC, close aide of Mamata Banerjee and senior TMC leader, is continuing to be interrogated by the CBI. He is involved in the cattle smuggling case. Yesterday, he was taken to Alipur Command Hospital. For all the details and the updates as they happen, we go across to Kishle, who joins us from Kolkata. Kishle, what can you tell us about this latest update? We believe Anubrata Mondal, his troubles will continue. It's over to you.
Well, exactly. Anubrata Mondal is right now in Nizam Palace, the CBI headquarters in this region in eastern India. And there are back-to-back questioning that is being done, back-to-back interrogation that is being done to Anubrata Mondal. Yesterday, as per the court orders, he was taken to health checkup in Alipur Command Hospital, and the doctors clearly said that he does not have any health complication that requires him to be admitted or any medical special attention. So he was brought back to CBI office. According to our sources, he had a talk with his family members, especially his daughters, twice. He requested the CBI officials that he needs to speak to his family, and he was allowed to do so. However, he will be kept in CBI office till 20th August, and there will be back-to-back interrogation, and CBI will continue to investigate the cattle smuggling case and his role in this matter. It is very clear that he played a very crucial role in order to let this cattle smuggling go unhindered in Birbhum district. So CBI has prepared a questionnaire, and special officers from Delhi has also flown to Kolkata. Anubrata Mondal is interrogated, and CBI is seeing who else is related to this case, and they are continuing to interrogate Anubrata Mondal, and they'll do so till 20th August. Back to the studio.
Well, many thanks, Kishle, for joining us there. You keep your eyes on that story. So troubles continue to mount even as more names could emerge. As Kishle tells us, many thanks, Kishle. You keep your eyes. We'll be back with you for more. And reportedly, author Salman Rushdie is on ventilator presently after hours of surgery. All the details coming up next on World This Morning. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है.
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil Battle School has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं। पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Sathora Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करूं। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट में काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
Salman Rushdie stabbed ahead of a release of his upcoming novel Victory City in America. Reportedly, the author is on ventilator after hours of surgery. Amid escalating tensions, Taiwan Defense Ministry detects more Chinese weaponry within Taiwanese region. Former US President Donald Trump under FBI scanner. FBI seizes 11 sets of classified material from Trump residence. And breaking news coming in at the very beginning of world this morning. Donald Trump, former US president, is under the scanner of the FBI, which has seized 11 sets of classified records. And these records were seized during a search of the former US president's Florida property, Mar-a-Lago, earlier this week, including some materials. And these materials apparently were marked as top secret or sensitive compartmented information. Donald Trump, it appears, is in serious trouble as the judge had authorized the FBI to search what the Bureau called the 45 office, as well as all other rooms or areas at Mar-a-Lago available to the former US president and his staff to store boxes and documents. And these new discoveries could spell fresh trouble for Donald Trump. The US judge had allowed the premises of his home at Palm Beach in Florida to be searched after there were allegations that he was mishandling classified official documents. And now the FBI has seized 11 sets of such classified material. So trouble mounts for former US President Donald Trump, who had earlier lamented the search of his Mar-a-Lago home at Palm Beach in Florida. And search operations by the FBI have revealed 11 sets of classified material which have been marked as sensitive or secret. The FBI also collected photos and information about the president of France, among other things, it is being said. And former US president is now, Donald Trump is now under the FBI's scanner. 11 sets of classified records were revealed during the search of the former US president's Florida home. They are top secret and sensitive compartmented information. And now news about Salman Rushdie. The author whose writing had led to death threats from Iran in the 1980s was attacked and apparently stabbed in the neck on Friday by a man who rushed to the stage just as Rushdie was about to give a lecture in an institution in Western New York. More details in this report.
Salman Rushdie, the author whose writing led to death threats from Iran in the 1980s, was attacked and apparently stabbed in the neck by a man who rushed on the stage as he was about to give a lecture in Western New York. An eyewitness describes seeing writer Salman Rushdie being stabbed.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people, and there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture, and a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
A bloodied Rushdie was flown to a hospital. His condition, however, was not immediately known. His agent, Andrew Wiley, said that the writer was undergoing surgery, but he had no other details. A man confronted Rushdie on stage and stabbed him 10 to 15 times as he was being introduced. The authorities did not immediately identify the attacker or offer any information on his motive. Cincinnati resident described medics rushing to the scene after writer Salman Rushdie was stabbed.
To Chautauqua, people who were on the stage with him immediately rushed to the attacker, and people jumped onto the stage from the audience to the point where there were probably 20 people on stage pulling the attacker off and keeping him contained. They called for medics at that point, and there happened to be at least 4 physicians in the audience who were able to come up on stage and help until the life squad arrived.
Rushdie's book of satanic verses had been banned in Iran since 1988, as many Muslims consider it to be blasphemous. A year later, Iran's late leader issued a fatwa, or an edict, calling Rushdie's death. Iran's government has long since distanced itself from the decree, but anti-Rushdie sentiments still lingered. In 2012, a semi-official Iranian religious foundation raised the bounty for Rushdie from 2.8 million to 3.3 million. Rushdie dismissed that threat at the time, saying that there was no evidence of people being interested in the reward. That year, Rushdie published a memoir, Joseph Anton, about the fatwa. Agency report, Republic TV.
And Salman Rushdie was stabbed multiple times. He was stabbed on his neck by the assailant. Even as he got ready to deliver his lecture, he was being introduced at the event in New York. The renowned author has faced multiple threats to his life throughout his career, including the 1989 fatwa issued by Iran. And it was this that had actually forced him into hiding in the first place. Here's a report.
A little after 11 a.m. New York time, reports emerged of an attack on author Salman Rushdie as he was preparing to give a lecture. Minutes later, the first respondents arrived at the scene and Rushdie was airlifted. The New York police confirmed shortly after that it was in fact an incident of stabbing where the assailant stabbed the renowned author in the neck multiple times.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people, and there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture, and a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
Born in Mumbai in 1947, the author is known for combining magical realism with historical fiction. But the author has faced considerable threats to his life throughout his illustrious career. In 1989, Salman Rushdie went into hiding after a fatwa issued against the then Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. The fatwa was issued after the release of his book in 1988, which some claimed contained satanic verses. Many accuse the author of blasphemy. Several nations, including India, banned the import of the book. However, it was ironic for Iran to issue a fatwa against Rushdie, considering the author actually backed the Iranian revolution. The Iranian government backed the fatwa to kill Rushdie for 10 long years, during which he also survived an assassination attempt in August 1989. In 2010, the author was named in an Al-Qaeda hit list. And 12 years after that, in 2022, another attack on the famed author. The attack on Rushdie has sent shockwaves across the global community and has prompted a global prayer for a speedy recovery. The attacker in the incident has been detained, but the condition of Rushdie remains unknown. Agency report, Republic TV.
The aftermath of shelling at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Energodar was captured on video on Thursday. Here's more.
Aftermath of shelling in Zaporizhia nuclear power plant was captured on video on Thursday. According to the Russian Defense Ministry, the shelling was carried out by Ukrainian armed forces. However, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accused the Russian armed forces of shelling the plant. On Thursday, Russia's representative to the UN called on international organizations to persuade Ukraine to stop attacks on the plant. Meanwhile, Ukraine's representative to the UN said that Russia must immediately cease all actions against nuclear facilities in Ukraine and return control over all seized nuclear facilities to the Ukrainian side. The Russian Defense Ministry said that the Ukrainian armed forces had launched 3 strikes on the area of the plant and the city on August 5th. Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson reported on February 28th that Russian forces had taken Zaporizhia plant under control. Moscow launched a military offensive in Ukraine in late February after recognizing Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic's independence. Kiev denounced the Russian action, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky imposed martial law throughout the country, announcing a general mobilization. Agency report, Republic TV.
Salman Rushdie stabbed in the neck and abdomen by a man who rushed on the stage as the author was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Police have identified the attacker as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. He was arrested at the scene and was awaiting arraignment. State Police Major Eugene says the motive for the stabbing is still unclear. Falcon 9 launches 46 Starlink satellites into the low Earth orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. First stage booster supporting this mission previously launched Crew 1, Crew 2, Globalstar, FM-15 and 1 Starlink mission. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage returned to Earth and landed on the drone ship stationed in the Pacific Ocean. Authorities have revoked broadcast permits for a private television station after it was taken off air following an interview during which an opposition party official allegedly incited troops and officers against the military leadership. The development came after ARY TV aired the interview of Shehbaz Gill, a close aide of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi enrolled the climate, tax and health legislations with a signature after the House gave it final approval, moving the bill to President Joe Biden's desk. The White House says the president will sign the bill next week. The legislation is a shadow of the larger, more ambitious plan to supercharge environment and social programs that Biden and his party envisioned. A wildfire on Hawaii's Big Island grew overnight as firefighters worked to contain the large blaze that's burning in a rural area between Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea volcanoes. No homes were at risk, but the flames came within miles of a critical highway. The area where the fire is burning is dominated by shrubs and grasslands, part from persistent drought in the region. And amid escalating tensions, Taiwan Defense Ministry detects more Chinese weaponry within Taiwanese region. All the details coming up on World This Morning. Stay tuned.
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion. Yes. Namak, of course, is eating off the banner and the Nishan of the banner is carrying.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं। पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
You're watching World this morning on Republic, and days after a deadly airstrike by Israel on the Gaza Strip, which resulted in the death of at least 45 people, Israel launched another military operation in the city of Nablus of the West Bank. Dozens of Palestinians took to the streets to protest continuous Israeli action in the region. Take a look.
Amid yet another escalated aggression between the Israel and Hamas military forces, dozens of protesters rallied following the killing of 3 Palestinians during an Israeli military operation in Nablus.
خرجنا في مسيرة سلمية من أجل مناصرة لأهلنا في نابلس وأهلنا في غزة. قام بمجرد أن وصلنا إلى دوار الشارع الرئيسي، قام أحد المستوطنين بدعس عضو المجلس الثوري لحركة فتح بيان الطبيب، وحيث كانت ضربة شديدة وقوية، ونتمنى له الشفاء العاجل إن شاء الله.
Footage shows protesters throwing stones at passing cars with Israeli plates and arguing with the military. An injured man lying on the road was seen being transported away by the car. The operation had resulted in the death of the commander of the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades and 2 others, with more than 60 wounded. The Israeli operation came just after its air raids on the Gaza Strip, which killed at least 45 people, including several civilians and 15 children. Agency report, Republic TV.
To escalate its efforts near Taiwan in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit, Taiwan's defense ministry has noted that more Chinese weaponry now exists within the Taiwanese region. However, the self-ruled nation has responded to the recent activities and announced they will remain on high alert.
As China continues to escalate its military exercises near Taiwan, the Taiwan Defense Ministry has launched a retaliation to the same. The Taiwan Defense Ministry took to Twitter to inform that they had detected 6 Chinese planned vessels and 24 aircrafts. Responding to the recent Chinese military exercises, the ministry informed that retaliated with the aircraft in cap, naval vessels and land-based missile systems. This comes after China's repeated threats and escalations against US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Following the visit, China carried out military drills near Taiwan and further announced that they will regularly organize combat readiness. In response, the Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said that it remains on high alert. Meanwhile, India has urged China to maintain restraint and peace in the region. Agency report, Republic TV.
And some sports news now. The stadium set to host the FIFA World Cup final later this year, the Lusail Stadium in Doha, opened its doors for fans for the first time this year as it hosted its inaugural game. Al Arabi took on Al Rayyan in what ended up being a tight contest. Take a look.
As the football frenzy reaches a fever pitch in Qatar ahead of the FIFA World Cup, the Lusail Stadium, set to host the final later this year, opened its doors to excited fans for the first time as Al Rayyan took on Al Arabi in the second round of the Qatar Stars League. The excitement was palpable as the two clubs locked horns in the state-of-the-art stadium. Just minutes after kickoff, Al Arabi secured the lead with Yusuf Sakni's delightful chip over the Al Rayyan keeper. An hour into the game, Al Arabi doubled their lead as Mehrdad Mohammadi converted a penalty after a VAR check for a handball in the penalty area. While Al Rayyan managed to pull one back in the 78th minute through Johan Boli's strike, it proved too little too late for the club. The 80,000 capacity Lusail City Stadium is all set to host the final game of the tournament on the Qatar National Day, the 18th of December 2022. as the Middle East prepares to host its first ever World Cup beginning this November. Agency report, Republic TV.
Protesters in Sudan took to the streets chanting against the army, demanding that military generals step down from power. Here's more.
The protesters who took to the streets after a short break at the beginning of August chanted against the army and demanded that military generals step down from power. According to officials, military crackdowns on nearly weekly protests have so far killed 116 people. Visuals show activists chanting slogans while carrying flags and placards. Protesters reportedly demand civilian rule and better living conditions as well as free healthcare and education. Since last year's coup, Sudan, already one of the world's poorest countries, has been reeling from a spiraling economic crisis and a boat security breakdown which has seen a spike in ethnic clashes in its far-flung regions. Agency report for Republic TV.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah to hoist the national flag at his residence as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. All the details and the news on that and much more coming up next on the Morning Express. Stay tuned. Also coming up ahead of 75th Independence Day, entire nation gears up for mega celebrations.
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुँची मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश होगी कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया।
अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज़ करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
Globally, crypto has begun to crash. Crypto is a clear danger, and even the RBI acknowledges that. Our investigative teams here at Republic are following the crypto scam, and I'm proud to say we live by our ethics. We don't claim to have credibility and then sell out to those who are orchestrating the crypto scam. We at Republic demand a complete crackdown by the government on crypto, a complete ban followed by a series of arrests to defend honest, unsuspecting investors fooled by these scamsters and their paid agents in the news media.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
You're watching the Morning Express. The headlines at this hour. Prime Minister Modi to host India's CWG 2022 medal winners at his official residence today. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery. Ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations, entire nation gears up for the mega event. In a massive crackdown, ATS arrests alleged Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists from Saharanpur. In a shocking incident, a 25-year-old man stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar area. So breaking news coming in from New Delhi's Malviya Nagar area. A 25-year-old man stabbed to death. The man was chased and stabbed. His name, he has been identified as Mayank. Breaking news coming in. A 25-year-old man chased and stabbed to death. Well, more details are awaited. Malviya Nagar is in South Delhi, a residential area that is quite secure and safe, generally regarded as being quite secure and still safe, although more details are awaited about this particular case. It appears 4 to 5 men chased the 25-year-old and then stabbed him to death. So he was stabbed to death in public view, it appears, in Malviya Nagar in South Delhi. A 25-year-old, his name is Mayank Pawar, and he was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, a Shahpur Jat resident of 25 years named Mayank Pawar died in the hospital. He was even carried to hospital after the stabbing incident. 4 to 5 men chased him and stabbed him. He was stabbed multiple times, say the police, near gate number 3 DDA Market, Begumpur, under Malviya Nagar police station limits. And the incident took place on the 11th of August. And a friend of the deceased has revealed that, and perhaps he was also an eyewitness, perhaps there were other eyewitnesses as well. 4 to 5 unknown people attacked Mayank. And Piyush first joining us with as also, well, we are also joined by Samiksha in the Mumbai studios. A very good morning to you, Samiksha, and Piyush as well. First of all, Piyush, take us through this horrific incident. It happened in Malviya Nagar area, which is clearly even more shocking.
So good morning, Rukma, and good morning, Samiksha. And yes, you clearly mentioned it, right, that, this is a very gruesome incident that has been reported from Malviya Nagar, which is one of the poshest areas in South Delhi. What has been even more shocking is that this incident has happened at a public place, where, there are a lot of people and there are a lot of traffic. And the brazenness of this, of Mayank's murderers can be seen from the fact that they have committed this crime, they have committed this heinous act in a public place where there was a lot of crowd and a lot of traffic. Now, why they carried out this incident, the motives are still not clear. The police have registered the case under sections 302 IPC and 34 common intention, and the investigation is underway. But what has been more shocking and what one can say is a telling statement on law and order situation in Delhi is that this situation has happened in a very posh and a crowded area of Delhi, Malviya Nagar. And why this incident has happened, it is still not known. Was it a scuffle that had happened between these people who had killed the deceased? Was it a kind of a robbery incident that happened? So nothing is still known. The police investigation is still underway. We have had a word with the senior official of Delhi police, and they are saying that they are going to nab the killers soon. They are, as of now, retrieving the CCTV images and trying to find basic leads. But as I said again, the most important aspect over here in this crime is that how this crime was allowed to happen in a public place, in a place which is one of the most crowded and most central places of Delhi. Back to you in the studio.
Well, absolutely, Piyush, and I just wanted to know one more thing from you. We understand that the incident happened on 11th of August. If you could tell us, help us understand why is it coming to light only after 2 days, and also the fact that this is not one of a kind incident happening in national capital. Many such instances have happened in the past in broad daylight.
Well, you clearly mentioned it right, Samiksha, that these incidents are not new in national capital. There are now several such incidents where you are seeing men being brutally murdered, men being gruesomely murdered, in broad daylight, men being stabbed. Just a few days back, there was an incident, where a 21-year-old person was stabbed to death by 5 minors. So you can definitely say that these incidents are not new to national capital. And such incidents, because they happen quite regularly, people also now are not taking these cases seriously. And only when, these cases come in the limelight, when, these case complaints, come in the media, that you realize that, how challenging, how dangerous the law and order situation in national capital now is really becoming. So, yes, these incidents are not new. Yes. And definitely it's a big challenge now for Delhi police officials to curb these kind of incidents. Back to the studio, Samiksha.
Yes, Piyush, stay with us. Let's also listen into what the father of the deceased had to say.
कब पता चली आपको?
मेरे को ये 8-9 बजे पता चली, जब ट्रॉमा सेंटर में गया उसके फ्रेंड्स ने फ़ोन किया। जब पता लगा मेरे को इस बारे में।
किस फ्रेंड्स ने क्या बताया आपको? क्या पहली बातचीत क्या फ्रेंड्स ने बात की?
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। इसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे।
कुछ आपकी बात हो पाई है? पुलिस ने कुछ बताया वो कौन लोग थे?
अरेस्ट है 4 लोग, तो अभी मेन एक्यूज अरेस्ट नहीं है।
क्यों किया उन्होंने ऐसा? कुछ पुलिस ने बताया? पुलिस ने उनसे पूछताछ की?
करे कि इनका कुछ झगड़ा, उसको तो बीच में वो तो आ रहा था घर पे, वैसे उसको किया है।
मैं क्या करता था? क्या
प्यारे बच्चों, जय हिंद। सभी देशवासियों को 76वें स्वतंत्रता दिवस की शुभकामनाएं और बहुत बहुत बधाई। सलामी दे इस तिरंगे को जिसने हमारी शान है, सर हमेशा ऊंचा रखना इसका, क्योंकि लहराता तिरंगा भारत माता की शान है, मान है और अभिमान है। बहुत ही गौरवशाली है भारत का इतिहास। यहाँ की संस्कृति विश्व में सर्वश्रेष्ठ है। जगत गुरु भारत और भारत माता के चरणों की धूल चंदन समान शीतलता देती है। हर हिंदुस्तानी के मन को इस मिट्टी पर मर मिटने को जी चाहता है। अमर हो जाता है वह जीवन, शहीद कहलाता है वह जन जिसके माथे मिट्टी ये भारत माता की रस्सी है। कोटि कोटि नमन है उन वीरों अमर शहीदों को जिन्होंने स्वतंत्रता के यज्ञ में अपने।
So these are the visuals coming to you live from the Red Fort in the national capital, where India is gearing up for their 75th Independence Day celebrations. As you can see, the rehearsals taking place. Security, of course, has been stepped up. The flower petals also being showered from the choppers there as India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations. This in the visuals that just we showed you on our screens right now is of the police rehearsal, which is taking place at the Red Fort as we speak. You can see the Jawans there, and of course we have army officials, all of them present as they prepare for the Independence Day celebrations. Well, in more news coming in, what we understand is that the ATS of UP has arrested Jaish-e-Mohammed and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan-linked terrorist from Saharanpur as he was tasked to kill Nupur Sharma. Here's a report filed by our senior editor, Shavan Sen.
The UP anti-terror squad nabbed a terrorist from UP Saharanpur who was allegedly tasked to kill Nupur Sharma. He has been identified as Muhammad Nadeem. He is said to have links with two major terror outfits, Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan.
During the searches, UP ATS also came across various literature which indicated that he was given training in bomb making. He is also admitted during his interrogation that he was in touch with his handlers since 2018. And thereafter, he was in touch with his handlers based in Pakistan and Afghanistan through various social media platforms like Facebook and Telegram.
According to the initial probe, the terrorist was in direct contact with his Pakistan and Afghanistan handlers. The UP ATS also recovered some incriminating documents as well as chats and voice messages related to action plans prepared for the alleged task of killing Nupur Sharma. Notably, this is the second arrest that came to the fore in regards to the former BJP spokesperson. Last month, the Border Security Force arrested a Pakistani man from the India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan. Following the arrest, he also admitted to have crossed the border with the intention to kill Nupur Sharma. A major threat to the life of Nupur Sharma has been averted. Meanwhile, further investigation is underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, breaking updates coming in on the health status of Salman Rushdie, who continues to be on a ventilator. Remember, there was an assassination attempt on the novelist Salman Rushdie yesterday. The latest what we are understanding is that Salman Rushdie is on a ventilator following hours of surgery after he was stabbed in the neck and torso at a lecture that he was about to deliver at an event in Western New York. In fact, more reports that are just coming in that he will likely lose one eye. So situation grim there. It's being said that he is, as he's on a ventilator, he's still being operated. What we understand is that he is likely to lose one eye. So the stab wound is deep. What we understand, there was an assassination attempt as well. Tracking closely all the updates coming in. We have Tariq Fateh, also the author, joining us. Sir, good morning to you. Very unfortunate indeed, the kind of incident that happened in Western New York. Novelist Salman Rushdie attacked, if I can get your response.
Well, it's a reflection of an ideology that even resonates in India, where people march by saying Gustakhe Rasool ki ek hi saza, sab panse jaza. It's an extension of that, and it seems no one is able to rein in these radicals who feel that they have a monopoly over what can be said and what cannot be said. Salman Rushdie is an incredible, gifted author. He's an Indian after all. And his work should be appreciated rather than, people killing him or attempting to kill him simply for what he wrote. It just tells you how bankrupt we've become as a community to discuss anything which offends us. This is ridiculous. I mean, the right to offend people is part and parcel of the freedom of expression and freedom of speech.
Well, absolutely, sir. And let's also talk about that fatwa that was on his head by the Iran government. So, of course, he was living under threat all these years. And this is not, of course, a lone incident happening. We've seen in the past how there have been incidents where people have been attacked, stabbed right there in broad daylight. And this one of a novelist who's well known for one of his books that he's written, that was also quite a controversy when we talk about the satanic verses.
Yes, that's true. We've seen this happen and tolerated at many places. The whole notion that if you are offended, you can kill someone is a very medieval construct. If the Muslim community cannot come out and denounce this, then I'm afraid it will come to haunt them. My understanding is people in Pakistan are celebrating, and especially on social media, people are simply rejoicing that a person was attacked finally. This is not a civilized society where such ideas come from, and we need to be careful, especially in India where with such a large Muslim population, people need to understand that they need to show a face of their faith that is accommodating, not punitive in the manner that we kill an author.
And sir, just one more aspect that I wanted to touch upon. Do you think that there was probably a security breach as well, which could have been avoided? There were hundreds of attendees. If there would have been proper protocols that could have been followed, probably this incident could have been averted.
Well, it is ironical because the lecture was about writers who have gone into exile and sought refuge in United States simply so that they could write what they were not able to do in their home country. And here was someone who came in registered as one of these exiled writers. And of course, security might have been better, but when somebody wishes to kill another person, he could have done it elsewhere as well. This madness driven by religion should be controlled. People should stand up and say this is not acceptable. Especially leaders of the Muslim community should rise up and say that this is no way of behavior in the 21st century. You can't kill people simply because you're offended.
Yes. And sir, the accused who's been arrested, he's merely 24 years old, if I'm not wrong. So he was not even born when that fatwa was issued way back in 1989, which only goes on to prove the kind of extremism that exists in these countries.
No, but this has got nothing to do with a fatwa. Whether there's a fatwa or not, there was no fatwa when Kanhaiya was killed. When people made two Indian Muslim men made a video out of it to show that there's contempt for this guy, we will kill him. This has to be stopped at at a place where government should put their foot down and say anyone spreading hatred of a religious nature against other people will not be tolerated. And freedom of speech is a very hard-fought accomplishment of all of humanity. Just 100 years ago, nobody could write without the permission of a king or a ruler. And we are sacrificing that and murdering authors for simply writing what they feel like writing. It's despicable, and I think it is the responsibility of Indian Muslim leaders to denounce this attack and say whether we agree or we don't agree is not the problem. It is the right of a writer to write. How difficult of a concept is that? We are no longer living in a time when you can burn the Nalanda University and say, well, all books should be destroyed.
Well, absolutely, sir. Thank you for speaking to Republic. So that was author Tariq Fateh giving his response, and of course the aberrant incident coming to light of the attack that happened on novelist Salman Rushdie.
Rushdie was airlifted to a local trauma center and is still currently undergoing surgery. Mr. Reese was transported via ambulance to a local hospital and was treated for a facial injury and subsequently released. The state police are being assisted by the Chautauqua County Sheriff's Office and the FBI in this investigation. We are also working with Chautauqua County DA Jason Schmidt, who will determine appropriate charges. The investigation continues, and once we receive further information regarding the condition of Mr. Rushdie.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Republic has got to the bottom of the investigation into the culture of fraud being nurtured in the name of promotion of cryptocurrencies across the country, putting the citizens of the country at risk. At least 10 crypto exchanges are under investigation of ED, with at least 74 fintech firms also under the agency scanners for cheating and duping. The CRPF 196 Battalion recovered IED explosives that were planted in the forests of Mahadev Ghat in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. The recovery was made in the Kotwali Bijapur area during a search operation that was carried out by the soldiers. The explosives were planted by terrorists to especially target the CRPF soldiers. Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks at the central government, the BJP hit back at the AAP Supremo, stating that freebies are short-term benefits which only benefit the Delhi Chief Minister. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malaut area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agriculture fields. The injured were moved to the hospital. Meanwhile, further investigation is still underway.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of ammunition. During the investigation, the police recovered 2,000 live cartridges. While the police has not ruled out a terror angle, they informed that the accused appeared to be a part of a criminal network.
अभी हमने टेरर एंगल को रूल आउट नहीं किया है, क्योंकि आजकल टेररिस्ट्स और क्रिमिनल्स के जो बीच की लाइन है काफ़ी ब्लर हो रखी है, बट प्राइमा फेसाई ये क्रिमिनल नेटवर्क का ही पार्ट लग रहा है.
Talking to the media, police said they had recovered a total of 2,251 live cartridges. This comes as the security in the national capital has been heightened ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. The police has intensified patrolling and are conducting anti-sabotage checks to rule out all possible threats ahead of Independence Day.
across to these visuals coming in of Amit Shah hoisting the national flag. As you can see, the first visuals that are just coming in of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's there to hoist the national flag ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. So Shah there, who is present to hoist the national flag. So Amit Shah there leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the centre, leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign by hoisting a national flag. We also have Piyush Shori to give us more details. Piyush, if you could tell us how are the preparations going on just ahead of the 75th Independence Day?
Hello?
Yes, Piyush, we can hear you.
Yes, so, on the part of the Tiranga Yatra, Tiranga Rally, which is being, organized in different parts of Delhi. Today, it is a symbolic function which is being held at the official residence of Amit Shah, where he's unfurling the tricolour at his official residence over here in Delhi. And, this is in addition to several functions which are being held by several officials over here to commemorate the 70th year of Indian independence that is celebrated under the Amrit Mahotsav. Back to you in the studio.
Yes, Piyush, thank you for that. So Piyush, they're getting us all those details. The visuals that are coming to you right now are of the Union Home Minister hoisting the national flag at his residence in the national capital as part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. So there we have the ministers, the central government leading from the front when it comes to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The visuals coming to you live from Amit Shah's residence, where he's seen hoisting the national flag atop his residence. Remember, hectic celebrations, preparations are also underway at the Red Fort, where the rehearsals are taking place ahead of the 75th Independence Day. Security, of course, has also been stepped up as we speak. In the visuals, you can see the Home Minister there, Amit Shah, who has in fact hoisted the flag atop his residence in the national capital. So Home Minister Amit Shah there leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the centre. And this, of course, is, remember, the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign is part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Piyush continues to be with us. Piyush, if you can talk to us more about the rehearsals taking place at the Red Fort as well, while we keep up these visuals, with these visuals of the Home Minister hoisting the national flag at his residence.
So, yes, Independence Day has always been a very special day for all of us Indians. This time, this is going to become even more special as India celebrates its 75th year of India independence under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign and under the Amrit Mahotsav. So you are seeing that there are steps
under the Amrit Mahotsav. So you are seeing that there are several functions which are being held besides the traditional and symbolic function which is being held at Red Fort. In addition to this, you are seeing that there have been several Tiranga Yatras which have been organized in several parts of Delhi, where you are seeing that hundreds of citizens have come on roads to with the tricolour. In addition to this, today we are also seeing today Amit Shah unfurling and hoisting the national flag at his official residence. So there is a lot of celebration. There is a lot of functions which are being held to commemorate the India's 75th year of independence under Amrit Mahotsav. Back.
Yes.
And we are going to be giving you all the updates of the Tiranga Yatra and India's celebration of 75th year of independence after the short break. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. China has banned cryptocurrency. You're not allowed to trade in cryptocurrency in China. If you break the law, you'll be arrested. So why has China banned cryptocurrency? China has banned crypto, ladies and gentlemen, because crypto is dangerous. It has done so to save its own people and save its economy. But in India, China-backed loan sharks are using the crypto route to take out thousands of crores of hard-earned money, often of the poorest and the youngest, as part of a clear Chinese conspiracy to destroy India's economy and the lives of millions of Indians. Viewers, tonight, two leading crypto exchanges are under the scanner. So Republic's investigation is yielding results every single day, you're seeing. Bank accounts of crypto exchanges have been frozen. And a deep investigation is revealing how the poorest and most needy Indians, often facing severe financial distress post-COVID, were targeted and brutalized by China-backed dubious loan apps who charged over 1,000% interest and took the money of millions of Indians via the crypto route to their suspected Chinese hands. What are we doing? They say crypto is cool. Ladies and gentlemen, Al-Qaeda affiliates are using crypto, have used crypto. Terror networks use crypto. And the corrupt who want to avoid their country's rules to take money out have used crypto. And that is why...
Top headlines at 8:30. Prime Minister Modi twice to host India's Commonwealth Games medal winners at his official residence today. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York, reportedly Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery. Ahead of the 75th Independence Day, the entire nation gears up for the mega celebrations. In a massive crackdown, ATS arrests alleged Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist from Saharanpur. Shocking incident from the national capital. A 25-year-old man stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar area. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Straight away starting with a top story coming in from Karnataka, where amid the political buzz in Karnataka, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai held a meet with the senior BJP leader by B.S. Yediyurappa at his residence. Here's a report.
Amid the leadership change buzz in Karnataka, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai met senior BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa at his residence. Yediyurappa has already denied speculations regarding a change of guard in Karnataka.
And there is a rumors that there will be some changes in the chief ministership. Such question does not arise. Basavaraj Bommai is going to continue for another 8 months. He will be our chief minister in this period. Congress, they will speak so many things. Number one. Number two, in next election also, we are going to get absolute majority and we are going to form the government. At any cost, we will not allow Congress people to come to power.
Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai also termed the speculation as baseless. Bommai, who took over from Yediyurappa as Chief Minister, completed 1 year in office on July 28th. The Congress, in a series of tweets, has begun speculating about Chief Minister Bommai being replaced and has even called him a puppet Chief Minister. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Bommai, issuing clarification, has said that Congress is trying to confuse the people.
I am not going to give much importance to it. I have become Sthita Prajna. My presence of mind is very clear because it is all falsehood. Truth is that there is a stable government and it is going to be continued to stable. I have resolved myself to work much hard, much more time. Every day I am going to spend 2 hours more for the development of this state, development of the people of this state.
After the recent visit of Union Home Minister Amit Shah to the state, there have been some rumours on and off within the state unit of the BJP in recent times regarding some kind of an overhaul, including at the top level. The next assembly elections in Karnataka is scheduled for May 2023. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, on to some international news coming in. The Chinese officials, we understand, are planning for President Xi Jinping to visit Southeast Asian nations and also to hold a face-to-face meet with US President Joe Biden in November. So a big meet that is lined up for November. This is as per reports. Now, the visit would come after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, which has only irked the Chinese government. And in response, the Chinese also launched a military drill around the self-ruled island. Remember, tensions have only been escalating between the US and the China after Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. The visit would also mark the Chinese leader Xi's first international trip in nearly 3 years and his first in-person meet with Biden since the American leader's inauguration. So a big update coming in with respect to the meet that is expected to take place between Xi Jinping and Joe Biden. The meet is likely to take place in November. This comes amid the escalating tensions over Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan just a few weeks back. And of course, the visit that would by Xi Jinping, which would happen, the first international visit which would happen after nearly 3 years by Xi Jinping. So an important meet lined there. And of course, a slew of issues that are likely to be taken up, which also include the tensions that have only been brewing with respect to Taiwan. Remember how China has also been launching its conducting military drill around the self-ruled island, which is Taiwan. And this after Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan and rendered the support of US to Taiwan. In fact, the visit, we understand, would also mark Xi's first international trip in nearly 3 years and first in-person meet with Biden since the American leader's inauguration. Also significant to note that a few weeks back, President Xi Jinping as well as US President Joe Biden also held a conversation over phone in which several issues were discussed. And this is going to be a face-to-face meet which will take place as well. What we understand that the meet will take place in the month of November. In fact, Xi is first expected to conclude the party congress and then would likely attend a summit of leaders from the group of 20 nations on the Indonesian island of Bali from November 15 to 16. And after these 2 days, Xi is expected to travel to Bangkok to attend the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. So Xi, who's expected to take part in a slew of meetings, and of course the big meet there that is lined up for November, the meet between Xi and President Biden. Moving on then, in its first reaction to the ongoing China-Taiwan issue, India has vouched for restraint from all involved parties to maintain status quo in the region, which is highly sensitive to conflicts.
China-Taiwan border issue, which saw heightened tensions last month, the MEA spokesperson Arindam Bagchi said this.
Like many other countries, India too is concerned at recent developments. We urge the exercise of restraint, avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo, de-escalation of tensions, and efforts to maintain peace and stability in the region. India's relevant policies are well known and consistent. They do not require reiteration.
Notably, India avoided mentioning the much-touted One China policy in this first response on the escalation of tensions between China and Taiwan over Nancy Pelosi's visit last month.
Essentially, what India did all through the crisis of standoff between China and the United States over Taiwan was that it maintained what the Americans would call strategic ambiguity. Now, with this statement, India has made it clear that what is important is peace. Premium should be on no escalation further. Now, this is important because the Chinese have been at their belligerent best, and the way they have taken a military posture complete with those
heavy deployment drills, it is clear that they really wanted escalation to reach a level where the world gets worried, and it did. Now with this statement, India also facing Chinese aggression in Ladakh, still with the forces deployed there, makes it clear that de-escalation is the essence of dealing with this crisis, and like the world, India is also concerned.
Yesterday, India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar also called out China for violating the territorial integrity of India. 3 days back, India, in a major snub to China, flew the 14th Dalai Lama in an IAF Dhruv helicopter. Despite not having formal ties with Taiwan, India previously also sent MPs to virtually attend the swearing-in ceremony for Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen in May 2020. Meanwhile, Taiwan has claimed that the threat of invasion from Chinese military has not decreased. As tensions continue to simmer between China and Taiwan, it remains to be seen how India will respond to the developing threats in its backyard. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on to more news, 10 days after swearing in as a Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav met the opposition leaders, including CPIM leader Sitaram Yechury and Sonia Gandhi as well. The meet, of course, comes ahead of the Bihar cabinet expansion following the change of guard in the state of Bihar.
Days after taking oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav is holding back-to-back meeting in the national capital with top leaders of the parties constituting the Mahagathbandhan. Tejasvi's visit to Delhi comes at a time when the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government in the state of Bihar is slated to name its new cabinet. Presently comprising only Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav, the state cabinet is due for expansion early next week. Tejasvi Yadav met Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi at her residence on Friday. Tejasvi Yadav met CPM General Secretary Sitaram Yechury and is learned to have discussed the recent developments in Bihar. After the meeting, Tejasvi Yadav said in a tweet that he met two left leaders and had a positive discussion on the current social, economic and political scenario prevailing in the country and Bihar. On the other hand, Sitaram Yechury also tweeted an image of the meeting and expressed pleasure meeting the Deputy CM. After the two crucial meetings in Delhi, Yadav launched an attack on the BJP. According to sources, the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar is likely to have 35 ministers, including CM Nitish Kumar. Republic learned that the cabinet expansion in Bihar is scheduled for August 16. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, these are the visuals that we are getting to you right now of the contingent that is all excited to meet the Prime Minister. So Prime Minister Modi there, who's all set to host the Commonwealth Games medalist today at 11 a.m. is what we understand. In fact, the Sai media has also taken to Twitter, to social media. It said, and I quote, "All decked up, Team India is excited and full of josh to meet Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence today." As you can see, the happy faces there of the Commonwealth Games medalist, India stars who've brought glory to the country. They're all set to meet the Prime Minister at 11 a.m. today. So that's going to be a meet that will take place today at 11 a.m. Prime Minister Modi will host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence. This is, of course, the first time that the Prime Minister will physically interact with the winners of Commonwealth Games after their spectacular performance in Birmingham. So Prime Minister there, who's all set to have a tete-a-tete with the Commonwealth Games champions at 11 a.m. today. Remember, India has shown a spectacular performance, displayed a spectacular performance at the Commonwealth Games by finishing fourth. And we'll go across to Piyush as well to get us more details of what he's learning with regard to this meet that's lined up for 11 a.m. That Prime Minister is all set to host these Commonwealth Games champions at 11 a.m. today. You can see those champions there, the Commonwealth Games champions, holding a tricolour in their hand and also leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the centre. We have Piyush with us. Piyush, if you can talk to us more about this, about Prime Minister who is all set to host the Commonwealth Games medalist at 11 a.m. today.
So yes, as India celebrates its 75th year of Indian independence under the Amrit Mahotsav, one of the basic, forms of happiness, which has been given to us citizens is through our sports persons, both men and women who have done us proud in Commonwealth Games, Now, India has always been doing very well in Commonwealth Games, and, this time again, with 22 medals and 61 medals in all, India has done extremely well and has come fourth. So, in order to celebrate these sports persons, in order to celebrate their struggles, in order to celebrate their triumph, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today will be hosting them at around 11 a.m. at his official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Now, the meeting of this is going to be held at 11 a.m. But since, there are a lot of security protocols that have to be taken into consideration, there are a lot of athletes, which are going to be meeting the Prime Minister. So the process of all these athletes coming to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg has started. So all eyes now at 11 a.m. when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be interacting with these sports persons, understanding, their struggles, and more importantly, celebrating their triumph celebrating the triumph. The Prime Minister is all set to meet the sports persons who have done India proud in the Commonwealth Games. For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we keep you updated of all the latest updates in this issue. Thank you.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट पे काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स, क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
Globally, crypto has begun to crash. Crypto is a clear danger, and even the RBI acknowledges that. Our investigative teams here at Republic are following the crypto scam, and I'm proud to say we live by our ethics. We don't claim to have credibility and then sell out to those who are orchestrating the crypto scam. We at Republic demand a complete crackdown by the government on crypto, a complete ban followed by a series of arrests to defend honest, unsuspecting investors fooled by these scamsters and their paid agents in the news media.
Salman once famously said that if a man says he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha.
Welcome back. Now, Salman Rushdie, the author whose writing led to death threats from Iran in the 1980s, was attacked on Friday as he was about to deliver a lecture in Western New York at an event. Take a look at this report. His condition, we understand, is still critical as he continues to be on the ventilator.
We've been following this story since it first happened, and here's the very latest. I can tell you that at this hour, we do know that Salman is still said to be alive. But of course, his injuries are very, very critical. He's said to be in critical condition because, as we know, he was stabbed 10 to 15 times, including in the neck.
Author Salman Rushdie was stabbed in the neck as he was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Rushdie was airlifted and transported by helicopter to an area hospital. The incident took place when a man who is now under New York police custody stormed the stage at the Chautauqua institution and carried out the attack.
Back here at the amphitheater, there were about 2,500 people waiting to hear Salman Rushdie speak. He had just walked onto the stage, was still being introduced less than a minute before the event began, after the event began, and a man rushed from this audience up onto the stage and started punching or stabbing. It wasn't quite clear, but there was clearly some sort of blood or red liquid going in many directions. A collective sigh of shock from the audience, many of whom are here to, contemplate the problems of the world, not to see them up close. And eventually the scene was, the amphitheater was evacuated. It's now a crime scene.
Salman Rushdie suffered years of death threats after writing the Satanic Verses. The New York governor stated that Salman Rushdie is alive and has been transported to safety.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people. And there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture. And a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
Witnesses say he was stabbed multiple times in the neck.
And so it is heartbreaking to learn that within the last hour, a prominent individual, Salman Rushdie, was attacked on a stage in Western New York. Just before he was about to give a speech. He is alive. He has been transported, airlifted to safety. But here's an individual who has spent decades speaking truth to power.
Now, outside of this, we know that there was also a moderator who was attacked. However, his injuries are said to be non-life-threatening. Of course, the attacker, because he did this in front of a large group of people, he was arrested right away, but we're still waiting to know more details about him.
The nature of the attack is eerily similar to how the Japanese translator of the Satanic Verses was found slain at a university northeast of Tokyo in July 1991 with multiple stab wounds. The attack has also revived conversation on global radicalization, considering Rushdie was an outspoken critic of extremism. However, conclusive reasons for the attack are awaited. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, these are the visuals coming in of the Tiranga rally being held in Mumbai. We'll get you more visuals from across the country on the other side as the country gears up for the 75th Independence Day.
कम टेम्परेचर कितना था?
सबसे कम -70।
हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता सीएचएन काटने का। मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला सीएचएन काटने का।
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को।
छोटी बात नहीं साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना?
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट में काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं, लहराने आए हैं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
Globally, crypto has begun to crash. Crypto is a clear danger, and even the RBI acknowledges that. Our investigative teams here at Republic are following the crypto scam, and I'm proud to say we live by our ethics. We don't claim to have credibility and then sell out to those who are orchestrating the crypto scam. We at Republic demand a complete crackdown by the government on crypto, a complete ban followed by a series of arrests to defend honest, unsuspecting investors fooled by these scamsters and their paid agents in the news media.
Now, with just 2 days to go for the Independence Day, the ITBP has released a song themed Har Ghar Tiranga. The song is composed and sung by the ITBP Jawan Arjun Kheria. The ITBP has, remember, been hoisting the national flag at all its border posts and its units and formations across the country as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय। अरे कफन बांध के निकला था वो मस्त मलंग दीवाना सा, देश की खातिर जान लुटा दो गाता एक तराना था। जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद, जय हिंद। जब दुश्मन ने आंख दिखाई लहू था इसका खौल गया, लहू था इसका खौल गया। मातृभूमि की आन बचाने ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया, ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया। सींच दी धरती अपने खून से, दुश्मन भागा फिर उस पार, प्राण गवा के अमर हो गया शेर दहाड़ा आखिरी बार।
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
ना डरूं और सो जब जाए लरूं, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करूं। वो निश्चय करना और जीत तभी होती है अगर आपका दृढ़ निश्चय किसी काम करने के लिए हो।
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर खराब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट पे काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
देश को आज़ाद हुए 75 साल हुए हैं। पूरे देश में इस आज़ादी का जश्न मना रहे हैं। विभिन्न चोटियों पर इस फ्लैग को, नेशनल फ्लैग को, उसको झंडे को लेकर अब चोटियों पे आए हैं, उसका हम जश्न मना रहे हैं। भारत माता की जय।
अगस्त को हमारे देश का 75वां यौम आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव जो है वो आज हम एडवांस में सेलिब्रेट करने इस पहाड़ी पर आए हैं। इस पर हम अपना तिरंगा फहराने आए हैं।
Prime Minister Modi to host India's Commonwealth Games 2022 medal winners at his official residence today. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie is on ventilator after hours of surgery. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, entire nation gears up for mega celebrations. In a massive crackdown, ATS arrests alleged Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist from Saharanpur. In a shocking incident, 25-year-old man stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar area. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of New Delhi. That's our top story. Welcome to Live and Breaking. You're watching Republic. And going on to the breaking news now from Malviya Nagar in South Delhi, in a posh area. A 25-year-old man is stabbed to death in full public view. 4 to 5 men chased the man and then stabbed him. He has been identified as Mayank Pawar. The incident happened in a marketplace in Malviya Nagar, and he is a resident of another area in South Delhi called Shahpur Jat. According to Delhi police, this is what the Delhi police report says. I quote, a Shahpur Jat resident aged 25 years, namely Mayank Pawar, died in the hospital after he was stabbed multiple times at the DDA market in Begumpur under Malviya Nagar police station limits. Let's listen in to know more details about what happened.
मेरे को ये 8-9 बजे पता चली जब ट्रॉमा सेंटर में गया, उसके फ्रेंड्स ने फ़ोन किया जब पता लगा मेरे को इस बारे में।
किस फ्रेंड्स ने क्या बताया आपको? क्या पहली बातचीत क्या हुई फ्रेंड्स ने बात की?
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। इसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे।
कुछ आपकी बात हो पाई है इसके पहले? पुलिस ने कुछ बताया वो कौन लोग थे?
अरेस्ट है 4 लोग, तो अभी मेन एक्यूज अरेस्ट नहीं है।
क्यों किया उन्होंने ऐसा? कुछ पुलिस ने बताया? पुलिस ने उनसे पूछताछ की?
करे के इनका कुछ झगड़ा, उसको तो बीच में वो तो आ रहा था घर पे, वैसे उसको किया है।
मयंक क्या करता था? क्या काम क्या करता था? क्या उसको होटल मैनेजमेंट की पढ़ाई कर रखी?
हाँ, पूसा इंस्टीट्यूट से, सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूट से, तो वहाँ से पास आउट था वो। तो मार्च में वो लॉकडाउन की वजह से उसकी जॉब टाको बेल में हो गई थी 28,000 समथिंग, तो अप्रैल में ज्वाइन करना था, मार्च में लॉकडाउन हो गया। क्या करता?
कौन कौन है आपके घर में?
बड़ा बेटा है, छोटा है।
झगड़ा बता रही पुलिस, आप लोगों ने पूछा हो?
बताया नहीं, अभी झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा। SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो करे जल्दी से जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को, 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
पुलिस की कार्रवाई को लेकर कुछ कहना है आपको?
नहीं, कार्रवाई कर रही है पुलिस, अपने काम कर रही है।
मयंक कल किसी अपने दोस्त के साथ बैठा?
हाँ, विकास नाम था ना, विकास पवार है, उसके साथ गया था वो।
जब उसका झगड़ा शुरू हुआ?
हाँ, वो दोनों साथ में थे, वो भी 4 मिनट का ही है।
कुछ बात हुई हो आपकी मयंक के कल घर जाने से?
कल सुबह हुई थी, हंस के बात कर रहा था, नानी घर में छोड़ चलूँ आपके साथ में, आपको छोड़ के आऊँ, रक्षाबंधन था ना कल, तब हुई थी। शाम को जब मैं आई तो ये बैड न्यूज़ मिली।
तो आप उसको छोड़ने गया तो नानी?
हाँ, नानी घर नहीं, यहाँ तक छोड़ने गया, ऑटो के पास तक कैब कराई, ऑटो में भी कैब करा दी जिसने।
फिर शाम को आप
वहाँ से आई तो ये मेरे को न्यूज़ मिली यहाँ पे आगे कि मयंक भैया को किसी ने चक्कू मार दिया। फिर मैं सीधे ट्रॉमा सेंटर गई, वहाँ कुछ था ही नहीं।
So Mayank Pawar, the victim here in this incident, in a shocking stabbing incident from Begumpur DDA market in Malviya Nagar area. And police have filed their report. The man has succumbed to his injuries. A 25-year-old man, and well, Republic there speaking with his parents, family members who have spoken and said about all the events as they happened. Mayank had to be taken to the trauma center after he was stabbed. Apparently there was a scuffle, of course. More details are still awaited. And it could be that the men who chased and stabbed him to death were acquaintances of his, were men with whom he was familiar. Well, we are trying to get in touch with our reporter to know more about all that happened. As of now, this post-mortem has been completed, and of those who are in custody, well, one still remains at large. Our reporter Piyush Ori on this story. Piyush, if you can hear me, what clarity is there about the events as they unfolded? Was there a scuffle as a result of which there was, a stabbing? Give us more details, and what are the leads that the police are investigating? We believe that they already have a few people in custody.
So yes, you rightly mentioned that there have been some people who have been detained in this incident, and the police is trying to ascertain that what was the reason of this gruesome murder that occurred in one of the most central and poshest areas of Delhi. Now, this incident occurred in Malviya Nagar, which is one of the most crowded public places in the national capital. And what this incident has done, it has resulted in creating a shockwave and fear among people of how this incident was allowed to occur in such a public place and such a crowded place. So the police also now trying to understand the seriousness of the situation has begun to swung into action and have detained certain people who have been accused of murdering this 25-year-old person who has been identified as Mayank Pawar. The post-mortem has been done. The police has detained certain people in this connection, and they are trying to find out that what actually was the reason of this gruesome murder that occurred in a public place in the national capital. Back to you in the studio.
Well, Piyush, stay with us. Moving on to more breaking news coming in now. Congress MLA from Karnataka, Priyank Kharge, sparks a major controversy. Says, in this government, you won't get jobs without giving money. Earlier, 2 ministers had resigned from the government to get a job in BJP-led government in the state. Young women have to get on the couch and youth have to pay bribes. It has become a bribe couch government. So a Congress MLA shoots his mouth off, sparks a major controversy with his allegations against the state Congress government. And this is the Congress MLA from Karnataka, Priyank Kharge, whose words have sparked a major controversy. He has stated that this is a bribe couch government where young women have to take to the couch and young men have to pay bribes in order to get jobs. That is the allegation that Priyank Kharge of the Congress in Karnataka has made. And a major controversy has erupted as a result. And Harsha to tell us about Priyank Kharge and what basically sparked this outburst and what is the controversy that we are looking at. Have there been any reactions? Harsha, it's over to you.
Such a sensational speech given by Karnataka Congress MLA Priyank Kharge. Now, it clearly states that the women or the what is getting job in the state government, the job is taken through different means. That means women have to go to the couch, they have to pay the bride. Even the ministers are leaving their jobs because they clearly understand that how corrupt the government is. This is being said by the Congress MLA Priyank Kharge. But one thing is for sure, after his statement, now there is quite raised in anger amongst BJP leaders. Now, BJP leaders from Karnataka and from National Capital as well now are detecting that such statements from Congress MLA can be clearly seen because such has the mentality of Congress since past maybe 10 years or 12 years, because they themselves have given jobs to the youth and to the women with the same mindset what they are depicting in BJP. In BJP, it is a corruption-free party. No people have got jobs. This means everyone has got to the proper criteria. But this stand from Congress MLA is clearly bringing the rage amongst the BJP leaders as well. We try to connect with Shahzad Poonawala and Nalin Kohli as well, and they clearly stated that such statements will not be digested by the BJP leaders, and such low-set mentality of the Congress leaders clearly state that what state of mind they have regarding the women and youth of the country. And they're also saying that youth and women should now understand the mindset which the Congress leaders carry, not from this time, from past 10 to 15 years in the country. Back to the studio.
And Tanveer Ahmed, JDS leader, on the phone line to speak about, to react to Priyank Kharge's outrageous remark that, women have to submit to the couch and men have to pay bribes in this BJP-led government in the state. Mr. Tanveer, what is your thought on this? How do you react to Priyank Kharge's outrageous comments?
Irresponsible, childish, stupid. I don't think obnoxious, weird. Absolutely. See, saying corruption is there, absolutely nothing wrong in saying that there is corruption. But making that statement and really bringing all women, more than 150,000 women got job. Is he trying to say that all 150,000 women compromised? This is really creating a doubt on every woman who got a job. This is a stupid statement. I think Priyank Kharge, who comes from a very, very respectable family, his father is a very big leader. He needs to really learn how to speak. This is really, really a national shame. What the entire international countries which are watching us, what would be thinking about India, Indian women? What would be thinking about Indian women who is getting jobs? This is outrageous. My wife works, my children work. Mr. Priyank Kharge, you are a responsible man. Don't make this stupid statement. This is absolutely outrageous, condemnable, and I think the entire nation, and he has to apologize to the entire nation, and especially to the women and women's chastity.
Mr. Ahmed, what do you think caused him to say such a thing? What could have been the reason for such an outburst from a senior Congress leader who is an MLA?
Sane mind would definitely not speak anything. I think it is insanity which has costed him this. I don't think anything more than this would really justify this statement like this. Yes, we stand with Priyank Kharge when he says that there is corruption. There is absolutely 40% corruption here. Everybody is blaming. But coming and really accusing and abusing the entire women folks who are getting jobs has to compromise. It is multifolded. He is not only accusing the people in the power, he is accusing the entire women. This is absolutely outrageous. I don't know why all women are not sitting on the protest against Mr. Priyank Kharge. They definitely need to. They definitely need to and ask an answer and apology from Mr. Priyank Kharge.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Ahmed, for speaking with us. So, outrage and uproar over Priyank Kharge. Congress MLA's remarks about the BJP government. Priyank Kharge has said that this is a bribe couch government, referring to the BJP-led government in Karnataka. Let's listen in to what exactly he said.
ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎರಡು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಯುವತಿಯರಿಗೆ ನೌಕರಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಮಂಚ ಹತ್ತಬೇಕು, ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ ನೌಕರಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಲಂಚ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಲಂಚ ಮಂಚದ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ 40% ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯುವಕರ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದೆ. 8 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಇದೇ ಮೋದಿನವರು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಕೋಟಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆದರೆ ಆ 2 ಕೋಟಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಅಂತೂ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಡೇಟಾ ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ.
And we're getting in more reactions now. Joining us on the phone line on this outrageous comment being made by Priyank Kharge of the Congress. He's a Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee spokesperson and an MLA. Mr. Shankara joining us from the Congress, another spokesperson for the party. Mr. Shankara, how do you react to this statement from your party colleague?
No, I am really surprised that you have called his statement as outrageous. He has spoken the truth. If you recollect and remember, about 2-3 months ago, Mr. Baswangowda Patil Yatnal, a senior most member of the BJP, had said that he had claimed that to become a chief minister in BJP, you need to pay 2,500 crores. Now, forget government jobs for the people of the state. Forget employment for people of the state. Forget safety of women. To become a chief minister, he had said that you have to pay 2,500 crores. Now, first, he should apologize, going by their standards. Secondly, when Mr. Yediyurappa was chief minister, his own cabinet colleague, Mr. Ishwarappa, went to the governor and complained to the governor on a sitting chief minister, never in the history of independent India. Now, BJP in Karnataka should answer these 2 questions first, and then let's discuss about the others. It is a fact, it is a truth, that these people have done, they're into sexual harassment, they're into corruption and every sort of misdeeds in the state. The people of our state are absolutely upset, disturbed, and this is going to be evident in the coming elections. The mood is already there. They are perturbed, they're scared. Other than communal tensions, nothing else happening.
So you justify Mr. Priyank Kharge's remarks that hundreds and thousands of women and hundreds and thousands of young men have paid bribes and gone the bribe couch way in order to get jobs in the state of Karnataka.
PSI recruitment scam, the police sub-inspector recruitment scam is an evidence to that. It is an evidence. There are ministers involved in this. Why isn't the CBI coming into this? For every damn thing there is CBI, ID and ET. Why not in this? Thousands of people have paid bribes to the tune of crores of rupees. PSI scam is a direct evidence in this case. The central government needs to intervene immediately in this state. The state is rotting with corruption and sexual harassment. The BJP leaders have got too much of power in their head. We have a BJP Yuva Morcha leader, the the national president who says that stone pelting who justifies stone pelting and every sort of misdeed. The central government need to immediately, we need governance rule here. We are losing the state. The people of the state have lost any sort of faith in the sitting government.
Dr. Guha, but what these are allegations, and as a member of the opposition in the state.
No, madam. PSI recruitment scam an allegation? Haven't they arrested their own one of the ADGPs? Haven't they arrested them? Why isn't the scope of investigation expanding beyond that? There are ministers involved. There is a telephone conversation where one particular minister's brother has said that yes, we have taken money. Nothing is happening. They're using all sorts of powers to shun this away. That's not going to happen. You may use your power and all your clout to keep this aside, but the people of the state will remember every single misdeed that you have done, you are doing, and in the past as well.
So, Mr. Shankar Guha, many thanks for speaking with Republic. And even as Congress leaders' remarks spark outrage, his party defends him strongly and stands by everything he says. Let's move on now to more breaking news. As India completed its tally in the 4th position in the Commonwealth Games at Birmingham recently with 61 medals, including 22 gold, 16 silver and 23 bronze at the Games this year. From 28 July to 8 August, nearly 200 Indian athletes competed for medals across 16 different sports at the Games. And, we're hearing that the Prime Minister will be holding a special meeting with them, with the Commonwealth Games champions in their honor. And here we are getting you the visuals of the champions arriving at the Prime Minister's residence at Low Kalyan Marg. Republic on the ground there, outside the Prime Minister's residence. Piyush Ori to tell us about the events as they unfold. Piyush, we believe that the Commonwealth Games champions are there at the Prime Minister's residence. Piyush, if you can hear me.
Our
correspondent is there at the spot.
Athletes have begun to come at the athletes have begun to come at hello. The athletes have begun to come at the Prime Minister's residence here at 7 Low Kalyan Marg. The process of the athletes coming to the Prime Minister's residence has now begun slightly early, way before the stated time of 11 a.m. because there is a lot of security protocol today which is being taken place. In fact, it is also becoming very difficult for a lot of media persons like us to report because there is a heavy deployment of security forces today. This is in respect to the preparations for the Independence Day. Having the required security protocols, however, has not stopped Prime Minister Narendra Modi to meet all the sports persons that has done India proud by winning 61 medals in all. It's a tradition which has been followed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for long of meeting sports person after they succeed in events like Commonwealth Games, Olympics and Asian Games, and it is only going to be continued from here on.
Well, Piyush, who are the champions who have arrived? Is there any indication of who will be attending? Will all of them have all of them been invited? The Commonwealth Games medalists, India's tally this time one of the highest on record.
Yeah, so you can see the images over here. You can see the images over here that despite heavy security here at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The process of receiving all the athletes that have participated in the recently concluded Commonwealth Games have begun. Now, these athletes are coming slightly early, way before the slated time of 11 a.m., taking into consideration that there is heavy deployment of security forces today in respect to the preparations of the ongoing Independence Day. As you can see the images over here, you know, there is also some vehicles that have been stopped because it is expected that there may be a movement of VIP, and the preparations are on full swing to receive the athletes, receive the sports persons that have done India proud. And this tradition of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting all the sports persons after they participate and come back home from events like Olympics, Commonwealth Games and Asian Games continues. This Commonwealth Games meeting of athletes is slightly different because this comes in the back. And this comes in the back of when India is celebrating its 75th year of Indian independence. But, and you know, the sports person have always been a source of pride. And the Prime Minister wants to celebrate their success, their triumph, and also commemorate the 75th year of Indian independence, which is just now 2 days away. Back to you in the studio.
Well, many thanks, Piyush Ori. And you keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you later for more. So athletes arriving at the Prime Minister's residence, arriving much before the scheduled time of 11 a.m. The Prime Minister is to host the Commonwealth Games champions of 2022. Those who won medals in the Games this year at his residence, as he always does, boosting their morale, congratulating them and applauding them. And now moving on to other news stories. Ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, the Golconda Fort has been decorated and illuminated in the tricolour. The event was organised in continuation of the Pan-India Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Amid a nationwide celebration to commemorate 75 years of independence, Moradabad police took out the tricolour yatra. The police personnel danced fiercely on patriotic songs at the police station.
आज़ादी का जो अमृत महोत्सव है, आप सब लोग जान रहे हैं कि 75वां वर्ष है हमारी आज़ादी का ये, और इसी में 11 से 17 तारीख तक ये कार्यक्रम लगातार सरकार द्वारा चलाया जा रहा है। और उसमें हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जितना ज़्यादा पार्टिसिपेशन हमारी पुलिस का भी हो, और यही आज पैदल रूट मार्च था तिरंगे के सम्मान के साथ और तिरंगे के प्रति जागरूकता और देश के सपूतों और वीरों के प्रति जागरूकता, यही उद्देश्य है इस पूरे कार्यक्रम का। और इसमें आप सब लोग का भी जो सहयोग है उसके लिए हम आपको एक बार दोबारा धन्यवाद दें।
घर घर तिरंगा लगाने में पुलिस प्रशासन जागरूक भी कर रहा है।
घर घर तिरंगा है, हमें गर्व होना चाहिए तिरंगे पे, अपने सारे नेशनल एम्बलेंस पे, नेशनल इंसिग्निया पे।
As a part of the central government's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations, a Shikara rally was conducted at the iconic Dal Lake in Srinagar, where a number of boats were seen rowing together with the tricolour aloft. ITBP released a song themed at Har Ghar Tiranga. The song is composed and sung by ITBP Jawan Arjun Kherial. ITBP has been hoisting the national flag at all its border posts and its units and formations across the country during the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign from the 13th to the 15th of August. As a part of the central government's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign ahead of 75th Independence Day celebrations, ITBP and pilgrims along with local population participated in the yatra as a part of Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. up in a short while. Mega Tiranga rally in Bangalore ahead of Independence Day. All the details here on Republic. Stay with us.
कम टेम्परेचर कितना था?
सबसे कम -70। हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता CHN काटने का। मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला CHN काटने का।
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को।
छोटी बात नहीं साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना?
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. China has banned cryptocurrency. You're not allowed to trade in cryptocurrency in China. If you break the law, you'll be arrested. So why has China banned cryptocurrency? China has banned crypto, ladies and gentlemen, because crypto is dangerous. It has done so to save its own people and save its economy. But in India, China-backed loan sharks are using the crypto route to take out thousands of crores of hard-earned money, often of the poorest and the youngest, as part of a clear Chinese conspiracy to destroy India's economy and the lives of millions of Indians. Viewers, tonight, 2 leading crypto exchanges are under the scanner. So Republic's investigation is yielding results every single day, you're seeing. Bank accounts of crypto exchanges have been frozen. And a deep investigation is revealing how the poorest and most needy Indians, often facing severe financial distress post-COVID, were targeted and brutalized by China-backed dubious loan apps who charged over 1,000% interest and took the money of millions of Indians via the crypto route to their suspected Chinese hands. What are we doing?
The headlines at 9:30. Prime Minister Modi to host India's Commonwealth Games medal winners at his official residence today. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Rushdie is reportedly on ventilator after hours of surgery. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, entire nation gears up for mega celebrations. In a major crackdown, ATS arrests alleged Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist from Saharanpur. In a shocking incident, a 25-year-old man is stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar area. And in latest news and updates coming in as far as the tragic boat capsize in Banda is concerned, 6 more bodies have been recovered from the Kishanpur Ghat in Banda with the help of police and divers. 9 bodies have been recovered so far. The process of identifying the bodies and search operations are underway. A boat going from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in the Yamuna on the 11th of August. And Republic has been bringing you each and every update as it has happened. NDRF and SDRF have been hard at work ever since the tragedy struck. In rescue and relief work, many have been rescued, but in latest updates, which are there on your screen, 6 more bodies have been recovered. It's a massive human tragedy which could have been averted perhaps if local authorities had been aware and alert to the fact that the boat was overloaded. The state government taking note, the Yogi government taking note of this terrible tragedy in which many lives have been lost. And The State Disaster Response Force and the National Disaster Response Force have been hard at work ever since the capsize in order to rescue and relief work. And Harsha, to take us through this latest update. Harsha, we're talking about the Banda boat tragedy. We believe 6 more bodies have been recovered. What is the casualty count now?
See, the casualty count right now is 9. Till now, the 9 bodies have been recovered so far, but we have seen that yesterday 6 more bodies have been recovered, and the identification of the body is still in process. The incident which happened in Yamuna while the boat was going from Fatehpur to Marka on August 11 is such a tragic incident, and all the authorities have been paying attention, and many divers and SDRF and NDRF team were sent to the spot since the time for the evacuation, for the rescue of all those whose bodies have yet been found. There are many who have been missing, but there are many whose bodies have been recovered. And we have seen also how UP CM Yogi Adityanath has clearly stated that all will be given compensation, and not only this, the area around it, all the disaster management authorities, the local administration, all are at the spot near and about all that vicinity till what that lake goes in dire, that the divers are also have been in the position till August 11, and right now 9 bodies have been recovered so far, what we have been got to know through the administration. But there are many bodies who have yet not been identified because they were drowned so badly, and they were rescued by divers. Now the identification process of all those bodies are being done by the administration, but I've got to know that the boat was overloaded by so many people who were going from Fatehpur to Marka area, and that's why the incident have been happened. The entire investigation in this incident, how come it happened, is also being done by the administration. Back to the studio.
Right, Harsha, as you tell us, the Yogi government has announced compensation of around 4 lakh rupees, but we also believe that the boatmen have been arrested. Is there any other action likely to be taken as far as the investigations into this tragedy are concerned?
Exactly, the boatman has been arrested. Not only this, an investigation has also been carried out on this mode, that how many such boats are operating in that area in which boatmen are taking unregularized money from all the people to take them from one place to another. And we also know that that area there is no thing as called proper conveyance to go from one area to another. Most of the time people use boat to go from Fatehpur to Marka and Kishanpur, various places through boat only, and therefore there are many boatmen who charge illegally, not the authorized money as well, with the people who want to travel from one place to another. The investigation is going around in this matter, how much money was charged. It was charged illegally, and
right, so in the latest update, Harsha, there on the ground, as you can see, covering the Yamuna boat tragedy which took place, which claimed the lives of many. Although rescue operations have been able to salvage the situation somewhat, the Yogi government taking full note of the situation. Harsha, many thanks for joining us. We'll be back with you later for more. And now moving on to other news stories. Salman Rushdie, the renowned author whose writing led to death threats from Iran in the 1980s, was attacked on Friday as he was about to give a lecture in Western New York.
Following this story since it first happened, and here's the very latest. I can tell you that at this hour, we do know that Salman is still said to be alive, but of course his injuries are very, very critical. He's said to be in critical condition because, as we know, he was stabbed 10 to 15 times, including in the neck.
Author Salman Rushdie was stabbed in the neck as he was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Rushdie was airlifted and transported by helicopter to an area hospital. The incident took place when a man who is now under New York police custody stormed the stage at the Chautauqua institution and carried out the attack.
Back here at the amphitheater, there were about 2,500 people waiting to hear Salman Rushdie speak. He had just walked onto the stage, was still being introduced less than a minute before the event began, after the event began, and a man rushed from this audience up onto the stage and started punching or stabbing. It wasn't quite clear, but there was clearly some sort of blood or red liquid going in many directions. A collective sigh of shock from the audience, many of whom are here to contemplate the problems of the world, not just see them up close. And eventually the scene was, the amphitheater was evacuated. It's now a crime scene.
Salman Rushdie suffered years of death threats after writing the satanic verses. The New York governor stated that Salman Rushdie is alive and has been transported to safety.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people. And there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture. And a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
Witnesses say he was stabbed multiple times in the neck.
And so it is heartbreaking to learn that within the last hour, a prominent individual, Salman Rushdie, was attacked on a stage in Western New York. Just before he was about to give a speech. He is alive. He has been transported, airlifted to safety. But here's an individual who has spent decades speaking truth to power.
Now, outside of this, we know that there was also a moderator who was attacked. However, his injuries are said to be non-life-threatening. Of course, the attacker, because he did this in front of a large group of people, he was arrested right away, but we're still waiting to know more details about him.
The nature of the attack is eerily similar to how the Japanese translator of the satanic verses was found slain at a university northeast of Tokyo in July 1991 with multiple stab wounds. The attack has also revived conversation on global radicalization, considering Rushdie was an outspoken critic of extremism. However, conclusive reasons for the attack are awaited. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Har Ghar Tiranga campaign under the aegis of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to encourage people to bring the Tiranga home and to hoist it to mark 75th year of India's independence kicked off today. The campaign, initiated as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to commemorate India's 75th anniversary of independence, will run till the 15th of August. Anubrata Mandal kept in Nizam's Palace CBI office in Kolkata. The CBI continues to interrogate him in the infamous Bengal illegal cattle smuggling case. He was taken to Alipur Command Hospital for routine medical checkup. According to doctors, he is okay and there is no requirement of special medical attention. The fourth edition of the Indo-Oman joint military exercise, Al-Najah, was completed today at the Mahajan Field Firing Range in Bikaner. Parts of the Indian Army and the Royal Army of Oman participated. Two more persons arrested in connection with a blast that happened in the compound of the Indian police post in the Gul area of Ramban district of Jammu and Kashmir on the 2nd of August. According to Mohita Sharma, Superintendent of Police of Ramban, the arrested have been identified and both are residents of Gul. In a massive crackdown on terror, UP ATS arrests alleged Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist from Saharanpur. According to the agency, Nadeem was in direct contact with Pak-based terrorist outfits, JEM. He was given the task by JEM to kill Nupur Sharma. Due to a rise in the Dhasan River's water levels, 2 youths were trapped in the mid of the river island. The SDRF reached the spot to carry out rescue operations and saved them after 5 hours.
जो मछली पकड़ने गए थे वहाँ के लोग लोकल के जाते रहते हैं और जब पानी बढ़ा तो वो घबराहट में नहीं निकल पाए. पानी बढ़ गया ज़्यादा तो फिर वो इसलिए फिर थाने से सूचना प्राप्त हुई. नौगांव थाने से हम लोग जाकर रेस्क्यू करके उनको जीवित सुरक्षित निकाला.
Union Minister of State for External Affairs V. Muralidharan slams Communist Party of India MLA KT Jalil for his Azad Kashmir remark, saying his statement was nothing less than treason. Also demands resignation of Jalil after the latter referred to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as Azad Kashmir. A 25-year-old stabbed to death by by some people after an argument in South Delhi's Malvinagar area. The incident was caught on a CCTV camera. Delhi police have detained 3 and a case under sections 302 and 34 of the IPC have been registered. And getting you the latest update on author Salman Rushdie's condition. Reportedly, the author is on ventilator after hours of surgery after he was stabbed in the neck and torso at a lecture in a New York institution. Reportedly, he will likely lose one eye. So after that shocking attack on renowned author Salman Rushdie, who has written more than 13 books and won the Booker, news is that Salman Rushdie may lose one eye as a result of the attack. Immediately after the attack, he was airlifted to the trauma center of a nearby hospital, after which he was operated on for hours. He is now on ventilator and may lose one eye. And reports suggest that Rushdie sustained injuries to his liver as well. As of now, he is on ventilator. Let's listen in to know more.
Rushdie was airlifted to a local trauma center and is still currently undergoing surgery. Mr. Reese was transported via ambulance to a local hospital and was treated for a facial injury and subsequently released. The state police are being assisted by the Chautauqua County Sheriff's Office and the FBI in this investigation. We are also working with Chautauqua County DA Jason Schmidt, who will determine appropriate charges. The investigation continues, and once we receive further information regarding the condition of Mr. Rushdie.
So as you just heard in that official bite, well, the FBI is assisting the New York police. It's a shocking incident. Salman Rushdie has, although he has been in the news off and on over the years, ever since he published his satanic verses for various death threats that he received, particularly from Iran. In fact, the Iranian government had continued with a fatwa, an edict and the bounty on Salman Rushdie had been increased later on, in fact. And as of now, latest reports suggest that the renowned author may lose one eye as a result of this shocking attack in New York. He sustained injuries to his liver. The attack, he sustained the stabs in his neck and his torso.
देश की आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज पूरा देश आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। हमारी आन, मान और शान का प्रतीक भारत का राष्ट्रध्वज तिरंगा देश के शौर्य।
And mega celebrations begin as well. They have been continuing, in fact, for quite some time now. And this is the video that Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has published on the occasion of Independence Day. 75th Independence Day celebrations begin as the day approaches closer. And now Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath releases a video to celebrate the event. And this is the video just that we were just showing you of that the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister has released. Mega events planned across the country to celebrate the 75th year of India's independence. Now, as you see in those visuals, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath holding aloft the tricolor, and behind him, young school children.
हर घर तिरंगा है हमारी शान, हर घर तिरंगा है हमारा अभिमान, मेरे देश में सबको मिलती पहचान, मिलकर गाए हम सब तिरंगे की तान, हर घर तिरंगा
नमस्कार। देश की आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज पूरा देश आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। हमारी आन, मान और शान का प्रतीक भारत का राष्ट्रध्वज तिरंगा देश के शौर्य, शांति और बलिदान का प्रतीक भी है। आइए 13 अगस्त से 15 अगस्त तक हर घर तिरंगा अभियान से जुड़कर हम भी अपने अपने घर पर तिरंगा फहराकर आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में भागीदार बने। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के संकल्प से जुड़े। जय हिंद।
हर घर में तिरंगा फहराएं और देश की आज़ादी का हम सब बने हिस्सा हर घर तिरंगा अभियान का।
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Sathora Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks.
फौजी ने तिरंगे की लाज रखी। अगर विजय मिली तो तिरंगा लहराया और अगर वीरगति मिली तो तिरंगे में लिपट कर आया और ये उस फौजी का वादा था।
And as mega celebrations begin and the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign kicks off, those are visuals of Pushkar Singh Dhami of Uttarakhand there participating in the campaign. Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. And earlier we had shown you that video released by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. And in fact, across the country, the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign has kicked off as our 75th Independence Day approaches. These are visuals from Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand Chief Minister holding aloft the tricolour there. In fact, all major monuments of the country too have been lighted up to represent the tricolour.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सके, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सके, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सके।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region.
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks at the central government, the BJP hit back at the AAP Supremo, stating that freebies are short-term benefits which only benefit the Delhi Chief Minister. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malaut area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agriculture fields. The injured
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and ITBP has released a song themed at Har Ghar Tiranga. The song is composed and sung by ITBP Jawan Arjun Kheryal. ITBP has been hoisting the national flag at all its border posts and its units and formations across the country during the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign from the 13th to the 15th of August. Take a look.
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय!
अरे कफन बांध के निकला था वो मस्त मलंग दीवाना सा, देश की खातिर जान लुटा दो गाता एक तराना था। जय हिंद 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 जय हिंद। जब दुश्मन ने आंख दिखाई लहू था इसका खौल गया, लहू था इसका खौल गया। मातृभूमि की आन बचाने ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया, ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया। सींच दी धरती अपने खून से, दुश्मन भागा फिर उस पार, प्राण गवा के अमर हो
quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Republic has got to the bottom of the investigation into the culture of fraud being nurtured in the name of promotion of cryptocurrencies across the country, putting the citizens of the country at risk. At least 10 crypto exchanges are under investigation of ED, with at least 74 fintech firms also under the agency scanners for cheating and duping. The CRPF 196 Battalion recovered IED explosives that were planted in the forests of Mahadev Ghat in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. The recovery was made in the Kotwali Bijapur area during a search operation that was carried out by the soldiers. The explosives were planted by terrorists to especially target the CRPF soldiers.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सके, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सके, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सके।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
That this is for the first time in the television history of India that we are bringing you real patrolling footages.
This is a very important place. It is because of the valor and fortitude of our troops who fought here valiantly in 1962 that even our enemies were forced to call the area of Namti as the Tiger's Mouth.
मेरे साथ एक ऑफिसर था, मैंने उससे पूछा क्या मतलब है वॉर मेमोरियल में खाली पत्थर लगाना। उसने बोला कि सर ये वादा है फौज का, ये वादा है इंडियन आर्मी का कि और कितने भी नाम इस पत्थर पे लिख दिए जाएं, ये तिरंगा ऐसे ही लहराता रहेगा।
Top headlines at 10 a.m. According to reports, novelist Salman Rushdie unable to speak. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York event. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery. Update on the UP Banda boat tragedy. 6 more bodies recovered. Death toll rises to 9. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, entire nation gears up for mega celebrations. Prime Minister Modi to host India's Commonwealth Games medleys at his official residence at 11 a.m. Good morning and thanks for tuning in this Saturday morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Let's start away with breaking news coming in. An update on the Banda boat tragedy. We understand that 6 more bodies have now been retrieved, taking the death toll to 9, what we understand. Remember, search for those missing is still underway, so there seems to be little hope for those who have gone missing with respect to this boat tragedy that was reported. 6 more bodies, we are told, have been recovered, taking the death toll to 9 as of now. We are told that Minister will also be visiting this particular location where the search operation is underway as we speak. In the visuals, you can see this is the site where the rescue operations are underway, where the boat capsized. On August 11, 6 after the death toll that has now risen to 9, we understand that the search operation is still underway to find those missing. So hectic rescue operations that are underway as we speak. That's an update coming in with respect to the Yamuna boat tragedy after the boat that capsized, the unfortunate boat mishap incident that was reported. Well, we have the Banda district DM also joining us on the phone line. Anurag Patil also joining us. Sir, अगर आप हमें बता सकते हैं अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस के बारे में जो चल रहे हैं, डेथ टोल 9 हो गया है अभी, क्या सर्च ऑपरेशंस कैसे चल रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी भी बहुत लोग मिसिंग हैं?
मैडम, जो हम लोगों की जो एस्टिमेटेड पैसेंजर है वो नाव पे जो सवार थे वो 31 है, और टोटल जो हमने लाइव रिकवर किया है वो 16 है। टोटल बॉडी रिकवर्ड 11 है।
जी
हेलो
जी, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि 11 बॉडीज अभी तक रिकवर हुई हैं?
आज 8 बॉडी आज रिकवर हुई है, पहले की 3 बॉडी थी
जी।
जो एस्टिमेटेड पैसेंजर है वो 32 है।
ओके।
लाइव हम लोगों ने बताया वो 17 है, और जो एस्टिमेटेड मिसिंग है अभी तक जो है 4 है। 4
जी। हाँ जी, हमें आपकी आवाज आ रही है। एक बार अगर आप हमें फिर से बता सकते हैं, हमें जहां तक समझ में आया है 8 बॉडीज अभी आज रिकवर हुई हैं, 3 पहले हुई थी, तो डेथ टोल 11 हो चुका है। आप बोल रहे हैं कि 32 लोग जो थे जो पहले मिसिंग थे, जिसमें से 11 बॉडीज अभी तक रिकवर हुई हैं।
नहीं, not that is all. Total estimated passenger in the boat 32.
Okay. जी।
Missing today till time 4. तो estimated passenger in the boat 32, live recovered 17, total body recovered 11, और still missing estimated missing 4.
जी। आप
हमारी NDRF, SDRF, PSC की फ्लड यूनिट, जल यूनिट, लोकल गोताखोर करीब 40-45 लोकल गोताखोर ये सब लगे हुए हैं। ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, और हमारे फतेहपुर की और चित्रकूट जनपद की भी टीमें लगी हुई हैं, वहां के प्राइवेट गोताखोर भी लगे हुए हैं जाल के साथ।
जी। सर, आप हमें थोड़ा सा और बता सकते हैं, ये बोट कैसे कैप्साइज हुई, क्या सिचुएशन ऐसे आ गई थी जिसकी वजह से ये ट्रेजेडी हुई, और कितने पर्सनल अभी डिप्लॉयड हैं रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस पर?
मैडम, जो बोट के विषय में है, बोट क्योंकि रक्षाबंधन का त्योहार था तो बोट लेके नाविक जा रहा था। बीच यमुना में जाने पर उसका जो लहरें, थोड़ा हवा तेज हो गई और लहरें चलने लगी, तो उसका जो पतवार था वो फट गया, जिससे सवारियां डिसबैलेंस हो गई, उसके कारण नाव डूब गई।
All right, thank you so much. So that was the DM of Banda speaking to Republic and telling us about the rescue operations and the latest update on the tragedy in UP's Banda. Well, these are the visuals coming in live of Jai Shankar, who's leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Just a short while back, we also got you visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah, who was seen hoisting the national flag atop his residence in the national capital. And these visuals coming in from Karnataka, where Jai Shankar is leading the Tiranga rally ahead of the 75th Independence Day. So these are the live visuals that are coming to you of the Tiranga rally, which is being held in Karnataka, and we have, of course, MEA there, Jai Shankar Prasad, who is leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Hundreds of thousands of people who are taking part in this Tiranga rally, which is being held in Karnataka as we speak. Just a short while back, we also got you visuals of the dress rehearsal, which is taking place at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. Home Minister Amit Shah there was also seen at his official residence hoisting the national flag atop his residence. We had visuals of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also, who kicked off the Tiranga campaign. These visuals right now on your screens are of Jai Shankar, who is leading the Tiranga campaign, the Tiranga rally in Karnataka as we speak. So India there geared up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Just 2 days from now, India will be celebrating the 75th Independence Day. The visuals right now are of Jai Shankar Prasad, who is there along with the party cadre celebrating the Tiranga campaign in Karnataka. Well, moving on then, the latest updates coming in with respect to novelist Salman Rushdie's condition as we speak. We understand that he continues to be on the ventilator. In fact, reports now coming in that he may lose one eye as a result of the attack that happened on him late last evening. So the visuals on your screens right now, in fact, that was the morning hours in New York. The visuals coming to you live, the visuals, beg your pardon, are from yesterday when the attack happened on Salman Rushdie when he was stabbed on stage. We understand that his condition is still critical. He sustained injury in the liver is what we are getting to know at this point. He's still on ventilator, as I mentioned. He cannot speak, what we understand, because of his condition, which is still critical. It's being said that he may lose an eye in this tragic untoward attack that happened, the cowardly attack that happened on Salman Rushdie. The visuals that show you exactly that moment when Salman Rushdie was attacked while he was about to deliver a speech at this particular event in Western New York. And on the right side, you see visuals of Salman Rushdie, who was airlifted to the hospital right after the attack. We also have a special report on how all of this transpired, the updates that are coming in. Let's take a look at this report.
A little after 11 a.m. New York time, reports emerged of an attack on author Salman Rushdie as he was preparing to give a lecture. Minutes later, the first respondents arrived at the scene and Rushdie was airlifted. The New York police confirmed shortly after that it was in fact an incident of stabbing where the assailant stabbed the renowned author in the neck multiple times.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people. And there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture. And a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
Born in Mumbai in 1947, the author is known for combining magical realism with historical fiction. But the author has faced considerable threats to his life throughout his illustrious career. In 1989, Salman Rushdie went into hiding after a fatwa issued against the then Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. The fatwa was issued after the release of his book in 1988, which some claimed contained satanic verses. Many accused the author of blasphemy. Several nations, including India, banned the import of the book. However, it was ironic for Iran to issue a fatwa against Rushdie, considering the author actually backed the Iranian Revolution. The Iranian government backed the fatwa to kill Rushdie for 10 long years, during which he also survived an assassination attempt in August 1989. In 2010, the author was named in an Al-Qaeda hit list. And 12 years after that, in 2022, another attack on the famed author. The attack on Rushdie has sent shockwaves across the global community and has prompted a global prayer for a speedy recovery. The attacker in the incident has been detained, but the condition of Rushdie remains unknown. Agency report, Republic TV.
Trailing all the updates coming in on the health status of Salman Rushdie, we understand that his situation is still critical as he's on the ventilator. Well, on to more news then. The anti-terrorism squad of UP has arrested Jaish-e-Mohammed and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan-linked terrorist from Saharanpur as he was tasked to kill Nupur Sharma. Here's more on that story.
The UP anti-terror squad nabbed a terrorist from UP Saharanpur who was allegedly tasked to kill Nupur Sharma. He has been identified as Muhammad Nadeem. He is said to have links with two major terror outfits, Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. According to the initial probe, the terrorist was in direct contact with his Pakistan and Afghanistan handlers. The UP ATS also recovered some incriminating documents as well as chats and voice messages related to action plans prepared for the alleged task of killing Nupur Sharma. Notably, this is the second arrest that came to the fore in regards to the former BJP spokesperson. Last month, the Border Security Force arrested a Pakistani man from the India-Pakistan international border in Rajasthan. Following the arrest, he also admitted to have crossed the border with the intention to kill Nupur Sharma. A major threat to the life of Nupur Sharma has been averted. Meanwhile, further investigation is underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And in the run-up to the 75th Independence Day, visuals coming in from across the country where Tiranga rallies are being conducted. Let's take a look at some visuals coming in. These from Karnataka, where you see Jai Shankar there, the Minister of External Affairs, leading the Tiranga rally in Karnataka with the party workers. So the tricolour flying in fact being held high as a Tiranga rally is being led by Jai Shankar there in Karnataka. In fact, this is not just Karnataka, visuals coming in from across the country where not just the party workers, not just the central government, we have the ITBP Jawans, we have the BSF Jawans, we have from the army Jawans as well, from the Jawans, from the central ministers, from the party workers. We have everyone celebrating the Tiranga rally as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav as the country gears up for the 75th Independence Day. These visuals are coming in of hundreds of thousands of party workers who are there with Jai Shankar Prasad to take part in this Tiranga rally. You can see flower petals also being showered as the Tiranga rally is being led by Jai Shankar there with chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai as well that were heard in this Tiranga rally that is being held. Remember, just a short while back, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also kick-started the Tiranga campaign. Well, on to more breaking news coming in this Saturday morning. This one with respect to Bitta Karate. We understand that the JNK government has sacked Bitta Karate's son and wife is what we understand. So big news break coming in from JNK where the JNK administration has sacked Bitta Karate's son and wife. Gursimran is breaking that story. Gursimran, give us all the latest updates.
See, this is a big action by the Jammu and Kashmir government. Now, multiple decisions have been taken to terminate those employees who have been into anti-national activities, and the wife of Bitta Karate and son of Sayyid Salahuddin along with two other officials, the teachers, a scientist and associate assistant professor in the Kashmir University who was for Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists have now been sacked by the Jammu and Kashmir government. And important to mention that this is in continuation with the JNK government's decision that there will be a crackdown on the black sheep that are inside the administration in the civil administration. The wife of Bitta Karate is in civil administration in Jammu and Kashmir, and now a decision has been taken that she will be sacked from her duty. Apart from that, the son of Sayyid Salahuddin. Earlier also, the decision was taken to terminate the son of Sayyid Salahuddin. The other sons, and now one more son of Sayyid Salahuddin will be terminated from the services. Apart from that, one scientist and assistant professor of the Kashmir University who was having links with Lashkar-e-Toiba, he was a former Lashkar terrorist. He has now been terminated from the service by the JNK government.
Gursimran, stay with us. If you can just put this into context for us, for our viewers as well. If you could talk to us more about Bitta Karate, the separatist leader, and take us through the details.
See, Bitta Karate was involved in the killing of Kashmiri Pandits in the Kashmir Valley, and there is even on-record confession of Bitta Karate that how he killed the Kashmiri Pandits from the people in the Kashmir Valley, and it was clearly on the directions of the Pakistan. But the wife of Bitta Karate, she was in the court of the government. So
Well, we seem to have lost that network with Gursimran. We'll connect with Gursimran again. But that's the resolve of the J&K government, that there's going to be zero tolerance for those terror sympathizers. Latest action that's been taken by the J&K administration, as it has now sacked Bitta Karate's son and wife, showing zero tolerance to terror is what the resolve is of the J&K government and the central government. The latest action that's been taken against the kin of Bitta Karate, the separatist leader. We'll go across to Gursimran as well to get us more details that he's learning. We'll go across to him in just a bit. Remember, Bitta Karate is a separatist leader, and a lot of action that it's also been. We have Gursimran back with us. Gursimran, please continue your point. You were trying to tell us more about Bitta Karate, the separatist leader.
See, Bitta Karate was involved in the killings of the Kashmiri Pandits in the Kashmir Valley, and even was responsible for the exports of the Kashmiri Pandits, because Salman was carrying out the killings of the innocent Kashmiri Pandits during 1990s at the start of the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. He was instrumental in the violence that has taken place and also for the exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits. So a relief coming for the Kashmiri Pandit community, at least the J&K government, which has always in the past been hampering and harboring these terror proxies, has now acted against them.
Okay, all right. So we'll connect with Gursimran again. So the action that's been taken by the J&K government with respect to sacking of Bitta Karate's son and wife. So showing us, so the J&K administration there showing zero tolerance for the terror sympathizers, and the latest action that's been taken against Bitta Karate's kin. So what we understand as of now is that Bitta Karate's wife and Syed Sabdullah's son have been sacked by the J&K government. A scientist and an assistant professor of Kashmir University also sacked is what we understand. We'll go across to Gursimran to get us some more details and put this into context for us. So big action that's been taken there by the J&K government against Bitta Karate's son as well as wife, showing zero tolerance to terror activities. So it's a massive crackdown on terror ecosystem by the Lieutenant Governor of J&K, Manoj Sinha. What we understand, Syed Salahuddin's son among 4 government employees who've been dismissed for terror links. That's a source-based information that is trickling in at this point. So a lot of details that we'll go across to Gursimran as well. That's the latest update coming in. Bitta Karate's wife and son axed by the J&K government. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek to give us more details. Abhishek, if you could give us the latest that you're learning on this big news break coming in from J&K.
Well, yes, this is a big breaking development coming in on the eve of just a couple of days ahead of Independence Day. The crackdown continues in the valley, and what is important is those who were being treated with kid gloves by earlier establishments, that's not happening now. So in this crackdown, for example, Bitta Karate, who's in effect accused of starting the militancy against Kashmiri Pandits and the targeted killing culture, his wife, who was a government employee, and Syed Salahuddin, his third son, in fact. We have seen similar action a few months back. Syed Salahuddin's 2 sons, they had lost their government jobs, they were dismissed. And now the third son also has lost his job in this crackdown on those who continue to have terror links, what's called overground workers. And, they continue to enjoy perks and privileges of being in government, continue to get pensions, continue to get government salary, even as they would, go on to help with terror activities, facilitate terror activities in the valley. So 4 government employees, including Bitta Karate's wife, and a scientist at D level in the Kashmir University, they have been looking for their connections with terror. Also, Asaba Arzuman Khan, she's the wife of Bitta Karate, who's acting in Farooq Ahmad Dar, and she's the 2011 batch Kada Administrative Service Officer. Then the scientist was identified as Mohit Ahmed Bhatt, and he was working with the Kashmir University. Then there's Majid Hussain Qadri, He's a senior assistant professor in the Kashmir University. And Sayyid Abdul Majid, he's the manager IT in the JKEDI. They were all removed from their services, invoking Article 311 of the Constitution of India, which is now applicable. And Sayyid Abdul Muid is the third son of Sayyid Salahuddin. So that's the development coming in, and we have seen similar action being taken earlier also. Sayyid Salahuddin's two sons already dismissed, the third one going out. We have seen how a list has been prepared of those who, while continuing to enjoy taxpayers' money through salaries and pensions, in fact, also continue to aid terror activities, sometimes indirectly, sometimes even directly. And I think a decision has been taken that no indulgence would be grouped with those people, those set of people in the valley. So action being taken now by the administration of Jammu and Kashmir, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, using their special powers under Article 311 of the Constitution and dismissing these four that I named from service, which includes the wife of Bitta Karate and third son of Sayyid Salahuddin.
Yes. Abhishek, stay with us. We also have activist Sushil Pandit also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response on this mega action that's been taken by the J&K government as a crackdown on terror against Bitta Karate's kin.
Well, while I welcome this action, please don't call it quick action. You know, it has taken decades where all the militants, their kith and kin, their sons, daughters, grandsons, were posted in plum places. They were getting rich to the fat of the land. They were peddling influence. And there are several more, hundreds and thousands of them, still in the system. And we cannot cleanse this system in removing ones and twos after months of haggling and pursuing. You have to weed them out consistently, relentlessly, till you cleanse this system. This is symbolism. Though I fully welcome this. Please don't treat this as some kind of opposition to this decision. But these are too little, too late steps, and ones and twos happening between months and months of gap. When you have thousands to turn out of the system, we cannot work at this pace. It has to be swifter, faster, in much larger number. And not just taking them out of service. Please charge sheet them. They have committed crimes. Prosecute them. Punish them. They should be discredited. And those who have put them in the system should be exposed. Can you imagine who must have taken these decisions to employ Sayyid Salahuddin's son, grandson of Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, brothers, sisters of known militants, Hurriyat leaders, the entire administration, the police, the bureaucracy, the lower judiciary, the media, the academia, the faculties are packed with their students. We need all of them out. It will not work with symbolism. It will not work with tinkering here and there. Please, I beg of Manoj Sinha, not just rest with these 2 or 3 names that he has come up after months in the office. He should immediately put together a task force, weed them out, make a list of them, and relentlessly go after them. We have no time. We have already wasted decades in doing this.
All right, Sushil
Thank you
Pandit,
so
we'll
much.
leave it at that. So Sushil Pandit, activist there, welcoming the move on the crackdown on terror by the J&K governor, but also going on to add that a swifter action needs to be taken. Thank you so much. That's the latest we are learning. Just to take our viewers on what are the updates that we are learning at this point. 4 government employees, including Bitta Karate's wife and a scientist at Kashmir University, have been sacked from service for terror-related activities. That's a massive crackdown on terror. We have BJP's Gaurav Bhatia also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response on the massive crackdown on terror by the J&K administration there, Bitta Karate's kin who have been sacked by the J&K administration.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
It's a very welcome move, and it sends out a very strong message to all the people who indulge in illegal activities and have a soft corner for the terrorists, that if you have to be in India, you have to have your allegiance to the country, to the tricolor. And people who try to weaken our democracy and our country will not go unpunished.
Yes. Thank you so much. So that was BJP's Gaurav Bhatia giving his response, welcoming the move by the J&K administration there. Of course, this comes after the kin of Bitta Karate who've been sacked, his Bitta Karate's wife as well as son who've been sacked by the J&K administration there. So a rampant action that's been taken by the J&K governor. Put this into context, 4 government employees, including Bitta Karate's wife and a scientist, have been dismissed from service from the Kashmir University for terror-related links. Of course, this comes just ahead of the Independence Day. So as India gears up for the 75th Independence Day, the crackdown on terror-related activities continues in full swing. And this time it's the J&K administration who has, in fact, led from the front and has sacked the kin of Bitta Karate, his son and his wife. In fact, Asaba Azruman Khan, who is the wife of Farooq Ahmad alias Bitta Karate, is a 2011 batch JKS officer who's been sacked from service for terror-related links. That's the latest we are learning. The visuals on your screens of Bitta Karate and of course his wife and son who have now been sacked as part of massive crackdown on terror-related activities by the J&K administration. Well, we'll go across to Abhishek as well to get his quick perspective on this big story that is coming from J&K on the mega crackdown on terror. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi is also joining us. Wing Commander, good morning. That's a big step that's been taken by the J&K administration there. If I can get your quick response on the crackdown on terror by the J&K government as the kin of Bitta Karate who've now been sacked by the J&K government.
Thank you. This aspect required some stern action and some stern opinion on part and policy on the part of India that kith and kin of terrorists, especially being put onto the government job just because they have been slain. That aspect should not be, followed. Well, if somebody comes through competition and as an independent competition it comes out, the Indian government will not stop. So it just shows that Indian policy is now going for a change. It is no more, keeping quiet on Rohingyas. It is no more keeping quiet on terrorists. It is no more keeping quiet on Kashmiri Pandits. This is a remarkable change which we are witnessing, and entire India is looking to this sort of a step which is being taken. So if this step has been taken, I personally feel most of the Indian citizens who love their country will support it.
Wing Commander, just a follow-up question. We were also speaking to Sushil Pandit, the activist, just a short while back. He, of course, welcomed the move, but went on to say that there is a lot that still needs to be done. If I can get your perspective on what else needs to be done at a rampant pace to crack down on terror-linked activities.
Well, to start with, you have to make your firm base first. From my side, my personal opinion is start the inquiry of Kashmiri Pandits, start the FIRs, start taking back the property which they have been occupied by them. That is the first step. If we initiate it, then only we will make headway. Yes, make up a complete command and control of the intelligence system. All the terrorist elements are sleeper cells hiding within the area. They are not migrating from Pakistan every day, coming by here and all. No, they are not coming from POK.
They are well within here as sleeper cells. We have to start getting them out. We have to revamp our intelligence reporting system, and probably we'll have to make it a one reporting system, one command and control we'll have to do, but that is a must. If we can make this effect, what these two things I've told you, if we start it, you will see that you will come on the map of top anti-terrorist fighting country. So this is what is required.
All right, Wing Commander Praful Bakshi, thanks for sharing your views with us. So, a welcome move there by the J&K administration, a big crackdown on terror just ahead of the 75th Independence Day. The kin of Bitta Karate, who have now been sacked from their post as a crackdown on terror by the J&K government there. So, no terror nexus policy that is in full swing there by the J&K government as we speak. So that is the latest coming in, and we were also speaking to a lot of, we're getting a lot of reactions of from not just from the BJP but from activists as well, who welcomed the move, saying that it is a step in the right direction. So that's the big story coming in at this point. This one from J&K. So state patronage that has now been rolled back, no government posts for terror sympathizers as a big crackdown on terror by the J&K government there, accommodating kin of terror policy that has now come to an end. A quick action there by the J&K administration, Bitta Karate's kin, his wife and son who've been sacked from the top posts. So activist Sushil Pandit saying that it should be a blanket policy and that there should be no posts for those terror sympathizers in the government. LG Manoj Sinha's massive crackdown on terror in J&K. Major General K.K. Sinha is also joining us on the phone line. Sir, your first response, big crackdown on terror in J&K.
I think it is a very solid step which the government is now actually doing on ground. This particular decision was taken long back, and there was some work which was on periphery which was done. If you remember, Sayyid Salahuddin's 3 sons are there, and they were all government employees. There was, a decision was taken to expel them from there. Now, when the things are actually happening on ground, it is going to hit. This is the only way, because all these terror networks have found a very strong base in this establishment, and no one can touch them. There are a number of cases. It is not only Bitta Karate or Sayyid Salahuddin's sons who are there. It is known fact that people have found, and these are the actually when we talk about overground workers, they are the overground workers which have legitimate, which has been given by the state. Now, the time has come, not the time has come only to talk, but you have to walk the talk. These people have to be on very good steps, and we want to see. It is not only that you take action. These people have to send to the place where they deserve. And if you are abide with the law, the places are there where they can't come up. So these people have, we want to see these people who have actually done. They want sedition is a huge thing. They want to break the country. So, these people require a place where to be done, and it has to be a very fast action. This is my reaction for the action.
Well, thank you, Major General, for sharing your insights with us. So, game changer action that's been taken in J&K with the wife and son of Bitta Karate who've now been sacked from their post. Slipping into a very short break, a lot's lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll get you all the latest on the Yamuna boat tragedy. After 6 more bodies recovered, their death toll rises to 11. And Prime Minister Modi to host India's Commonwealth Games medal winners at his official residence at 11 a.m.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know
what is knowledge?
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. China has banned cryptocurrency. You're not allowed to trade in cryptocurrency in China. If you break the law, you'll be arrested. So why has China banned cryptocurrency? China has banned crypto, ladies and gentlemen, because crypto is dangerous. It has done so to save its own people and save its economy. But in India, China-backed loan sharks are using the crypto route to take out thousands of crores of hard-earned money, often of the poorest and the youngest, as part of a clear Chinese conspiracy to destroy India's economy and the lives of millions of Indians. Viewers, tonight, 2 leading crypto exchanges are under the scanner. So Republic's investigation is yielding results every single day, you're seeing. Bank accounts of crypto exchanges have been frozen. And a deep investigation is revealing how the poorest and most needy Indians, often facing severe financial distress post-COVID, were targeted and brutalized by China-backed dubious loan apps who charged over 1,000% interest and took the money of millions of Indians via the crypto route to their suspected Chinese hands. What are we doing? They say crypto is cool. Ladies and gentlemen, Al-Qaeda affiliates are using crypto, have used crypto. Terror networks use crypto. And the corrupt who want to avoid their country's rules to take money out have used crypto. And that is why China has completely banned cryptocurrency. And that is also why China has targeted India to create a mad, crazy crypto craze. If there is any country that knows the dangers of crypto, it is China. And that is why, in national interest, I am calling for a boycott and a ban on crypto. Cinema stars and social media influencers who are being paid money to promote crypto, they know that it hurts the country. They should stop doing so. But they won't. Because for them it's quick money. National interest doesn't matter. And tonight, as I come with evidence of how crypto is a route to take away the money of the poorest Indians, I call upon the conscience of these people and yours to come together to ban crypto, ladies and gentlemen. If we don't, then we will create an avalanche of financial instability in the country at the ground level. We will hurt our country. We cannot afford to do that.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of.
मैं सिर्फ धूल, मिट्टी, टैंक का ऑयल आपके चेहरों पर देखना चाहता हूं और अपने हुनर को उस तलवार की धार की तरह और नुकीला और पैना करेंगे जो कि हमारे दुश्मनों के दिलों में चीरती हुई निकल जाएगी। क्लियर है?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying tuned with us. A quick look at all that's making headlines in the celebrations taking place across the country. As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above. As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also hoisted the national flag in the run-up to the Independence Day. Taking to social media, Yogi Adityanath said, and I quote, "The whole country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav under the leadership of Prime Minister. To commemorate the completion of 75 years of country's independence, the national flag of the country is also a symbol of our pride, a symbol of bravery, peace, sacrifice of the country."
In the backdrop of India's 75th year of Indian independence, the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi, is going to meet sportspersons from Commonwealth Games to celebrate their triumph, struggles and patriotism. Stay tuned for all updates as we give you all the latest updates from the 7 LKM, from where the Prime Minister would meet all the sportspersons and athletes.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Salman Rushdie stabbed in the neck and abdomen by a man who rushed on the stage as the author was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Police have identified the attacker as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. He was arrested at the scene and was awaiting arraignment. State Police Major Eugene says the motive for the stabbing is still unclear. Falcon 9 launches 46 Starlink satellites into the low Earth orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. First stage booster supporting this mission previously launched Crew 1, Crew 2, Globalstar, FM-15 and 1 Starlink mission. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage returned to Earth and landed on the drone ship stationed in the Pacific Ocean. Park authorities have revoked broadcast permits for a private television station after it was taken off air following an interview during which an opposition party official allegedly incited troops and officers against the military leadership. The development came after ARY TV aired the interview of Shehbaz Gill, a close aide of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi enrolled the climate, tax and health legislations. Slipping into a very short break, on the other side, we'll continue to get you visuals of celebrations being held as part of Tiranga campaign under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav.
The only thing which is still in his mind is Naam, Namak and Nishan. Naam of his battalion.
Yes.
Namak, of course, is eating off the banner and the Nishan of the banner he's carrying.
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks at the central government, the BJP hit back at the AAP Supremo, stating that freebies are short-term benefits which only benefit the Delhi Chief Minister. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malaut area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agriculture fields. The injured were moved to the hospital. Meanwhile, further investigation is still underway.
Salman Rushdie stabbed in the neck and abdomen by a man who rushed on the stage as the author was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Police have identified the attacker as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. He was arrested at the scene and was awaiting arraignment. State Police Major Eugene says the motive for the stabbing is still unclear. Falcon 9 launches 46 Starlink satellites into the low Earth orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. First stage booster supporting this mission previously launched Crew 1, Crew 2, Globalstar, FM-15 and 1 Starlink mission. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage returned to Earth and landed on the drone ship stationed in the Pacific Ocean. Pak authorities have revoked broadcast permits for a private television station after it was taken off air following an interview during which an opposition party official allegedly
Well, straight away cutting across to these live visuals that are coming in. Very rich visuals of the Tiranga rally, which is being held in the national capital as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Tiranga rallies being conducted across the country, and this visual coming in from the national capital where people can be seen holding high the tricolour. This, of course, is 2 days ahead of the Independence Day, which is all set to take place. Meanwhile, simultaneously dress rehearsals are taking place at the iconic Red Fort. Time to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more visuals of the mega celebrations taking place in the national capital under the Tiranga campaign.
मैं सिर्फ धूल, मिट्टी, टैंक का ऑयल आपके चेहरों पर देखना चाहता हूं और अपने हुनर को उस तलवार की धार की तरह और नुकीला और पैना करेंगे जो कि हमारे दुश्मनों के दिलों में चीरती हुई निकल जाएगी। क्लियर है? भारत माता की!
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Sathora Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की!
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks at the central government, the BJP hit back at the AAP Supremo, stating that freebies are short-term benefits which only benefit the Delhi Chief Minister. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malaut area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agriculture fields. The injured were moved to the hospital. Meanwhile, further investigation is still underway.
Salman Rushdie, stabbed in the neck and abdomen by a man who rushed on the stage as the author was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Police have identified the attacker as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. He was arrested at the scene and was awaiting arraignment. State Police Major Eugene says the motive for the stabbing is still unclear. Falcon 9 launches 46 Starlink satellites into the low Earth orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. First stage booster supporting this mission previously launched Crew 1, Crew 2, Globalstar, FM-15 and 1 Starlink mission. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage returned to Earth and landed on the drone ship stationed in the Pacific Ocean. Park authorities have revoked broadcast permits for a private television station after it was taken off air following an interview during which an opposition party official allegedly incited troops and officers against the military leadership. The development came after ARY TV aired the interview of
Welcome back. So very rich, colourful visuals coming in from across the country of the Tiranga rallies being held. The visuals on your screens are from the national capital, where you can see hundreds of people who are holding tricolour high in their hand and taking part in that Tiranga rally ahead of the 75th Independence Day. Slipping into a very short break, on the other side we'll continue with our mega coverage as the country gears up for the 75th Independence Day.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है.
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता. इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं.
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए.
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Sathora Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय!
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks at the central government, the BJP hit back at the AAP Supremo, stating that freebies are short-term benefits which only benefit the Delhi Chief Minister. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malaut area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agriculture fields. The injured were moved to the hospital. Meanwhile, further investigation is still underway.
Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. Terrorist Bitta Karate's wife sacked by Jammu and Kashmir administration. Reports suggest, as of now, Rushdie unable to speak. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery. Yamuna boat tragedy, 6 more bodies recovered. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, entire nation gears up for mega celebrations. Prime Minister Modi to host India's Commonwealth Games 2022 medal winners at his official residence today. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top breaking story at this hour, in the past 2 years, 36 terror-linked kin have been terminated from government jobs, excluding today's action. Breaking news coming in now. Bitta Karate's wife has been sacked from the Jammu and Kashmir Administrative Service position that she had been occupying. And what we are hearing now in a loud and clear message from the Jammu and Kashmir government that accommodating kin of terror policy ends, and it ends now. Since the past 2 years, 36 such jobs have been terminated. The policy of appeasement is now at an end. Bitta Karate's wife has been removed from her position. Bitta Karate is currently in custody on terror funding charges. And let's go across. Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us on the phone line. Mr. Major General Bakshi, how do you react to this major step taken by the Jammu and Kashmir administration?
It was long overdue, and I'm glad that they have done it, because this meets the end of justice. Bitta Karate is a murderer, foul murderer, and his only place was behind the bar. Sayyid Salahuddin's son was taking the fullest advantage of his father's role as a terrorist godfather of sorts in Pakistan, and he was throwing his weight around and exploiting the name of his father for personal gain. He also had to be removed. We could not have given them government jobs for engaging in crime against the people. I'm glad these actions have been taken. There I Durustha.
Well, how do you link the fact that a young woman of her age who had just joined the Jammu and Kashmir Administrative Service, as she had done, of that time, would want to marry a known terrorist, somebody who had been jailed on terror charges? As somebody who is well aware of the kind of situation that prevailed in the valley at the time, of the kind of mood, how would you explain that?
Look, that was a different era. That was a different era altogether, and when they were trying to, by their propaganda, romanticize these murderers, terrorists, killers, and they were, trying to lionize them. And Sayyid Salahuddin was treated something like almost, and the Hurriyat was treated like a government in the making. At any time the government of India would relent and go soft in the head and weaken, and these guys would take over. So they were almost treated as a government in making. That is what is the attraction the attraction of power. The power that looked like that they had almost won, because the government was then behaving as weak and as a pushover. You can't have that kind of a thing. Now the government has been firm and very straightforward. No question of 370, no question of 35A, and that's it. The people have said, yes, okay, at least we know your mind. At least you are very clear. And that helps them to become clear that these terrorists will never be allowed to take charge, never be allowed to form a government and rule. For God's sake, that was the impression they had created in the minds of the people. Thanks to the pusillanimity of those past governments, they had given an impression of weakness.
So do you feel the message has gone out loud and clear, and especially as far as this government is concerned, 36 such terrorist kin have been terminated from their jobs so far?
Certainly, the government is absolutely on the right track. They are calling the shots and they are telling the terrorists where they belong, behind the bars. And if they were extracting advantages because of their terrorist connections, no longer. Forget it. You will face the consequences.
Well, there was a certain concept when we look back, as far as previous governments were concerned, of the rehabilitation of terrorists. What happens to that now?
Look, we've always said...
Misguided youth, they were called.
Yeah. सुबह का भूला शाम को घर आ जाए तो भूला नहीं करा था. Because we wanted to spare Kashmiri lives, we could easily have shot these terrorists, but because they were locals, to the locals we had a separate policy over that, okay, if there is a change of heart, we are prepared to accept you back. It may be late, but it's never too late, and if you have a change of heart, you're always back to join the mainstream. But that was not there for these foreign terrorists and these murderers who were killed. They have to face justice. They have to pay for their actions, their sins.
Yes, Major General Bakshi, stay with us. Joining us now is Dr. Nirmal Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir and senior BJP leader. Mr. Singh, we are just hearing that the Jammu and Kashmir administration has sacked Bitta Karate's wife, who has long been serving even till now in the Jammu and Kashmir Administrative Service. Your reactions to this?
It's a very welcome step. It's not too late, then never. As we have seen that the state government is working, the UT government is working very effectively, and especially we see that after 5th August 2019, all the separatist elements, people who were supporting terrorism, jihadi terrorism, they are taken to task. We were waiting for this occasion, but it has come. What you see that there is a rule of law. Sometimes the law takes its own course, and sometimes it takes time. And they have taken time. The law has taken time, but they have done a very right thing, and they have been sacked. But there are other elements also in the administration, in the politics, and other institutions, and amongst the public at large. And ultimately, you'll see that the government, whether it's the central government or it's the UT government, they will definitely take appropriate action under law to take these people to task. I'll say thank you to this UT administration.
What would you say is the message that the Jammu and Kashmir, what would you say is the example that the Jammu and Kashmir government wants to set here?
Actually, during all these years, before 2019, all such elements, they were of the opinion, they were under the impression that nobody is going to touch them. Because the so-called mainstream parties, they were supporting them in the name of democracy, in the name of special status. And ultimately, the administration, the bureaucracy at the lower level in the education institutions, whether it's a Kashmir University or the schools and other areas, these people, they had entered during this terrorism days, especially after 1990s. So ultimately now they are being tracked and they are being taken to task. And ultimately you see that if we have to integrate Jammu and Kashmir fully, constitutionally we have integrated. But if we have to, you can say, integrate the people, as you have seen during this Tiranga Yatra, there's a title is being hoisted on every house. The Tiranga Yatra was taken out in this Lal Chowk, and this is the message which is going on. And now this is the turn of these people who are these fringe elements. They are only fringe elements. They are to be taken to task. That's the message which the government is giving very clearly to the people. Anybody who's against India, who's against the concept of India, they shall be taken to task.
Many thanks, Mr. Singh, for joining us there. And joining us now also on the phone line is Colonel Singh. Colonel Singh, when we talk about the wife of Bitta Karate, she's just been sacked by the Jammu and Kashmir administration after all these years. Your reactions?
This was long overdue. This was a kind of industry flourishing in Kashmir. You know, to the extent that government servants in early 90s, they were sent across the border to receive jihadi training in Pakistan. And once they came back after training, their absence was not even, announced. And they were again absorbed into government jobs, and thereafter they used to work in sleeper cells, or, in giving their support to various jihadi activities. Some of them became jihadis themselves. So this is one. Bitta Karate's wife is just one example. Why do you forget Sayyid Salahuddin, the chairman of the so-called United Jihad Council? His children working for the government. Now you may say, you may be not you. I don't mean you, but one may fancy himself or herself to be a great liberal and say that how does it matter? Because we are all individuals. But remember, we are not individuals. Merely individuals who belong to a family and we belong to a society. And if some of your, one of your family members is involved in terrorism, then it is your duty to go to the authorities and then say that, look, my husband is a terrorist, but I am patriotic. But you can't have a situation where you have a son living in the same house or a husband living in the same house and acting in indulging in acts of terrorism. And in fact, that amounts to supporting terrorism with money earned out of the government of India. And why? I mean, this is one example of Bitta Karate, Sayyid Salahuddin. I'm saying, what about the industry that was, running in New Delhi? Pakistan High Commission, part of the same ecosystem, and who all were part of the ecosystem? Persons no less than the Prime Minister and, various ministers of this country who frequented Pakistan High Commission. Why do you forget those Pakistan High Commission star parties? Yes. Tell me.
Colonel Singh, there have been 40 such terrakin who have been removed from their positions by the present government. What, as a defense expert, what would you say is the kind of harm that such people who in such positions have been causing over the years as far as the security of our country is concerned, as far as the safety of our citizens is concerned?
No, we as citizens, we have suffered for long. This is the actual character of the proxy war apparatus. And don't lament that there is a proxy war going on, because we have been complicit in establishing this, proxy war apparatus. And it is not in Kashmir. It's not confined to Kashmir. It suffuses entire India. And if somebody says that there were elements within India who invited Pakistan to launch 2611. They're not at all off the mark. Not at all off the mark. Otherwise, you mean to say that how did somebody know that 2611 is going to take place, and he had written a book 2-3 months before? You are totally aware of what I'm speaking. So this proxy war apparatus, you cannot imagine, ma'am, that how many Indians are part of this proxy war apparatus in India. Many of them come on television. I know what they are up to. Somebody is a member of the PFI, somebody has been with the Jamaat-e-Islami, somebody has got, links with all various kinds of global jihadi organizations. Somebody visits Turkey in a very brazen way, and we don't take notice. Why should a person? I mean, I've never seen
exactly,
this,
sir.
Maybe
many thanks.
Okay.
Well, many thanks, Colonel Singh, for sharing your thoughts with us. We also have with us Major Gaurav Arya. Major Arya, when we talk about the sacking of Bitta Karate, most of our guests, our experts who joined us on the show said that it was long overdue. Your reactions?
Absolutely, I would agree with them. Long overdue. Sayyid Salahuddin, his 5 sons at one point in time, they were working for the government, and Sayyid Salahuddin is the person who's the head of the United Jihad Council. He's based out of Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. He lives there. He lives in Islamabad also. So, and even Bitta Karate, who's responsible for, a great part of the Kashmiri Pandit genocide and their movement out of Kashmir. He's living in the open like a VIP in Kashmir. And this is a very, very small step, but it's a welcome step. And nobody, their relatives have also benefited from all this terror that these people have spread. And it's good that we are doing this, but it's been too little, too late. But at least something has been done. We can take heart from the fact that at least something has been done.
Well, Major Arya, tell us something about the kind of harm that terrorists skin in such positions. For example, Bitta Karate's wife, an officer in the Jammu and Kashmir Administrative Service, the kind of harm that such people can actually cause and have caused.
These people are conduits of information. I mean, Bitta Karate's wife is with Bitta Karate, and whatever goes on in the government, the government also has grapevine. And in Kashmir, where the security situation is so so precarious most of the time, that anybody who has anything to do with the government you just cannot take that risk. You just simply cannot take that risk of anybody who's an anti-national, who has worked against the sovereignty of India, has blood on their hands, can be so easily just let out. And like people like Bitta Karate's wife or somebody's son or daughter. I mean, even Sayyid Salahuddin's grandchildren were working, though they were working in private companies. Apparently, the grandson of or the granddaughter of Gilani, Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, was working for Jet Airways one point in time. So Colonel RFN Singh, whatever he said, I absolutely agree. And this is a huge network, and it's not restricted to Kashmir. These people are in Delhi. These people are in universities. They're there in South India, North India, East, West, everywhere. They're there and they're running somebody else's agenda. I mean, this is unfortunate, but it's true.
Exactly. Well, Major Gaurav Arya, many thanks for joining us. We also had with us defense expert Colonel RSN Singh, as well as Major General Dixit. Many thanks to all our guests, as also former Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister Nirmal Singh, who shared their thoughts with us on this breaking news. The Jammu and Kashmir taking swift action against strong action, sending out a strong message that there will be zero patronage for terrorist skin, removing Bitta Karate's wife from her position in the Jammu and Kashmir Administrative Service. And I'm moving on to other news in live and breaking here on Republic. The Caste Scrutiny Committee has given a clean chit to ex-NCB Zonal Director Sameer Wankhede. The order reads that Wankhede was not a Muslim by birth, also states that it's not proven that he and his father converted to Islam, but it's proven that they belong to Meher 37 scheduled caste. To know more about this, we will be connecting with our reporter, but it's a big win for Sameer Wankhede, and it's all out in the open. The ex-NCB officer has proved his credentials. It's a big win. The caste security panel gives him a clean chit. We're talking here about Sameer Wankhede, and it has proven that Wankhede, it is not proven, says this new revelation, breaking news, that he converted to Islam. Alicia, to explain the background and the details about this breaking news, we are talking here about how it's a big win for ex-NCB officer Sameer Wankhede. The caste security panel has given him a clean chit. Alicia.
Well, yes, it's an order from the Mumbai Scrutiny where they have given a clearly clean sheet to Sameer Wankhede on the complaint that was given by Nawab Malik. We know that it was a complaint that was a complaint letter over his religion that was given by Nawab Malik to check whether Sameer Wankhede does not belong to Mahar committee. He belongs to Muslim committee, and which is why he's taken the benefits of all those, the posts where right now he is in. But the Mumbai Scrutiny caste scrutiny has already given a report that mentioned that Sameer Wankhede belongs to Mahar committee. Allegations alleged by Nawab Malik are false and hence are rejected. Order also mentioned that Sameer Wankhede and his father does not belong to Muslim community. So it's of course a big win for Sameer Wankhede, where Mumbai Scrutiny has given a clean chit to Sameer Wankhede, where in its order that has been already accessed by Republic TV, which clearly mentions that Sameer Wankhede belongs to Mahar community and not from the Muslim community. It's not only about the Sameer Wankhede.
Alicia, we are joined by Sameer Wankede's father on the phone line. Mr. Wankhede, when we talk about this decision, your reactions and thoughts, it's a big win, we believe, for Sameer Wankhede. It proves and validates his contention.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to everybody, every Indian, those who are behind my son and my family, and our Bharat. I am very grateful to him, and thank you very much. We have the winner, Satyamev Jayate, ma'am.
Well, what do you have to say to those people who made those kind of false claims in a country like ours? Should such things matter, really?
They are the notorious people. They don't know, even though they are a big person, but how the moral decrease the good person, the good officer, that is their mottos.
And how has it affected your family, all the allegations? How confident were you that you would prove?
This is very bad for us.
And Sameer Wankhede is also, in fact, sir, your son is also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Wankhede, many congratulations. The Caste Scrutiny Committee giving you a clean chit. Your reactions, how do you feel at this point? What do you have to say?
Only in brief, I would just like to share my complete faith in the judiciary, in this system. And I would just like to say is Satyamev Jayate. I've been saying this all my life. I will keep on saying that. Truth prevails.
Well, do you feel, tell us something about what you went through, when these kind of allegations were leveled against you in a country like ours. Do you feel that these things should have really mattered? Isn't faith a matter of personal concern?
I would not like to comment more because some of the matters is pending the Honorable High Court and some matters are sub judice. But just personally, I would like to say that
when such kind of false and frivolous allegations are put on you just for doing your national service. So it really pains. And in my line of duty, if my family undergoes such torture and trauma, so that neither any son, neither any brother, neither any husband would like to face it. Just that's the point I would like to make.
And right now, as you say, you feel that your confidence in the judiciary, your confidence in the system of our country, that has been validated.
Absolutely, absolutely. For that reason only, I still have tremendous faith in our judiciary, in our system. And just Satyamev Jayate, I would like to say. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Well, Mr. Samir Wankhede there joining us. And now let's speak to Mrs. Wankhede, wife of Samir Wankhede, the Caste Scrutiny Committee giving him a clean chit. He's the ex-NCB zonal director. Let's go across and speak to his wife. Ma'am, what would you like to say at this point? We were just speaking with your husband and your father-in-law. Both of them feel that their faith in the system has been justified. Your reactions?
I think today is a very important day for us. It is like Dashera. It is killing the Ravan. It is coming over the evil. It is proving the fact. It is proving the truth to the world. The thing that I've been yelling at the top of my voice and telling people 11 months ago, and we had to stand the trial. We had to stand the test. We did. And we came out victorious today, and I'm very proud of that. I'm so thankful to the Indian judiciary system, the Caste Scrutiny Committee. They did a thorough investigation about this, and then they have given their decision. And thankfully, they have made us feel right in front of the world, and I'm thankful for that.
Kranti, what is the message that you would like to give at this point? Because we believe that it was a very traumatic time for your family. Tell us, share with Republic something of that trauma that you went through, the kind of struggle, the kind of support also that you enjoyed from perhaps your family members, your friends. And at the same time, well, what is the message you would like to give to the perpetrators of these allegations?
I just want to tell people that this was not an easy journey for us. Definitely. We were struggling every day. We had people who were supporting us also in public. We could see people who used to come and meet us and say that you guys fought so well and we are with you. But of course, you get some eye from some people who are doubting you. And this doubt, they have been put in this doubt for no reason. Just because a person is serving the nation correctly, just because the person is doing his duty, just because the person is non-corrupt, just because the person doesn't take money, people are just framing him and trying to put allegations on him and spoiling his name. A person who has worked so hard for so many years and he has had a spotless career. People are just trying to malign him to take personal revenge. And today I would like to tell those people is that joy of maligning somebody is just temporary. It's just temporary. It will not last. What lasts is the truth. And I'm so glad that when we were being proven wrong at that time, also there were some press channels like Republic and a few others who stood by us strong, who were trying to put our story forward as well. So very thankful for that as well.
Well, Kranti Redkar Wankhede there, wife of Samir Wankhede. Samir Wankhede has been given a clean chit by the Caste Scrutiny Committee, which has clarified that the ex-NCB zonal director is, the order reads that Wankhede was not a Muslim by birth. These were allegations leveled by various quarters against him. He's now proven that none of the allegations are true, and it also states that it's not proven that Wankhede and his father converted to Islam. And we were just speaking with family members, and Samir Wankhede himself and his wife thanked Republic for standing by them during the difficult time that they went through. Alisha, it's over to you now to take us through the where the case stands as of now. We were just speaking with Samir Wankhede. He said that certain aspects are still in the courts, but we'd like you to give us a picture of the case as it stands.
Well, Rukma, as far as Samir Wankhede caste and the complaint has been concerned, importantly, we know that there was also the show cause notice that was given to Samir Wankhede by the Mumbai caste scrutiny over asking him to get the documents and all, and that has also been challenged before the Bombay High Court as well. But we know that even before, while talking to the media and specifically Republic TV, where Samir Wankhede has clearly mentioned that all the documents related to his caste has already been submitted, and not only by him but also by his father as well. There are statements that has been recorded by Samir Wankhede, whether his family. We know that even Mumbai police at a certain point where even looking into the matter where the complaint that was registered by Nawab Malik. But at this point of time, we can clearly say it's really a big win for Samir Wankhede, who was fighting to prove what exactly the caste he belongs to, because it is something, the allegations that was leveled by Nawab Malik clearly mentioning that Samir Wankhede does not come to the Mahar community, but he belongs to Muslim community. We even saw there were some documents as well that was released by Nawab Malik, clearly saying that his father name, Samir Wankhede father name is Daud Wankhede and not Ganeshwar Wankhede. That has also been the documents related to has been submitted, and this is something where Mumbai caste scrutiny was looking into the matter. All the documents has been checked, and of course at this point of time in the order that has been released by Mumbai caste scrutiny has clearly mentioned that Samir Wankhede and his father belongs to Mahar community. The allegations leveled by Nawab Malik are false, and henceforth that has been rejected. So indeed it's a big win for Samir Wankhede, who was actually fighting, and there was many allegations that was also leveled against Samir Wankhede, but that has now been proved before the Mumbai caste scrutiny has clearly mentioned that Samir Wankhede and his family, specifically his father, they belongs to Mahar community and not the Muslim community.
Well, many thanks, Alisha, for joining us there. So the Caste Scrutiny Committee giving a clean chit to ex-NCB Zonal Director Samir Wankhede. Alisha covering this story ever since it broke. Many thanks for joining us there from Mumbai, Alisha, and for giving us those latest updates. We also spoke with Samir Wankhede's family. And moving on now to our next breaking story. Breaking news coming in now, live and breaking on Republic. Well, even as the nation celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav on the 75th Independence Day, here we have for you visuals from across the country. These are visuals from New Delhi's Jamia, and Anuj there at the forefront, flanked, and behind him we can see so many tricolors. Anuj, take us through what's happening, where you are, the kind of spirit that's prevailing there. The entire country bathed in the tricolor clearly.
Well, exactly. Entire country is in the mood of the celebration, and right now I'm reporting from Jamia University in the national capital. And first I'll give you the visuals, what exactly the mood of the people is and how they are celebrating Amrit Mahotsav, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th Independence Day. And there you can see the numbers of tricolor which has been holding by the students as well as the professors, and none other but the Vice Chancellor herself when they are celebrating this particular movement, when they are all set in mood to go ahead. This was the Tiranga Yatra which was taken by the Jamia professors, university students, and everybody is present over here. We'll try and talk to the Vice Chancellor what exactly she has to say. Ma'am, what do you say about this this movement, because everybody could be seen having flags in their hand, the joy, the celebration? What do you have to say?
Jamia Millia Islamia in New Delhi is celebrating this occasion with a lot of pomp and zeal. And everybody is having flags, and you can hear the Desh Bhakti ke nare all coming out from the students. There are groups of students with NCC, with NSS, and from school also, as well as general students. So there's practically everybody is celebrating. It's not every day that we have 75 years of celebration of our independence, and therefore this needs attention. We have been doing a lot of activities in this. A lot of students quiz and programs, and there are other things also. But there's an exhibition of what happened before this freedom came to us, the horrors of independence which came before, so that these young students, those who are studying today, may have an idea that this freedom is not coming to us free of cost.
And you have taken a Tiranga Yatra also. It was taken by the Jamia students and the professors and everybody present over here. What is the motive of that? What is the message from that Tiranga Yatra?
The message is that we move out of our university, because the university is celebrating, but we go to all the other communities, the colonies which are nearby, and where we have yesterday given them flags. Flags we have distributed. And today with this Tiranga Yatra, they had gone there with slogans and other things, saying that Jamia is coming out to you, reaching out to you to join together and look after our country, increase it, make it better and make it bigger.
A message of unity could be clearly seen everywhere. Like, it is not limited to national capital, but from across the country we are getting these kind of visuals, and everybody is holding Tiranga, and Har Ghar Tiranga is another program what we are seeing this point in time. How did you see all this development? But because we have been celebrating Independence Day, but this time another kind of enthu could be seen in the people.
This is a very nice way of celebrating, because if you celebrate individually, you are not really giving out the message that this is a precious thing that we have to look after. And I feel that we are very blessed because we have this direction that we have to do it, and we are doing it in a good way, and it's being welcomed by everybody, the students, the teachers and the community. Everybody is welcoming it. So it's a good initiative, and I feel that we should continue in the same way in the coming years, because this is not the only year. There will be many other years coming after this, and we need to be equally enthusiastic about it.
That was the Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia University, and there behind me I will once again go with the visuals, and there you can see the moment of joy, the moment of celebration. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, sloganing, chanting of Bharat Mata Ki Jai is something which is making it more patriotic, is something which is which could be seen on the ground, and that's the mode of celebration, the mood of celebration within the people, where Jamia students, professors, Vice Chancellor, everybody is celebrating the moment there. They have taken a Tiranga Yatra, they have reached to the people on the ground, they have distributed the Tiranga. That's something what we are reporting. So we are reporting live from the story. This is the mode of celebration among the people of country, celebrating 75 Independence Day. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
BJP Chief JP Nadda there, hoisting the tricolour as India celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Those are visuals there from JP Nadda's residence, I believe, and he's hoisting the tricolour as the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign kicks off with much fanfare across the country.
these kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Sathora Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय!
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games.
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Sathora Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय!
You're watching Live and Breaking, and breaking news now as we celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Leaders cutting across party lines, senior union ministers and even the common man, as you can see, hoisting the tricolour, participating in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign as the 75th anniversary of our Independence Day draws nearer and nearer. It's just around the corner, the 15th of August, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And there you see Union Minister Piyush Goyal leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, leading the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations, waving the national flag, holding it aloft, celebrating the colours of patriotism. As universities and senior officials, as well as the common man, youngsters, students, and now you see Union Minister Piyush Goyal leading the campaign for Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, for celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the 75th anniversary of the 15th of August, India's Independence Day. And hundreds of tricolours there.
हर हिंदुस्तानी बहुत गर्व महसूस कर रहा है जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमें 75वें अमृत महोत्सव के अंदर इस तरह की एक अनूठी परंपरा से जोड़ा है और हम सब भारतीय इस पे बहुत मान और गर्व महसूस कर रहे हैं।
इस अनूठी परंपरा से जुड़कर आप कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं?
अपने पे गर्व महसूस कर रहे हैं।
तो ये देखिए, गर्व का पल है, हर किसी के लिए गर्व का पल है। और लोगों से भी बातचीत करते हैं। सर, आप क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि ये गर्व का पल है, अपनेपन का पर्व है।
ये हमारा जो राष्ट्रीय ध्वज तिरंगा वो हमारी आन बान और शान है और मोदी जी ने एक मुहिम चला रखी कि हर घर झंडा, हर घर तिरंगा, ताकि हमें एक गर्व की अनुभूति हो कि हमारे देश को आज़ाद करवाने के लिए हमारे शहीदों ने कितनी बड़ी कुर्बानी दी है और आज हम इस झंडे को इस स्वतंत्रता से फहरा सकते हैं।
सर आप क्या कहेंगे, आज़ादी का ये अमृत महोत्सव जो मनाया जा रहा है कुछ अलग अंदाज में?
हमें बहुत गर्व है, 75 साल पूरे हुए हैं आज। हमें बहुत गर्व है कि हमारा इंडिया इतना तरक्की कर रहा है सब चीज़।
नए भारत की नई तस्वीर के लिए क्या कहेंगे?
बहुत बढ़िया नया जीवन मिला है हमारे सभी को, और आज हम खुलकर सांस ले पा रहे हैं जो आज़ाद किया हमारे पूर्वजों ने।
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi there meeting with CWG 2022 champions, medal winners at the Games in Birmingham this year. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi there meeting CWG Games, the Commonwealth Games medal winners at his residence at local Yanmarg. Republic has been bringing you those updates. Earlier in the day we showed you the arrival of the athletes and the proud winners doing the nation proud on the world stage. 61 medals this time around our athletes brought home. Prime Minister Narendra Modi there holding his customary congratulatory his gathering in which he speaks with them on a personal level, interacts with them on a personal level after every major tournament, after every major games. This has been the norm ever since he assumed office.
कर लौटा है 61 पदक हमारे खिलाड़ियों ने जीते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री ने उनसे मुलाकात की तो प्रधानमंत्री ने इन पदक विजेताओं से मुलाकात की। आपने देखा कि पूरे इस खेल आयोजन के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री अपने खिलाड़ियों की हौसला अफजाई करते रहे हैं और अब उन्होंने इन जो भारतीय दल है उनसे मुलाकात की। प्रधानमंत्री खेलों के लिए लगातार जो उनका उत्साह रहा है वो दिखाई देता है और जिस तरह से उन्होंने प्रश्रय दिया है भारत में खेलों को वो काबिले तारीफ है और यही वजह है कि लगातार जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच हैं खेलों के उसमें भारत का जो प्रदर्शन है वो हर बार पहले से बेहतर होता जा रहा है। और इस बार कॉमनवेल्थ खेलों में जबरदस्त प्रदर्शन किया है भारतीय खिलाड़ियों ने और प्रधानमंत्री भारतीय दल से उन्होंने इस उपलक्ष्य में मुलाकात की, उनका उत्साहवर्धन किया। तो निश्चित तौर पर जिस तरह से भारतीय दल ने कॉमनवेल्थ खेलों में प्रदर्शन किया वो काबिले तारीफ रहा। जबरदस्त प्रदर्शन करते हुए 22 स्वर्ण पदक जीते, कुल 61 पदक हासिल किए। तो ये निश्चित तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री की जो प्रेरणा है वो जो खिलाड़ी है वो हमेशा पाते रहे हैं, चाहे वो ओलंपिक खेलों की बात हो, एशियाई खेलों की बात हो, कोई दूसरी जो खेल प्रतियोगिता है उसकी बात हो या फिर कॉमनवेल्थ खेलों की बात हो। प्रधानमंत्री की लगातार प्रोत्साहन।
And Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joins us on the phone line. Abhishek, we are looking at those visuals. Our young athletes doing the nation proud, returning home and being hosted by the Prime Minister, who boosts their morale and leads them to and inspires them, can we say, to ever greater achievements on into the future. Over to you. Prime Minister Narendra Modi there hosting Commonwealth Games 2022 athletes. Piyush, who's been covering the story, bringing us all the updates since this morning, joining us once again. Piyush, we are getting those visuals of the Prime Minister there, clicking that commemorative photograph with the athletes who won medals in the Games this year. It's over to you to take us through everything that panned out. Although you did tell us that there was tight security throughout, the security protocol, as expected, was very elaborate. But tell us about it all, how the events panned out.
So thanks for that, and so keeping the tradition alive of meeting and celebrating sportsmanship,
the Prime Minister today had an appointment, and today he's in the process of meeting all the Commonwealth Games athletes who had participated in the recently concluded Commonwealth Games in Birmingham and had done the country proud by winning medals and winning several accolades. Now, Prime Minister has had this tradition of meeting, several athletes who have participated in international competition, and keeping with this tradition alive, the Prime Minister today is in the process of meeting all the Commonwealth Game athletes. What makes this meeting also special is that, India is celebrating its 75th year of independence. And there is patriotism, there is a national fervor which is spreading all along, and sports is one thing which really does make the nation proud, and the Prime Minister realizes this. So in view of celebrating the 75th year of Indian independence under Amrit Mahotsav, the Prime Minister is also meeting the sports persons and keeping the tradition alive of celebrating sportsmanship, which in turn is also celebrating the patriotism. Having said that, there was a heavy security which is being there today in Luton's Delhi with view of the Indian independence, the preparations of Indian independence, and because of which, all these athletes, even though they were expected to, meet the Prime Minister at around 11 to 11:30 a.m., they were asked to come early. So you could see that all the athletes had come to the Prime Minister's official residence here at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg quite early, and by around 9:30 to 10 o'clock, practically all the athletes had already come and had gone inside the Prime Minister's residence. So the process of meeting all the athletes is on amid heavy security. But leaving that aside, the most important thing today is to celebrate the sportsmanship, celebrate the Indianness, and Prime Minister realizes this and has keeping the traditions alive. Back to you in the studio.
Right, Piyush, and it's not just that the Prime Minister, boosts their morale by speaking with them or hosting them at his residence. Many of the initiatives that the government under him has, various sports ministers under him have introduced. For example, the Khelo India Games, the Khelo India University Games, the Khelo India Youth Games and School Games and so on. They have gone a long way towards boosting the kind of sporting performance that we see among our youngsters today, among our athletes today, in every sport almost, can we say.
You rightly pointed out, the government has realized that in order to elevate India's image, it is very important now that the country should do well in sports. So for this, the government has taken an initiative of organizing several games. There are Khelo India Games, there are very young athletes now that are being promoted. And the most important thing is that, the government realizes that it is not now only it can be done by itself. So all the, private investors have also come into being. We are going to be keeping you updated with all the happenings, as the Prime Minister is in the process of meeting Commonwealth Game athletes after the short break. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय!
And breaking news at this hour, sacking order copies have been accessed by Republic. We are referring here to the order copies of the sacking of Bitta Karate's wife, who was a Jammu and Kashmir administrative officer. The Jammu and Kashmir administration, in a strong decision, has sacked her from the service. And now you see on your screens the sacking order copies. All that and more coming up in a short while from now. All the details on this those are the sacking order copies coming up on Republic. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Republic has got to the bottom of the investigation into the culture of fraud being nurtured in the name of promotion of cryptocurrencies across the country, putting the citizens of the country at risk. At least 10 crypto exchanges are under investigation of ED, with at least 74 fintech firms also under the agency scanners for cheating and duping. The CRPF 196 Battalion recovered IED explosives that were planted in the forests of Mahadev Ghat in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur. The recovery was made in the Kotwali Bijapur area during a search operation that was carried out by the soldiers. The explosives were planted by terrorists to especially target the CRPF soldiers.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम पे वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सके, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सके, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सके।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more.
Thanks for staying tuned. We are live and breaking straight away, starting with a big story that we're tracking this afternoon. This one with respect to the sacking of the kin of Bitta Karate. We've accessed the sacking order copies of Bitta Karate's kin, his wife and his son. So that's in fact the order copy that is on your screens, which mentions that where the Lieutenant Governor is satisfied that after considering the facts and circumstances of the case and on the basis of the information available, that Rural Development Kashmir, wife of Farooq Ahmad Dar alias Bitta Karate, are such as to warrant his dismissal from the above services, and whereas the Lieutenant Governor is satisfied under sub-clause of the provision that in interest of the security of the state, it is not expedient to hold an inquiry in the case of Asba Arjamand Khan. We have Zeenat on the phone line to get us more details. Zeenat, if you could give us details of this order copy that we've accessed.
See, when we talk about the order, it tells you that why the Beta Karate's wife, Asaba Khan, has been sacked from their government job. As per the order number of 932, Jammu and Kashmir Government GAD, General Administration Department, has issued an order on the 13th of August, whereas the Lieutenant Governor is satisfied and considering the facts and circumstances of the case of the Asaba on the information that has been generated by the government of Jammu and Kashmir, that the activities of Asaba Arjuman Khan, who is also the wife of terrorist Beta Karate, who was involved in the killing of Kashmiri Pandits. She hails from Srinagar, and here the Lieutenant Governor is satisfied with the investigation, and now the government of Jammu and Kashmir has said very clearly that Asaba was involved in the terror activities. She has been linked with, she has been found involved in the providing false information for seeking passport, and also the Lieutenant Governor of J&K has found having links with the foreign people who have been indexed by the Indian Security and Intelligence to be on the payrolls of the ISI. So that are the links of Asaba that are emerging, which the Jammu and Kashmir government has been investigating for the long time. And here also in the order it has been stated that her involvement in paying consignment of money for funding anti-India activities in Jammu and Kashmir has been reported. So it's a clear case that she has been providing information to the to the anti-India people, and her associations have been with those people who have been on the payrolls of ISI, and she has also been providing the false information in order to so that she gets the passport. She was married to Beta Karate got married at Beta Karate in 2011, as per the information that is lying with the Republic is that she holds a MA degree in the mass communication and journalism from the University of Kashmir in 1999, and she worked as an editor also at the Sher Kashmir Institute of Science and Technology in 2007, and in 2009 Asaba passed the KS examination, subsequently was posted in the General Administrative Department of Jammu and Kashmir. She did a course in Peace and Conflict Studies from Germany, and then she cleared her exam of KS in 2009, but she married to this terrorist Beta Karate in 2011. Now we are seeing the links that are emerging for the Asaba, having links with those people who are on the payrolls of ISI, and also she has her involvement in firing consignment of money for funding anti-India activities in Jammu and Kashmir. All these charges have been leveled by the J&K administration, and on the basis of which now LG administration has sacked Ms. Asaba Arjuman Khan.
Yes. Zeenat, also if you could talk to us more about, it sends out a very strong message by the J&K administration, given the fact that 40 terrorist-linked kin have been sacked from government jobs in 2 years. We have a guest also joining us. Zeenat, stay with us. SP Vaid, former DGP of J&K, joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick perspective, a very strong message that the J&K administration has sent out with the sacking of Beta Karate's kin.
See, this ecosystem which is supportive of terrorism actually needed to be demolished. That is why you are seeing terrorism not coming down, because we are only killing terrorists in encounters, but the white-collar terrorists continue to remain there. They are in every part of the society, whether it is higher educational institutions, the civil government departments, higher positions in the government, many other wings of the Kashmir society. So crackdown on this ecosystem is very, very necessary. You are either on this side or on the other side. You can't have a family who has a terrorist who confessed killing 25 people, a known terrorist of a banned outfit, and his wife working in the elite Kashmir administrative service and drawing all the perks and benefits from the same very government, same very nation against which her husband was working. So whether it is Sayyid Salahuddin, who was working on behalf of Pakistan, spreading terrorism in Kashmir, destroying whole 3 generations of Kashmiri young boys and girls, and his sons and grandson being employed in higher positions in the government. So I recall in Jammu and Kashmir police, we have dismissed more than, I think, thousands of boys whoever figured helping or having sympathy with terrorists. That is why J&K police was revived. But this did not happen in civil departments and higher educational institutions. You have 3-4 universities in Kashmir. Imagine a professor with ideology, hardline ideology, working as a professor in a university. What damage he would be causing to the young generation of young boys of Kashmir studying in those universities. So I think this ecosystem needed to be destroyed, and I welcome this move of the LG's administration.
Well, absolutely, sir. And given the fact that the J&K administration has been actively working to crack down on terror, in fact, 40 terror-linked kin have been sacked from government job in past 2 years, which only goes on to prove the kind of swift action that has been taken in the last 2 years.
Yes, this is very good because these people who have been removed from service, their verification was done by intelligence agencies and the state intelligence agency and other sources. Only after that, after their links were established, after their anti-national activities were established, after that only the Lieutenant Governor has removed them from service. I think, I wish it was done much earlier. We would have seen situation returning to normalcy much earlier and much quicker.
All right. Yes, sir. Thanks for sharing your insights with us. So that was former J&K DGP SP Wed giving his response and hailing the government's swift action there when it comes to crackdown on terror. Zeenat continues to be with us. Zeenat, if you could once again take us through the details of this order copy that you've accessed, the sacking of Bitta Karate's kin.
See, as far as the administration of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, they have sacked the 4 employees on charges of being involved in the anti-national activities, and the government has terminated 4 employees under the Article 311 of the Constitution of India for their involvement in the international activities. The activities these employees had come to the adverse notice of law enforcement and the intelligence agencies, and that has been found involved in the activities prejudicial to the interest of the security of the state. As per the order that has been issued by the government of Jammu and Kashmir, those sacks include Dr. Muhit Ahmed Butt, who and then is a senior assistant professor in the Department of Management Studies in Kashmir University. Similarly, we are seeing that Said Abdul Mujid, he is manager IT, JKED and the Asaba. When we talk about the Abdul Mujid, he is the son of the Jihad Council Chief Said Salahuddin, and when we talk about the Asaba, she is a wife of JKLF commander and the former terrorist commander Farooq Ahmed Dar, alias Bitta Karate. And if we talk about Asaba, yes, she's also a case officer. All this is coming at a time when we are seeing the J&K government has cracked down on the terror and the terror links, and now we are seeing the act.
संभव नहीं होता है, लेकिन अलग अलग समय में आप में से कईयों से किसी न किसी रूप में मुझे संपर्क में रहने का अवसर मिला है, बातचीत करने का अवसर मिला है। लेकिन मेरे लिए खुशी है कि आप समय निकाल करके मेरे निवास स्थान पर आए और परिवार के एक सदस्य के रूप में आए हैं। तो आपकी सिद्धि का यश आपके साथ जुड़ करके जैसे हर हिंदुस्तानी गर्व करता है, मैं भी गर्व कर रहा हूं। आप सबका मेरे यहां बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। देखिए, 2 दिन बाद देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरा करने वाला है। एक गर्व की बात है कि देश आप सभी की मेहनत से एक प्रेरणादायक उपलब्धि के साथ आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है। साथियों, बीते कुछ हफ्तों में देश ने खेल के मैदान में 2 बड़ी उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में ऐतिहासिक प्रदर्शन के साथ साथ देश ने पहली बार चेस ओलंपियाड का आयोजन किया। न सिर्फ सफल आयोजन किया है, बल्कि चेस में अपनी समृद्ध परंपरा को जारी रखते हुए श्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन भी किया है। मैं चेस ओलंपियाड में हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी खिलाड़ियों को और सभी मेडल विजेताओं को भी आज इस अवसर पर बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स शुरू होने से पहले मैंने आप सभी से कहा था, एक प्रकार से वादा किया था कि जब आप लौटेंगे तो हम सब मिलकर के विजयोत्सव मनाएंगे। मेरा एक कॉन्फिडेंस था कि आप विजयी होकर के आने वाले हैं और मेरा एक मैनेजमेंट भी था कि मैं जरूर कितनी ही व्यस्तता होगी आप लोगों के बीच समय निकालूंगा और विजयोत्सव मनाऊंगा। आज ये विजय के उत्सव का ही अवसर है। अभी जब आपसे मैं बात कर रहा था तो मैं वो आत्मविश्वास, वो हौसला देख रहा था और वही आपकी पहचान है, वही आपकी पहचान से जुड़ चुका है। जिसने मेडल जीता वो भी और जो आगे मेडल जीतने वाले हैं वे भी आज प्रशंसा के पात्र है। साथियों, वैसे मैं आपको एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं। आप सभी तो वहां मुकाबला कर रहे थे, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान में क्योंकि टाइम डिफरेंस रहता है, यहां करोड़ों भारतीय रत जगा कर रहे थे। देर रात तक आपके हर एक्शन, हर मूव पर देशवासियों की नजर थी। बहुत से लोग अलार्म लगाकर सोते थे कि आपके प्रदर्शन का अपडेट लेंगे। कितने ही लोग बार बार जाकर चेक करते थे कि स्कोर क्या हुआ है, कितने गोल, कितने पॉइंट हुए। खेलों के प्रति इस दिलचस्पी को बढ़ाने में, यह आकर्षण बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है और इसके लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं। साथियों, इस बार का जो हमारा प्रदर्शन रहा है उसका ईमानदार आकलन सिर्फ मेडल की संख्या से संभव नहीं है। हमारे कितने खिलाड़ी इस बार नेक टू नेक कम्पीट करते नजर आए हैं। ये भी अपने आप में किसी मेडल से कम नहीं है। ठीक है कि 0.1 सेकंड, 0.1 सेंटीमीटर का फासला रह गया होगा, लेकिन उसे भी हम कवर कर लेंगे, ये मेरा आपके प्रति पूरा विश्वास है। मैं इसलिए भी उत्साहित हूं कि जो खेल हमारी ताकत रहे हैं उनको तो हम मजबूत कर ही रहे हैं, हम नए खेलों में भी अपनी छाप छोड़ रहे हैं। हॉकी में जिस प्रकार हम अपनी लेगेसी को फिर हासिल कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए मैं दोनों टीमों के प्रयास, उनकी मेहनत, उनके मिजाज, उसकी बहुत बहुत सराहना करता हूं, भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं। पिछली बार की तुलना में इस बार हमने 4 नए खेलों में जीत का नया रास्ता बनाया है। लॉन बाउल से लेकर एथलेटिक्स तक अभूतपूर्व प्रदर्शन रहा है। इस प्रदर्शन से देश में नए खेलों के प्रति युवाओं का रुझान बहुत बढ़ने वाला है। नए खेलों में हम इसी तरह अपना प्रदर्शन और सुधारते चलना है। मैं देख रहा हूं पुराने सारे चेहरे मेरे सामने हैं। शरद हो, किदाम्बी हो, सिंधु हो, सौरभ हो, मीराबाई हो, बजरंग हो, विनेश, साक्षी, आप सभी सीनियर एथलीट्स ने उम्मीद के मुताबिक लीड किया है, हर एक का हौसला बुलंद किया है। और वहीं हमारे युवा एथलीट्स ने तो कमाल ही कर दिया है। गेम्स की शुरुआत से पहले मेरी जिन युवा साथियों से बात हुई थी, उन्होंने अपना वादा पूरा निभाया है। जिन्होंने डेब्यू किया है उनमें से 31 साथियों ने मेडल जीते हैं। ये दिखाता है कि आज हमारे युवाओं का कॉन्फिडेंस कितना बढ़ रहा है। जब अनुभवी शरद डोमिनेट करते हैं और अविनाश, प्रियंका और संदीप पहली बार दुनिया के श्रेष्ठ एथलीट को टक्कर देते हैं, तो नए भारत की स्पिरिट दिखती है। स्पिरिट ये कि हम हर रेस में, हर कंपटीशन में अड़े हैं, तैयार खड़े हैं। एथलीट्स के पोडियम पर एक साथ दो स्थान पर तिरंगा की ओर सलामी देते भारतीय खिलाड़ियों को हमने कितनी बार देखा है। और साथियों, अपनी बेटियों के प्रदर्शन से तो पूरा देश गदगद है। अभी जब मैं पूजा से बात कर रहा था, मैंने उल्लेख भी किया, पूजा का वो भावुक वीडियो देख सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से कहा भी था कि आपको माफी मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप देश के लिए विजेता हैं, बस अपनी ईमानदारी और परिश्रम में कभी कमी नहीं छोड़नी है। ओलंपिक्स के बाद विनेश से भी मैंने यही कहा था और मुझे खुशी है कि उन्होंने निराशा को पीछे छोड़ते हुए श्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन किया। बॉक्सिंग हो, जूडो हो, कुश्ती हो, जिस प्रकार बेटियों ने डोमिनेट किया वो अद्भुत है। नीतू ने तो प्रतिद्वंदियों को मैदान छोड़ने पर ही मजबूर कर दिया। हरमनप्रीत के नेतृत्व में पहली बार नहीं क्रिकेट में बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। सभी खिलाड़ियों का प्रदर्शन बेहतरीन रहा है, लेकिन रेणुका की स्विंग का तोड़ किसी के पास अभी भी नहीं है। दिग्गजों के बीच टॉप विकेट टेकर रहना कोई कम उपलब्धि नहीं है। इनके चेहरे पर भले ही शिमला की शांति रहती हो, पहाड़ों की मासूम मुस्कान रहती हो, लेकिन उनका एग्रेशन बड़े बड़े बैटर्स के हौसले पस्त कर देता है। ये प्रदर्शन निश्चित रूप से दूर सुदूर के क्षेत्रों में भी बेटियों को प्रेरित करेगा, प्रोत्साहित करेगा। साथियों, आप सभी देश को सिर्फ एक मेडल नहीं, सिर्फ सेलिब्रेट करने का, गर्व करने का अवसर ही देते, ऐसा नहीं है, बल्कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को आप और सशक्त करते हैं। आप खेल में ही नहीं, बाकी सेक्टर में भी देश के युवाओं को बेहतर करने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। आप सभी देश को एक संकल्प, एक लक्ष्य के साथ जोड़ते हैं, जो हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई की भी बहुत बड़ी ताकत थी। महात्मा गांधी, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस, मंगल पांडे, तात्या टोपे, लोकमान्य तिलक, सरदार भगत सिंह, चंद्रशेखर आजाद, अशफाक उल्लाह खां, रामप्रसाद बिस्मिल, अनगिनत सेनानी, अनगिनत क्रांतिवीर, जिनकी धारा अलग थी लेकिन लक्ष्य एक था। रानी लक्ष्मीबाई, जलकारी बाई, दुर्गा भाभी, रानी चेन्नम्मा, रानी गाइडिंजो और वेलु नचियार जैसी अनगिनत वीरांगनाओं ने हर रूढ़ी को तोड़ते हुए आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी। बिरसा मुंडा हो, अल्लूरी सीताराम राजू हो, गोविंद गुरु हो, जैसे अनेक महान आदिवासी सेनानियों ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने हौसले, अपने जज्बे से इतनी ताकतवर सेना से टक्कर ली थी। डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद, पंडित नेहरू, सरदार पटेल, बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर, आचार्य विनोबा भावे, नानाजी देशमुख, लाल बहादुर शास्त्री, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी जैसे अनेक विभूतियों ने आजाद भारत के सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए जीवन खपा दिया। आजादी की लड़ाई से लेकर आजाद भारत के नवनिर्माण में जिस तरह से पूरे भारत ने एकजुट होकर प्रयास किया, उसी भावना से आप भी मैदान में उतरते हैं। आप सभी का राज्य, जिला, गांव, भाषा भले कोई भी हो, लेकिन आप भारत के मान, अभिमान के लिए, देश की प्रतिष्ठा के लिए अपना सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन करते हैं। आपकी भी प्रेरणा शक्ति तिरंगा है, और तिरंगे की ताकत क्या होती है, ये हमने कुछ समय पहले यूक्रेन में देखा है। तिरंगा युद्ध क्षेत्र से बाहर निकलने में भारतीयों का ही नहीं, बल्कि दूसरे देशों को, लोगों को लिए भी सुरक्षा कवच बन गया था। साथियों, बीते समय में हमने दूसरे टूर्नामेंट्स में भी बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप में हमारा अब तक का सबसे सफलतम प्रदर्शन रहा है। वर्ल्ड अंडर 20 एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप में भी बहुत प्रशंसनीय प्रदर्शन रहा है। इसी प्रकार वर्ल्ड कैडेट रेसलिंग चैंपियनशिप और पैरा बैडमिंटन इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट्स, इसमें भी कई नए रिकॉर्ड बनाए गए हैं। ये भारतीय खेल के लिए निश्चित रूप से उत्साह और उमंग का समय है। यहां अनेक कोच भी हैं, कोचिंग स्टाफ के मेंबर्स भी हैं, और देश के खेल प्रशासन से जुड़े साथी भी हैं। इन सफलताओं में आपकी भूमिका भी बेहतरीन रही है। आपकी भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होती है। लेकिन ये भी तो मेरे हिसाब से शुरुआत है। हम संतोष मान करके चुप बैठने वाले नहीं हैं। भारत के खेलों का स्वर्णिम काल दस्तक दे रहा है। दोस्तों, मुझे खुशी है, खेलो इंडिया के मंच से निकले अनेक खिलाड़ियों ने इस बार बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। टॉप्स का भी पॉजिटिव प्रभाव देखने को मिल रहा है। नए टैलेंट की खोज और उनको पोडियम तक पहुंचाने के हमारे प्रयासों को हमें और तेज कर रहा है। हमारे ऊपर एक ऐसे स्पोर्टिंग इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण की जिम्मेदारी है जो विश्व में श्रेष्ठ हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, डाइवर्स हो, डायनेमिक हो। कोई भी टैलेंट छूटना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो देश की संपदा है, देश की अमानत है। मैं सभी एथलीट से आग्रहपूर्वक कहूंगा कि आपके सामने अब एशियन गेम्स हैं, ओलंपिक्स हैं। आप जमकर तैयारी कीजिए। आजादी के 75 वर्ष पर मेरा आपसे एक और आग्रह है। पिछली बार मैंने आपसे देश के 75 स्कूलों, शिक्षण संस्थानों में जाकर बच्चों को प्रोत्साहित करने का आग्रह किया था। मिड द चैंपियन अभियान के तहत अनेक साथियों ने व्यस्तताओं के बीच ये काम भी किया है। इस अभियान को जारी रखें। जो साथी अभी नहीं जा पाए हैं, उनसे भी मेरा आग्रह है कि आप जरूर जाएं। आपको देश का युवा अब रोल मॉडल के रूप में देखता है, और इसलिए आपकी बातों को वो ध्यान से सुनता है। आपकी सलाह को अपने जीवन में उतारने के लिए वो उतावला है, और इसलिए आपके पास ये जो सामर्थ्य पैदा हुआ है, जो स्वीकृति बनी है, जो सम्मान बढ़ा है, वो देश की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए भी काम आना चाहिए। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबकी इस विजय यात्रा को अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Modi there hosting the Commonwealth medalists, saying that we are regaining our legacy in hockey, boosting the morale of the Commonwealth Games medalists and saying that India's contribution is worth lauding. So Prime Minister there appreciating the hard work that has been put in by these Commonwealth Games medalists who are interacting with the Prime Minister as we speak, and that was an address that was being made by the Prime Minister to the Commonwealth Games medalists, saying that Asian Games Olympics are ahead of you all, and that he's very sure that these medalists will give it their best at the upcoming games as well, which includes the Asian Games as well as the Olympics. Also going on to mention that many young children see these medalists as a role model. Slipping into a very short break, on the other side we'll continue to get you the latest as Prime Minister interacts with the Commonwealth Games heroes.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of ammunition. During the investigation, the police recovered 2,000 live cartridges. While the police has not ruled out a terror angle, they informed that the accused appeared to be a part of a criminal network.
अभी हमने टेरर एंगल को रूल आउट नहीं किया है क्योंकि आजकल टेररिस्ट्स और क्रिमिनल्स के जो बीच की लाइन है काफ़ी ब्लर हो रखी है, बट प्राइमा फेसाई ये क्रिमिनल नेटवर्क का ही पार्ट लग रहा है.
Talking to the media, police said they had recovered a total of 2,251 live cartridges. This comes as the security in the national capital has been heightened ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. The police has intensified patrolling and are conducting anti-sabotage checks to rule out all possible threats ahead of Independence Day.
A quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Republic has got to the bottom.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है. तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें.
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
Thanks for staying tuned with us. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. Now remember, Republic is leading the fight against cryptocurrency. And in the latest, what we understand is that the cryptocurrency platform World has now issued a statement on the summons by the Enforcement Directorate. We have a senior editor, Shravan, also joining us. Shravan, if you could take us through the details of this statement that has been issued.
Well, in fact, Volt happens to be one of the crypto exchanges which has now come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. This after searches were basically carried out by the Enforcement Directorate's Hyderabad unit, and the assets were also frozen. Assets that have been frozen is almost to the tune of about 370 crore rupees. Now, this is what Volt essentially says in terms of their stand on this position. They say that it is unfortunate that despite extending our cooperation, Enforcement Directorate has proceeded to pass a freezing order pursuant to which crypto assets in the pool wallet of the company were ordered to be frozen. Now, the rationale that has been given is that the freezing order of the Enforcement Directorate is specific to that of one customer that availed our services for a brief period of time, whose account we subsequently deactivated. We respectfully disagree with the freezing order. Now, they also go on to say that they have followed strict KYC requirements in every country, including India. Now, remember, the KYC is something that has been questioned by the agencies time and again, and Gold is not the only crypto exchange. There are several other crypto exchanges whose KYC requirements have been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, what's become very clear from the statement that has been put out by World is that there has to be some transaction which has basically raised the alarm for the Enforcement Directorate, and that's quite evident with World admitting that this is regarding one particular person's account, which they say that they have already frozen. We'll have to wait and watch if there is any counter that comes in from the agency.
Yes, Shravan, just a follow-up question. If you could talk to us more about how many stakeholders are likely to get impacted when we talk about World, which has now issued a statement after its assets were frozen, we understand.
Well, that's not very clear at this point in time, Samiksha, because what happens with most of these crypto exchanges is that there is no clarity of how many users are there, or how many wallets are they taking charge of. What is a matter of concern right now is the fact that there is an admission that there has been some sort of a transaction which has basically come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. If I can borrow from the investigation that has been done so far in another crypto exchange, it is essentially that you have a large amount of transaction that takes place from one wallet to the other, and there is no accountability for it. For instance, there is no KYC documents that they could provide, or there is no due diligence that is essentially done by the crypto exchange. It is not pertaining to just World, but there are several other crypto exchanges who have also gone through a similar ordeal at this point in time, with the Enforcement Directorate basically cracking down on these suspicious transactions.
Yes. Well, Shravan, thank you so much. So, Shravan, they are leading the story and also the SIT by Republic on how so many hundreds of Indians who've been duped by the crypto swindlers. Shravan, if you are still with us, if you could once again put this into context for us, the mega expose that has been led by Republic, what all have we unearthed so far when we talk about this mega investigation? All right, we'll try and connect with Shravan again, but that's a national movement of Republic against the national crypto scam. You can reach out to us. In fact, you can write to us if you're also a victim if you have been duped by these crypto swindlers. You can speak up on the biggest financial expose of 2022. You can even tweet to Republic at @Republic with your story, how you've suffered due to crypto, and even write to us as well. So do not be scammed off by crypto anymore. Latest what we understand is that World has issued a statement. Shravan is back with us. Shravan, if you were talking about this big expose by Republic, if you can talk to us again about the investigation so far, what all have we been able to unearth all this while?
Samiksha, just to simplify for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, we have basically turned the gaze on the operations of crypto exchanges. One certainly being how these loan sharks, Chinese loan sharks, who have basically taken out money out of India, and that has been done through the crypto exchanges. That's just one aspect of it. The second part is that there are about 9 to 10 crypto exchanges operating in India who basically come under the scan of the Enforcement Directorate, because they suspect over about 1,000 crore rupees has already been laundered. This money, this amount that we're talking about could certainly change as the investigation progresses. Now, there are larger concerns that is basically emerging from the investigation that has been done by Republic TV. The fact of the matter is that if I'm basically opening a wallet here in India, and I intend to send across money in another country, what happens is that there is not enough due diligence that is done. When I say there is not enough due diligence, which would essentially mean that if I am complying with whatever requirements are there in terms of the KYC that they are asking for, I do it, but there is no verification of the documents, or there is no verification of the customer or the client per se. And that is exactly why the fear essentially being that this could have actually been misused by certain elements. For instance, if you take a look at what's actually happening in Jammu and Kashmir, security agencies are basically indicating that today the Jaish-e-Mohammed is actually using cryptocurrencies, and it is turning out to be the currency of terror groups, and that is exactly the bigger concern. Now, the crypto exchanges, on the other hand, they put out multiple statements. We have spoken to some of the big crypto exchanges, and all of them basically maintain that they are following all the rules, they are complying with it, and they are cooperating with the investigative agencies. Is it a robust system? That is something that one will have to wait and watch, because at least from our investigation, it turns out that if fintech companies could actually take the crypto exchanges for a ride, then perhaps anyone else could also, and that is the bigger concern.
Yes. Well, and Shravan, briefly, if you can also talk to us about these multi-city investigation that we've done of how these companies basically gave their wrong address in the first place.
Well, that is not particularly to do with the crypto exchanges per se, but we are basically putting out the entire modus operandi. This is one of the areas that the investigative agencies were basically looking at. That is that during the pandemic, many of these fintech companies which have these are fly-by-night enterprises which came up in India and started giving micro loans to several people, and thereafter started threatening the borrowers. We have seen multiple cases being registered in cities like Mumbai, Hyderabad, as well as in what we found out is that yes, these fintech companies which were basically providing loans, they have basically shut shop. Many of them who have basically given their addresses to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the program, turns out that they are no longer present in that very location. So it basically raises more questions about the credibility and secondly, the intention that these loan sharks essentially had. But the bigger question that emerges is that the profit that these companies were making, how did they take it back? It was only possible through crypto exchange. And that is exactly the allegation that some of these big crypto exchanges faces at this point in time.
All right. Shravan, thank you for putting that in context for us. So, Shravan, they're leading that investigative story of Republic with respect to hundreds and thousands of Indians who've been duped by the crypto swindlers. And moving on then, here's a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above. As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hoisted the national flag in the run-up to the Independence Day. Taking to social media, Yogi Adityanath said, and I quote, "The whole country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi to commemorate the completion of 75 years of country's independence. The national flag of India is also a symbol of our pride, a symbol of bravery, peace and sacrifice of the country." Yogi Adityanath also posted a video along with the text message.
हर घर तिरंगा है.
A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of national capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे. उसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म बताया नहीं. अभी झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा. SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं, 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. And as the country is all geared up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, the ITBP has released a song themed over Har Ghar Tiranga campaign of the centre. The song, in fact, is composed and sung by the ITBP Jawan Arjun Kheriar. Now, remember, the ITBP has been hoisting the national flag at all its border posts and its units and formations across the country. Take a look at this song.
भारत माता की जय। अरे कफन बांध के निकला था वो मस्त मलंग दीवाना सा, देश की खातिर जान लुटा दो गाता एक तराना था। जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद। जब दुश्मन ने आंख दिखाई लहू था इसका खौल गया, लहू था इसका खौल गया। मातृभूमि की आन बचाने ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया, ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया। सींच दी धरती अपने खून से, दुश्मन भागा फिर उस पार, प्राण गवा के अमर हो गया शेर दहाड़ा आखिरी बार।
And Prime Minister Modi, just a short while back, hosted the Commonwealth Games medalist, a lively interaction that took place in which Prime Minister boosted the morale of the Commonwealth Games medalist for the upcoming games as well. Take a look at that interaction.
वैसे तो सबसे बात करना मेरे लिए बहुत ही प्रेरक रहता है, लेकिन सबसे शायद बात करना संभव नहीं होता है। लेकिन अलग अलग समय में आप में से कईयों से किसी न किसी रूप में मुझे संपर्क में रहने का अवसर मिला है, बातचीत करने का अवसर मिला है। लेकिन मेरे लिए खुशी है कि आप समय निकाल करके मेरे निवास स्थान पर आए और परिवार के एक सदस्य के रूप में आए हैं। तो आपकी सिद्धि का यश आपके साथ जुड़ करके जैसे हर हिंदुस्तानी गर्व करता है, मैं भी गर्व कर रहा हूं। आप सबका मेरे यहां बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। देखिए, 2 दिन बाद देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरा करने वाला है। एक गर्व की बात है कि देश आप सभी की मेहनत से एक प्रेरणादायक उपलब्धि के साथ आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है। साथियों, बीते कुछ हफ्तों में देश ने खेल के मैदान में 2 बड़ी उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में ऐतिहासिक प्रदर्शन के साथ साथ देश ने पहली बार चेस ओलंपियाड का आयोजन किया। न सिर्फ सफल आयोजन किया है, बल्कि चेस में अपनी समृद्ध परंपरा को जारी रखते हुए श्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन भी किया है। मैं चेस ओलंपियाड में हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी खिलाड़ियों को और सभी मेडल विजेताओं को भी आज इस अवसर पर बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स शुरू होने से पहले मैंने आप सभी से कहा था, एक प्रकार से वादा किया था कि जब आप लौटेंगे तो हम सब मिलकर के विजयोत्सव मनाएंगे। मेरा एक कॉन्फिडेंस था कि आप विजयी होकर के आने वाले हैं, और मेरा एक मैनेजमेंट भी था कि मैं जरूर कितनी ही व्यस्तता होगी आप लोगों के बीच समय निकालूंगा और विजयोत्सव मनाऊंगा। आज ये विजय के उत्सव का ही अवसर है। अभी जब आपसे मैं बात कर रहा था तो मैं वो आत्मविश्वास, वो हौसला देख रहा था, और वही आपकी पहचान है, वही आपकी पहचान से जुड़ चुका है। जिसने मेडल जीता वो भी, और जो आगे मेडल जीतने वाले हैं वे भी आज प्रशंसा के पात्र है। साथियों, वैसे मैं आपको एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं। आप सभी तो वहां मुकाबला कर रहे थे, लेकिन हिंदुस्तान में क्योंकि टाइम डिफरेंस रहता है, यहां करोड़ों भारतीय रत जगा कर रहे थे। देर रात तक आपके हर एक्शन, हर मूव पर देशवासियों की नजर थी। बहुत से लोग अलार्म लगाकर सोते थे कि आपके प्रदर्शन का अपडेट लेंगे। कितने ही लोग बार बार जाकर चेक करते थे कि स्कोर क्या हुआ है, कितने गोल, कितने पॉइंट हुए। खेलों के प्रति इस दिलचस्पी को बढ़ाने में, यह आकर्षण बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है, और इसके लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं। साथियों, इस बार का जो हमारा प्रदर्शन रहा है उसका ईमानदार आकलन सिर्फ मेडल की संख्या से संभव नहीं है। हमारे कितने खिलाड़ी इस बार नेक टू नेक कम्पीट करते नजर आए, ये भी अपने आप में किसी मेडल से कम नहीं है। ठीक है कि 0.1 सेकंड, 0.1 सेंटीमीटर का फासला रह गया होगा, लेकिन उसे भी हम कवर कर लेंगे, ये मेरा आपके प्रति पूरा विश्वास है। मैं इसलिए भी उत्साहित हूं कि जो खेल हमारी ताकत रहे हैं उनको तो हम मजबूत कर ही रहे हैं, हम नए खेलों में भी अपनी छाप छोड़ रहे हैं। हॉकी में जिस प्रकार हम अपनी लेगेसी को फिर हासिल कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए मैं दोनों टीमों के प्रयास, उनकी मेहनत, उनके मिजाज, उसकी बहुत बहुत सराहना करता हूं, भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं। पिछली बार की तुलना में इस बार हमने 4 नए खेलों में जीत का नया रास्ता बनाया है। लॉन बाउल से लेकर एथलेटिक्स तक अभूतपूर्व प्रदर्शन रहा है। इस प्रदर्शन से देश में नए खेलों के प्रति युवाओं का रुझान बहुत बढ़ने वाला है। नए खेलों में हम इसी तरह अपना प्रदर्शन और सुधारते चलना है। मैं देख रहा हूं पुराने सारे चेहरे मेरे सामने हैं। शरद हो, किदाम्बी हो, सिंधु हो, सौरभ हो, मीराबाई हो, बजरंग हो, विनेश, साक्षी, आप सभी सीनियर एथलीट्स ने उम्मीद के मुताबिक लीड किया है, हर एक का हौसला बुलंद किया है। और वहीं हमारे युवा एथलीट्स ने तो कमाल ही कर दिया है। गेम्स की शुरुआत से पहले मेरी जिन युवा साथियों से बात हुई थी, उन्होंने अपना वादा पूरा निभाया है। जिन्होंने डेब्यू किया है उनमें से 31 साथियों ने मेडल जीते हैं। ये दिखाता है कि आज हमारे युवाओं का कॉन्फिडेंस कितना बढ़ रहा है। जब अनुभवी शरद डोमिनेट करते हैं और अविनाश, प्रियंका और संदीप पहली बार दुनिया के श्रेष्ठ एथलीट को टक्कर देते हैं, तो नए भारत की स्पिरिट दिखती है। स्पिरिट ये कि हम हर रेस में, हर कंपटीशन में अड़े हैं, तैयार खड़े हैं। एथलीट्स के पोडियम पर एक साथ दो स्थान पर तिरंगा की ओर सलामी देते भारतीय खिलाड़ियों को हमने कितनी बार देखा है। और साथियों, अपनी बेटियों के प्रदर्शन से तो पूरा देश गदगद है। अभी जब मैं पूजा से बात कर रहा था, मैंने उल्लेख भी किया, पूजा का वो भावुक वीडियो देख सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से कहा भी था कि आपको माफी मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप देश के लिए विजेता हैं, बस अपनी ईमानदारी और परिश्रम में कभी कमी नहीं छोड़नी है। ओलंपिक्स के बाद विनेश से भी मैंने यही कहा था और मुझे खुशी है कि उन्होंने निराशा को पीछे छोड़ते हुए श्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन किया। बॉक्सिंग हो, जूडो हो, कुश्ती हो, जिस प्रकार बेटियों ने डोमिनेट किया वो अद्भुत है। नीतू ने तो प्रतिद्वंदियों को मैदान छोड़ने पर ही मजबूर कर दिया। हरमनप्रीत के नेतृत्व में पहली बार वही क्रिकेट में बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। सभी खिलाड़ियों का प्रदर्शन बेहतरीन रहा है, लेकिन रेणुका की स्विंग का तोड़ किसी के पास अभी भी नहीं है। दिग्गजों के बीच टॉप विकेट टेकर रहना कोई कम उपलब्धि नहीं है। इनके चेहरे पर भले ही शिमला की शांति रहती हो, पहाड़ों की मासूम मुस्कान रहती हो, लेकिन उनका एग्रेशन बड़े बड़े बैटर्स के हौसले पस्त कर देता है। ये प्रदर्शन निश्चित रूप से दूर सुदूर के क्षेत्रों में भी बेटियों को प्रेरित करेगा, प्रोत्साहित करेगा। साथियों, आप सभी देश को सिर्फ एक मेडल नहीं, सिर्फ सेलिब्रेट करने का, गर्व करने का अवसर ही देते, ऐसा नहीं है, बल्कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को आप और सशक्त करते हैं। आप खेल में ही नहीं, बाकी सेक्टर में भी देश के युवाओं को बेहतर करने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। आप सभी देश को एक संकल्प, एक लक्ष्य के साथ जोड़ते हैं, जो हमारी आजादी की लड़ाई की भी बहुत बड़ी ताकत थी। महात्मा गांधी, नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस, मंगल पांडे, तात्या टोपे, लोकमान्य तिलक, सरदार भगत सिंह, चंद्रशेखर आजाद, अशफाक उल्लाह खां, रामप्रसाद बिस्मिल, अनगिनत सेनानी, अनगिनत क्रांतिवीर, जिनकी धारा अलग थी लेकिन लक्ष्य एक था। रानी लक्ष्मीबाई, जलकारी बाई, दुर्गा भाभी, रानी चेन्नम्मा, रानी गाइडिंलियो और वेलु नचियार जैसी अनगिनत वीरांगनाओं ने हर रूढ़ी को तोड़ते हुए आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ी। बिरसा मुंडा हो, अल्लूरी सीताराम राजू हो, गोविंद गुरु हो, जैसे अनेक महान आदिवासी सेनानियों ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपने हौसले, अपने जज्बे से इतनी ताकतवर सेना से टक्कर ली थी। डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद, पंडित नेहरू, सरदार पटेल, बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर, आचार्य विनोबा भावे, नानाजी देशमुख, लाल बहादुर शास्त्री, श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी जैसे अनेक विभूतियों ने आजाद भारत के सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए जीवन खपा दिया। आजादी की लड़ाई से लेकर आजाद भारत के नवनिर्माण में जिस तरह से पूरे भारत ने एकजुट होकर प्रयास किया, उसी भावना से आप भी मैदान में उतरते हैं। आप सभी का राज्य, जिला, गांव, भाषा भले कोई भी हो, लेकिन आप भारत के मान, अभिमान के लिए, देश की प्रतिष्ठा के लिए अपना सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन करते हैं। आपकी भी प्रेरणा शक्ति तिरंगा है और तिरंगे की ताकत क्या होती है, ये हमने कुछ समय पहले यूक्रेन में देखा है। तिरंगा युद्ध क्षेत्र से बाहर निकलने में भारतीयों का ही नहीं, बल्कि दूसरे देशों को, लोगों को लिए भी सुरक्षा कवच बन गया था। साथियों, बीते समय में हमने दूसरे टूर्नामेंट्स में भी बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। वर्ल्ड एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप में हमारा अब तक का सबसे सफलतम प्रदर्शन रहा। वर्ल्ड अंडर 20 एथलेटिक्स चैंपियनशिप में भी बहुत प्रशंसनीय प्रदर्शन रहा है। इसी प्रकार वर्ल्ड कैडेट रेसलिंग चैंपियनशिप और पैरा बैडमिंटन इंटरनेशनल टूर्नामेंट्स, इसमें भी कई नए रिकॉर्ड बनाए गए हैं। ये भारतीय खेल के लिए निश्चित रूप से उत्साह और उमंग का समय है। यहां अनेक कोच भी हैं, कोचिंग स्टाफ के मेंबर्स भी हैं और देश के खेल प्रशासन से जुड़े साथी भी हैं। इन सफलताओं में आपकी भूमिका भी बेहतरीन रही है। आपकी भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होती है, लेकिन ये भी तो मेरे हिसाब से शुरुआत है। हम संतोष मान करके चुप बैठने वाले नहीं हैं। भारत के खेलों का स्वर्णिम काल दस्तक दे रहा है। दोस्तों, मुझे खुशी है खेलो इंडिया के मंच से निकले अनेक खिलाड़ियों ने इस बार बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। टॉप्स का भी पॉजिटिव प्रभाव देखने को मिल रहा है। नए टैलेंट की खोज और उनको पोडियम तक पहुंचाने के हमारे प्रयासों को हमें और तेज करना है। हमारे ऊपर एक ऐसे स्पोर्टिंग इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण की जिम्मेदारी है जो विश्व में श्रेष्ठ हो, इंक्लूसिव हो, डाइवर्स हो, डायनेमिक हो। कोई भी टैलेंट छूटना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो देश की संपदा है, देश की अमानत है। मैं सभी एथलीट से आग्रहपूर्वक कहूंगा कि आपके सामने अब एशियन गेम्स हैं, ओलंपिक्स हैं। आप जमकर तैयारी कीजिए। आजादी के 75 वर्ष पर मेरा आपसे एक और आग्रह है। पिछली बार मैंने आपसे देश के 75 स्कूलों, शिक्षण संस्थानों में जाकर बच्चों को प्रोत्साहित करने का आग्रह किया था। मीट द चैंपियन अभियान के तहत अनेक साथियों ने व्यस्तताओं के बीच ये काम भी किया है। इस अभियान को जारी रखें। जो साथी अभी नहीं जा पाए हैं, उनसे भी मेरा आग्रह है कि आप जरूर जाएं। आपको देश का युवा अब रोल मॉडल के रूप में देखता है और इसलिए आपकी बातों को वो ध्यान से सुनता है। आपकी सलाह को अपने जीवन में उतारने के लिए वो उतावला है और इसलिए आपके पास ये जो सामर्थ्य पैदा हुआ है, जो स्वीकृति बनी है, जो सम्मान बढ़ा है, वो देश की युवा पीढ़ी के लिए भी काम आना चाहिए। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबकी इस विजय यात्रा को अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
The headlines at this hour: mega crackdown on terror in the valley. Terrorist Bitta Karate's wife sacked by Jammu and Kashmir administration. Zero tolerance for terror in the valley. 40 terrorists skin sacked from government posts in past 2 years. Big win for ex-NCB director Sameer Wankhede. Caste Security Committee gives clean chit to Sameer Wankhede. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery. PM Modi interacts with India's CWG 2022 medal winners at his official residence. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, entire nation gears up for mega celebrations. You're watching Live and Breaking, and we begin with a shocking video that has been emerging from Kabul. Hello and welcome, I'm Rukma. Well, the shocking scenes, these are from the Afghan capital Kabul. Women protesting for jobs and the Taliban firing at them. Afghan women demand freedom, and this is what is the Taliban's response, shooting at them as they protest, demanding jobs. It's a shocking video from Kabul in Afghanistan. Afghan women demanding freedom, demanding jobs, the freedom to work, the freedom to study. And the Taliban's response, the Taliban which is in authority there after the withdrawal of US troops, the Taliban which is in authority fires at them. A shocking video that tells the entire story. That's the video on your screens there. It's first on Republic. These are visuals from the Afghan capital, Kabul. Shocking scenes, the Taliban shooting at helpless women. We're trying to get in more details, but there you can see clear images that depict this is a video. These are visuals from Kabul in Afghanistan, where the Taliban rules. Women are demanding freedom. Women are holding protests, demanding that they be given the right to work, that they be allowed to work. The Taliban restricting women's freedom in all respects. Now we see them firing at women protesters, helpless, defenseless women protesters in Kabul in Afghanistan. Shocking scenes there on your screens. Republic bringing them to you first. Republic bringing you those shocking visuals of atrocities on defenseless women.
माफ करके, आप सोचिए दोस्ती भी किससे? शराब माफियों से। जो शराब के माफिया हैं उनके साथ दोस्ती निभाते हुए जनता की गाढ़ी कमाई से 144 करोड़ रुपया इसका माफी, इसको जो है एक तरह से जनता से लेकर के इन माफिया के हाथ में देना, यह याराना केजरीवाल जी, उनकी सरकार और मनीष सिसोदिया ने किया है। कैबिनेट में ये सारा कुछ पहले पास कराया, उसके बाद उसे खारिज किया, क्योंकि उन्हें पता था कि उनसे गलती हुई है। आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी भली भांति जानते हैं कि जो हश्र सत्येंद्र जैन जी का हुआ है वही हश्र मनीष सिसोदिया जी का होने वाला है, क्योंकि कानूनी रूप से वो गलत है, ये भली भांति रूप से अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जानते हैं। तो इसलिए इन्होंने निर्णय लिया है कि चलो हंगामा बरपाएं, आगे चलकर सच्चाई सामने आएगी। यह पूरा विषय कानून का है, कानून से भी आम आदमी पार्टी को संरक्षण नहीं मिलने वाला है, इसलिए फ्रीबी करके इस पर रोज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके मोदी जी की सरकार के ऊपर हमला बोल करके कहीं न कहीं मनीष सिसोदिया जी के एंटीसिपेटरी बेल के लिए यह एप्लीकेशन चल रहा है। जब मनीष सिसोदिया पे गाज गिरेगा तो बताएंगे देखो हमने तो अटैक किया था, इसलिए हमें इस प्रकार से भुगतना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किए थे, इसलिए मनीष सिसोदिया जी के ऊपर ज्यादती हो रही है। तो पूरा का पूरा मामला यही है। और इसके साथ साथ कुछ और खुलासे, क्यों ये जो फ्रीबी की राजनीति, ये जो रेवड़ी की राजनीति अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कर रहे हैं, मैं एक एक करके आपके सामने रखता हूं। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कल एक फेक न्यूज भी ट्वीट किया। उनके किसी कार्यकर्ता ने ट्वीट किया था कि जो यूके के प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट हैं वो भी गदगद हो गए हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के ये स्कूल मॉडल से, तो वो भी उसका अध्ययन कर रहे हैं। बाद में मालूम पड़ा ये फेक न्यूज था, ये कोई पेड न्यूज इत्यादि था, उसको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अपने प्रोपागेंडा के लिए ट्वीट किया था। ये पूरा खुलासा आप लोगों ने किया है। एजुकेशन का ढिंडोरा पीटते रहते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल कि हमारा स्कूल मॉडल ऐसा है, हमारा स्कूल मॉडल वैसा है। आप जानते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का स्कूल मॉडल कैसा है? 2015 में जब अरविंद केजरीवाल पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रहे थे और जब वो मुख्यमंत्री बने, उस समय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने वायदा किया था, आम आदमी पार्टी ने वायदा किया था कि हम सत्ता में आएंगे 500 स्कूल बनाएंगे। उसके बाद लोगों ने आरटीआई डाला अभी कि बताइए कितने स्कूल बन गए? आपने तो वादा 500 स्कूल का किया था, बनना तो दूर 16 स्कूल बंद हो गए हैं। ये आरटीआई के माध्यम से मालूम पड़ा है, 16 स्कूल बंद हो गए हैं। देयर आर 16 नंबर ऑफ गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स व्हिच आर क्लोज ड्यूरिंग 2015 to 2021। ये आरटीआई का मैं पढ़ रहा हूं। 500 स्कूल बनने थे, 16 स्कूल बंद हो गए। अगर मैं गलत हूं, अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने चोरी चोरी चुपके अदृश्य 500 स्कूल बना दिए हैं, तो इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद दिखा दें, हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है कि कहां कहां 500 स्कूल बनाए। दिल्ली में कुल मिलाकर के 1030 स्कूल है। अब ये 1030 स्कूलों में आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा, वैसे आश्चर्य नहीं होगा, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को आप भी जान गए हैं, 701 स्कूल में प्रिंसिपल नहीं है, प्रधान आचार्य 701 स्कूल में नहीं है। 1000 स्कूल में से 700 स्कूल में प्रधानाचार्य नहीं है और 745 स्कूल में साइंस नहीं पढ़ाया जाता है। इनके स्कूल के मॉडल को देखिए, ये जो फ्रीबी कर रहे हैं कि हम जनता के लिए अपने जान तक को न्यौछावर करने के लिए तैयार है, ये कर रहे हैं। 745 स्कूल में साइंस नहीं पढ़ाया जा रहा, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये सारा कुछ आरटीआई में है। 416 स्कूल में उप प्रधान आचार्य नहीं है। उससे पहले बताया गया है कि किस प्रकार दिल्ली में 745 स्कूल में प्रधानाचार्य नहीं है, और ठीक उसी प्रकार किस प्रकार से 745 स्कूल्स में जहां प्रधानाचार्य नहीं है वहां साइंस भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती है। कितने स्कूल में टीचर की वैकेंसी है? 16,834, 16,834 ये स्कूल्स की टीचर की वैकेंसी। और क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि आप तो बहुत फ्री दे रहे हैं, आप तो कमाल कर रहे हैं। यूएस और यूके एकदम सो नहीं रहे हैं, वहां के प्रधानमंत्री और राष्ट्रपति, वो सब अरविंद केजरीवाल रट रहे हैं, क्योंकि इतना बढ़िया काम केजरीवाल जी कर रहे हैं। अरे 20,000 के आसपास टीचर आपके स्कूल में नहीं है, किसी स्कूल में प्रधानाचार्य नहीं है, साइंस नहीं पढ़ाया जा रहा है। और ठीक इसके विपरीत मैं आपको कंपैरेटिव डाटा देना चाहता हूं। मोदी जी के साथ हमेशा अपने आप को कंपेयर करने की कोशिश अरविंद केजरीवाल जी करते हैं। आप जानते हैं जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है भारत सरकार के स्कूलों में 2014 में आने के पश्चात हैंड वॉश की फैसिलिटी 2012 से 13 में केवल 36% स्कूलों में थी, जो 19 से 20 में बढ़ के 90.2% स्कूल में हो गई। गर्ल्स की टॉयलेट 2012 से 13 केवल 88% स्कूलों में थी, 88% स्कूलों में थी, जो 19-20 में बढ़कर 96.9% स्कूलों में हो गई। ठीक उसी प्रकार हायर एजुकेशन में जो नंबर ऑफ कॉलेजेस 2013-14 में 36,634 था, 19-20 में बढ़कर के 42,342, अर्थात हर दिन 2 कॉलेज स्थापित हो रहे हैं भारतवर्ष में 2014 के बाद। ठीक उसी प्रकार हर हफ्ते एक यूनिवर्सिटी भारत में बन रहा है 2013-14 के बाद। जहां 2013-14 में 723 यूनिवर्सिटी थे, आज 1043 यूनिवर्सिटी है। यह है कंपैरिजन। हेल्थ, ये क्या है? एक हो हल्ला क्लिनिक, मोहल्ला क्लिनिक नहीं, ये हो हल्ला क्लिनिक ही है। ये पूरा अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति सो नहीं पा रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो आश्चर्यचकित है, ये कैसे इतना हो हल्ला क्लिनिक खुल गया। गली गली में हो हल्ला, अरे बोल रहे थे 1000 हो हल्ला क्लिनिक खुलेगा, 200-300 हो हल्ला क्लिनिक, वो भी आधे आधे डब्बे जैसे हैं, उसमें 3 आदमी बैठ नहीं सकते। इसको खोल करके हो हल्ला मचाया हुआ है पूरे भारत में कि हम ये खोल दिया, हम खोल दिया। और इसका एडवर्टाइजमेंट केरल में कर रहे हैं, इसका एडवर्टाइजमेंट गुजरात में करते हैं, इसका एडवर्टाइजमेंट कर्नाटक में करते हैं। और आप बीजेपी पे विश्वास करिए नहीं करिए, हाईकोर्ट ने क्या कहा? दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने कहा ये हो हल्ला क्लिनिक का क्या फायदा है? अगर पैंडेमिक के समय ये ट्रीटमेंट तक ना दे सके लोगों को, इसका क्या फायदा है? जब लोग कोरोना से पीड़ित थे, पैरासिटामोल तक नहीं था इन हो हल्ला क्लिनिक में। खाली हो हल्ला करना, कुछ काम नहीं करना, यह है इनके हेल्थ के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सवाल। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बोल रहे थे कि 30,000 बेड हम आते ही ऐड कर देंगे। आपको पता है कुल मिलाकर के दिल्ली में 38 हॉस्पिटल है, दिल्ली सरकार के 11,000 बेड है। ये 2015 से पहले 11,000 बेड थे, अब बढ़ करके 12,000 बेड हो गए। 30,000 ऐड करने वाले थे बोल रहे थे, कुल मिलाकर के 800-900 बेड ऐड किया है और इतना जोर हल्ला मचाया है। और बोल रहे थे इतनी अच्छी फैसिलिटी है कि विदेश से भी लोग जो आते हैं इंडिया, वो सब देख के एकदम अवाक रह जाते हैं। खुद इनके मंत्री के जो मंत्रिमंडल के लोग, उनके जो परिवार के सदस्य हैं, इन्होंने इस साल 1,25,00,000 रुपया का ट्रीटमेंट प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल से लिया है। इसको रिएम्बर्स दिल्ली सरकार ने किया। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आपको याद है ना, 2015 में जब भाषण दे रहे थे तो बोले थे हम ऐसा स्कूल खोल देंगे कि जितने हमारे मंत्री हैं और हमारे जो एमएलए होंगे, सबके बच्चे उसी में पढ़ेंगे, कोई और प्राइवेट स्कूल में नहीं जाएगा। एक का बच्चा नहीं पढ़ रहा उसमें। मैं चैलेंज कर रहा हूं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को, आपका भाषण है, अंबेडकर नगर में भाषण दिया था, वो भाषण भी हमारे पास है, समय नहीं होता नहीं तो दिखाते भाषण भी। आपने कहा था सभी मिनिस्टर और एमएलए के बच्चे वहां स्कूल में पढ़ेंगे। आप अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बताइए, इतना वर्ल्ड क्लास स्कूल खोल दिया है, कितने आपके मिनिस्टर और आपके एमएलए का बच्चा उसमें पढ़ रहे हैं? कोई नहीं पढ़ रहा है। ठीक उसी प्रकार आपके लोग ट्रीटमेंट भी हो हल्ला क्लिनिक में नहीं ले रहे हैं, गरीबों को आप झांसा दे रहे हैं। और रह गया नौकरी, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एक दिन भाषण में बोले थे अभी कुछ दिन पहले कि 10 लाख लोगों को नौकरी दे दी है। कहीं तो छाप दिया था कि 20 लाख लोगों को देंगे। 10 लाख 20 लाख में इनको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, फटाफट छाप देते हैं 20 लाख, भाषण में 10 लाख बोल देते हैं। फिर किसी ने आरटीआई डाल दिया। पहले आरटीआई में आया कि 3,246 इतने लोगों को नौकरी दिया है। 10 लाख बोला, उसके अगले दिन आरटीआई में आया 3,246 लोगों को नौकरी दिया। फिर बाद में आरटीआई का डिटेल आया, उतना भी नहीं था, 849 लोगों को दिया है। 849 लोगों को नौकरी दिया है कुल मिलाकर के। ये डिटेल पूरा मेरे पास है। और आप जानते हैं अभी दिल्ली में जो पोर्टल है उसमें 15,13,000 लोग अभी अनएम्प्लॉयड उसमें रजिस्टर्ड है। अभी 2-4 दिन पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल जी गुजरात में जाके बोल रहे थे जिसको नौकरी नहीं मिली मैं भत्ता दूंगा, बोले थे ना। हजार रुपए सबको भत्ता दूंगा, कोई चिंता मत करो, सबको नौकरी दे दूंगा और जो थोड़े लोग बच जाएंगे उनको हम भत्ता दे देंगे। अरविंद जी, ये 15,13,000 लोग दिल्ली में रजिस्टर्ड हैं जिनको नौकरी चाहिए, जो अनएम्प्लॉयड है, आपके पोर्टल में रजिस्टर्ड है। नौकरी दिया है 849 लोगों को। कितने बाकी लोगों को आपने भत्ता दिया है बताएंगे जरा? कितना भत्ता दिया है? दिल्ली में एक व्यक्ति को 1 रुपया भत्ता नहीं दिया है और जाके पूरे वर्ल्ड में गाना गाते हैं भत्ता 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 दे देंगे। करना कुछ नहीं है, केवल हल्ला मचाना है। इनका फाइनेंशियल मॉडल, दिल्ली सरकार के फाइनेंशियल मॉडल के बारे में आप जानते हैं। दिल्ली सरकार का मैं पूरा सीएजी का रिपोर्ट लेके आया हूं। बहुत दिन बाद सीएजी का रिपोर्ट आया है, मैं सब रिपोर्ट लेके आया हूं। आज आपको रिपोर्ट पढ़ता हूं। ये मनीष सिसोदिया जी 3 दिन पहले बोल रहे थे कि हम लोगों को तो रेवेन्यू सरप्लस है। हम लोग बोला था ना, हम रेवेन्यू सरप्लस हैं, हम इतना सब लोगों को दे रहे हैं, मुफ्त में दे रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, फिर भी हमारे पास बहुत रेवेन्यू है। ये सीएजी ने पोल पट्टी सब खोल दी है। सीएजी क्या कहती है? सीएजी कहती है द रेवेन्यू सरप्लस ऑफ दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट इन 2019-20 was 7,499 crore, indicating that the revenue receipts of the government were sufficient to meet the revenue expenditure. The Delhi government had been able to maintain the revenue surplus largely on the account of pension liabilities of its employees being borne by the central government. In addition, expenditure of Delhi police is also borne by the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. कि ये जो सरप्लस बता रहे हैं 7,499 करोड़ का, वो सरप्लस इसलिए है क्योंकि पैसा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट दे रही है। और फिर सोचिए पोल पट्टी क्या खोलती है सीएजी। The Delhi government's debt increased by nearly 7% in the 4-year period up to 2019-20. जब से केजरीवाल जी बने 2015 में सीएम और 20 तक 4-5 साल में 7% कर्ज बढ़ गया दिल्ली का। The debt increased by 2,268.93 crore from 32,497 crore at the beginning of 2015-16 to 34,766 crore at the end of 2019-20. मतलब लगभग 3,000 करोड़ रुपया का कर्ज अरविंद केजरीवाल के ऊपर है। सेंटर से पैसा लेके ये रेवड़ी बांटने का काम करने का जो अपने ऊपर ये महिमा मंडन अपना कर रहे हैं, इसका पूरा का पूरा चिट्ठा जो है सीएजी ने खोला है। उसके बाद और देखिए सीएजी क्या कहती है। सीएजी कहती है कि द डेवलपमेंट फंड लैप्स्ड ड्यू टू नॉन यूसेज ड्यूरिंग 2015-16 टू 2019-20 49,700 करोड़ ये फंड लैप्स हो गया। ये डेवलपमेंट का फंड आया था, केजरीवाल जी डेवलपमेंट फंड इस्तेमाल नहीं किए इसलिए वो लैप्स हो गया। 39 schemes are only on paper. No money spent on 39 schemes. Loan increase on Delhi government during the last 4 years, जो मैंने आपको बताया। कर्ज कितना बढ़ा? 2,268 करोड़। Houses built for poor, जो गरीब कल्याण घर जो देना है, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना इत्यादि के मंत्री, 93% houses unallotted. Houses built for the poor before 2011 but not yet allotted, lying vacant resulting in deterioration. घर बना हुआ है मगर वो अलॉटमेंट नहीं हो पा रहा है, घर खराब हो रहे हैं। मगर हमारे से पहले भी जो योजना थे, जो घर बने थे गरीबों के लिए, वो भी अलॉट नहीं कर पाए हैं केजरीवाल जी अभी तक। नंबर ऑफ अकाउंट ऑफ 100+ करोड़ आप देखिए। स्पेंट ऑन एड्स 100 करोड़ से अधिक एड में स्पेंड की है। 70 लाख स्पेंट ऑन एड्स टू ब्लेम सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। 70 लाख केवल जो एड है वो ब्लेम करने के लिए स्पेंड किया गया है, मगर इसका हिसाब दे नहीं पा रहे हैं। 85% एड्स आउटसाइड ऑफ दिल्ली। 85% जो एड है, 33.4 करोड़ रुपया ये दिल्ली से बाहर खर्च किया गया है, दिल्ली में खर्च नहीं किया गया है। ठीक उसी प्रकार 94% ऑफ फंड अनयूटिलाइज्ड फॉर द लेबर वेलफेयर स्कीम। जो लेबर वेलफेयर स्कीम के लिए पैसा आया था उसमें 94% उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं हो पाया। डीटीसी में एक बस नहीं खरीदा गया है और 5,280 करोड़ का नुकसान है। आप सोचिए जरा, इस प्रकार की परिस्थिति दिल्ली सरकार की है। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो अभी मैं बताने वाला हूं, आप सबको याद होगा, जब शीला दीक्षित थी तो खैर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एक बैग लेके चलते थे, बोलते थे इस बैग के अंदर शीला दीक्षित के सारे जो काले कारनामे हैं वो भर्ती हैं, जैसे ही मैं आऊंगा उनको जेल में डाल दूंगा। क्यों? क्योंकि शीला दीक्षित जी ने जो बिजली कंपनी है उसको 300 करोड़ रुपया का सब्सिडी दिया है। आप जानते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने बिजली कंपनियों को इस साल कितने का सब्सिडी दिया है? 3200 करोड़ का सब्सिडी दिया है। अपने यारों को, अपने मित्रों को बिजली कंपनी वालों के साथ साठगांठ करके उनको 3200 करोड़ रुपया का सब्सिडी दिया है। 300 करोड़ वाले तो चोर थे, उनको जेल में जाना चाहिए।
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
Salman Rushdie stabbed in the neck and abdomen by a man who rushed on the stage as the author was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Police have identified the attacker as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. He was arrested at the scene and was awaiting arraignment. State Police Major Eugene says the motive for the stabbing is still unclear. Falcon 9 launches 46 Starlink satellites into the low Earth orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. First stage booster supporting this mission previously launched Crew 1, Crew 2, Globalstar, FM-15 and 1 Starlink mission. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage returned to Earth and landed on the drone ship stationed in the Pacific Ocean. Park authorities have revoked broadcast permits for a private television station after it was taken off air following an interview during which an opposition party official allegedly incited troops and officers against the military leadership. The development came after ARY TV aired the interview of Shehbaz Gill, a close aide of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi enrolled the climate, tax and health legislations with a signature after the House gave it final approval, moving the bill to President Joe Biden's desk. The White House says the president will sign the bill next week. The legislation is a shadow of the larger, more ambitious plan to supercharge environment and social programs that Biden and his party envisioned. And young children, it's still not clear, but the tricolour, a human formation of the tricolour, our national flag, the three colours with the Ashok Chakra in the middle. Saffron, white and green in that wide open field against a green background. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav being celebrated in different ways across India. In response to the Prime Minister's call of Har Ghar Tiranga, in salute to our national flag, in salute to all our brave hearts, in salute to the great freedom fighters of the past who made this day possible in our history. Visuals that Republic is accessing you from Chandigarh. And coming up, all the updates. It's a Guinness World Record breaking human formation as India celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav from the 13th to the 15th. In particular, is the 15th of August, the 75th anniversary of our independence.
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks at the central government, the BJP hit back at the AAP Supremo, stating that freebies are short-term benefits which only benefit the Delhi Chief Minister. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malaut area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agriculture fields. The injured were moved to the hospital. Meanwhile, further investigation is still underway.
Salman Rushdie stabbed in the neck and abdomen by a man who rushed on the stage as the author was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Police have identified the attacker as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. He was arrested at the scene and was awaiting arraignment. State Police Major Eugene says the motive for the stabbing is still unclear. Falcon 9 launches 46 Starlink satellites into the low Earth orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. First stage booster supporting this mission previously launched Crew 1, Crew 2, Globalstar, FM-15 and 1 Starlink mission. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage returned to Earth and landed on the drone ship stationed in the Pacific Ocean. Pak authorities have revoked broadcast permits for a private television station after it was taken off air following an interview during which an opposition party official allegedly incited troops and officers against the military leadership. The development came after ARY TV aired the interview of Shehbaz Gill, a close aide of former Prime Minister Imran Khan. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi enrolled the climate tax and health legislation.
That this is for the first time in the television history of India that we are bringing you real patrolling footages.
This is a very important place. It is because of the valor and fortitude of our troops who fought here valiantly in 1962 that even our enemies were forced to call the area of Namti as the Tiger's Mouth.
On terror in the Valley, terrorist Bitta Karate's wife sacked by the J&K administration. Zero tolerance towards terror in the Valley. 40 terrorists sacked from government posts in past 2 years in J&K.
745 स्कूल्स में जहां प्रधानाचार्य नहीं है वहां साइंस भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती। ये स्कूल्स के टीचर की वैकेंसी और क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि आप तो बहुत फ्री दे रहे हैं।
BJP lambast Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The mega face-off over freebies continue.
जो डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट किए थे वो सत्य के आधार पर डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे एंड दोज वर वैलिड डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड समीर वानखेड़े एंड हिज फादर डेफिनेटली बिलोंग्स टू द शेड्यूल कास्ट Mahar community.
Big win for ex-NCB director Sameer Wankhede. Caste Security Committee gives clean chit to Sameer Wankhede. Novelist Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery.
गर्व की बात है कि देश आप सभी की मेहनत से एक प्रेरणादायक उपलब्धि के साथ आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है।
Minister Modi interacts with India's Commonwealth Games medalists at his official residence. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, the entire nation gears up for the mega celebrations. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday afternoon. A lot's lined up for you in this edition. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away starting with breaking news coming in. Stunning leads coming in with respect to kill Nupur Sharma's plot. Big lead that we are getting at this point is that Pakistan sent a 7-page dossier or handbook. Pakistan's terror handbook has now been accessed by Republic. Jaish terrorists, we are told, had a clincher Pakistan handbook. So that's the fresh late update coming in. We are told that Pakistan sent 70-page dossier. It's a 3-nation plot that's been established now. We understand that Pakistan sent a 70-page handbook, and this is, of course, a mega revelation coming in with respect to kill Nupur Sharma plot, the sacked BJP leader. So these are the shocking details coming in at this point. We'll go across to our reporters to get us more details. It's the Pakistan-Afghan-Syria plot that is now out. So that's the big revelation and a big lead coming in with respect to this mega plot that has now been unearthed. Piyush Shori is joining us to give us those stunning details. Piyush, if you could give us the details of this plot that has now been unraveled.
Well, thanks for that, Samiksha. And, as you could see, that the Pak angle now has come forward of how, they were planning to bring terrorism back, through killing or, through making plans of, trying to, do physical harm to Nupur Sharma. As what we have heard from our sources is that, a 70-page dossier has been, seized from the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist, which was arrested by the authorities. And very chilling details have come of how, he wanted to harm Nupur Sharma and also several other RSS leaders. So what you can see is that, there is a very challenging law and order situation now, which is being, created, and this direction is being coming from Pakistan. And now it becomes even more important for us to take all these, arrests very seriously, taking into consideration of what has really happened in New York, where Salman Rushdie has been arrested.
Yes.
So yes, this is a very, serious matter, and this really now needs to be investigated by authorities. There are going to be several, can of worms that may get unearthed by this investigation, and one may
all right, Piyush, stay with us. We'll come back to you. So, Piyush, they're getting us all those details of the plot that has now been unraveled. Let's go across to more breaking news coming in right now. Well, we'll go across to some more breaking news that is just coming in. But for now, the big update coming in with respect to kill Nupur plot. It's a 3-nation plot that's unraveled now. It's Afghan, Syria and Pakistan, of course. The stunning details that are now out with respect to the plot that was being hatched. It's a kill Nupur plot that has now been busted. It's a 70-page handbook of Pakistan that's now been accessed. Jaish terrorist, we are told, had this clincher handbook from Pakistan on the kill Nupur plot that is now out. So questions now arising that whether there was a sinister plot there, the 3-nation plot which involved nations Pakistan, Afghanistan and Syria as well. So a large-scale jihadist plot that seems to be that was being hatched to kill Nupur Sharma, the sacked BJP leader, for a controversial comments that she had made earlier. So these are the stunning details coming in at this point. We'll go across to our reporters for more details on that. But as of now, that's the big update coming in. The dossier that has been accessed, Pakistan Terror Handbook, that's been accessed by Republic. It's a 3-country terror plot that appears to be hatched to kill Nupur Sharma. That's a plot that's been busted, and the plot that has now been established as well. In fact, the visuals on your screens of the Jaish terrorist Mohammad Nadeem, who in fact played a key role to hatch a conspiracy against Nupur Sharma. We have Piyush back with us. Piyush, if you could talk to us more about this three-nation plot that has now been unearthed.
So, Mohammad Nadeem, the person, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, was arrested by the UP anti-terror squad in Saharanpur. Now, one thing which again becomes very serious, or which is becoming very challenging, is that, how these people who are associated with terrorism to very Islamic outfits are now coming to, places like Saharanpur, which is, quite close to Delhi. So you can understand the seriousness, of all this entire matter. Not only Mohammad Nadeem, but there have been also several other people who have been arrested by UP ATS who have, mentioned of their links through these Islamic outfits. One can, say that, they are trying to harm Nupur Sharma of her remark, but, this sinister plot may go more deeper. As what we have heard from our sources is that, Mohammad Nadeem and several other people who have been arrested by UP ATS were not only trying to harm Nupur Sharma, but were also trying to harm several RSS leaders. So you can see that, there is a, big law and order challenge now, which, is in front of us. And all the police officials and all the investigating agencies now have a big task in front of them to get hold of these people who are spread in different parts of the country. Back to you in the studio, Samiksha.
Piyush, thanks for getting us all those details. So Piyush there getting us these updates, the shocking updates that are just pouring in. The visuals on your screens as well of the accused Nadeem, who's been arrested, and a three-nation plot that has been unearthed as well. The Pakistan sinister plot by Pakistan, which has now been unraveled. It has now tumbled out. It's a 70-page dossier that has been accessed by Republic. There was in fact a Kill Nupur plot that was being hatched, and it was a three-nation plot that was in the making. Well, on to more breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi's mother is now leading the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign as the country is gearing up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations. The lively visuals coming in right now of Prime Minister Modi's mother there, who's seen distributing tirangas to these children, leading the Tiranga campaign of the centre. So the visuals coming in from Gandhinagar, where Prime Minister Modi's mother is seen celebrating the Independence Day and leading the Tiranga campaign, of course, holding high the tricolour along with these children. She was seen distributing the tricolour to these children as well. So Prime Minister Modi's mother there joining the Tiranga wave that is being seen across the country. So Tiranga campaigns, as we speak, is being celebrated across the country, and the visuals coming right now are from Gandhinagar. The heartwarming visuals coming in from Gujarat's Gandhinagar, where Prime Minister Modi's mother is seen giving the tricolours to these children and holding the tricolour high herself. So these are the visuals. Remember, India is gearing up for the mega 75th year celebrations. Dress rehearsals that are also happening simultaneously at the Red Fort in the national capital. Just a short while back, we got you those lively visuals of the Tiranga rallies being held across the country, in Karnataka, in Hyderabad, and the visual coming in from Gujarat, where Prime Minister Modi's mother is seen marking the Tiranga rally. Well, moving on to more news then, this one with respect to the caste scrutiny committee that has now given a clean sheet to ex-NCB Zonal Director Sameer Wankhede. In fact, the order reads that Wankhede wasn't a Muslim by birth, and also states that it's not proven that Wankhede and his father converted to Islam, but that it's proven that they belonged to a Meher 37 scheduled caste. So that's the update coming in. Wankhede, who's now been given a clean sheet. Remember, there was a mega controversy that also happened with regard to the caste of the ex-NCB zonal director, and now Sameer Wankhede, what we understand is that stands vindicated with respect after the clean sheet that has now been given to Wankhede by the caste scrutiny committee that has said that Wankhede was not a Muslim by birth and that he belongs to the scheduled caste is what we understand. We'll go across to Alicia as well to get her quick perspective on this, but that's the breaking story coming in. We have reactions as well coming in. Let's listen in to Sameer Wankhede's reaction after he got vindicated over this.
ये मैं ज़्यादा इस विषय पे बोल नहीं पाऊंगा क्योंकि मैटर पहले सब जुडिस था, लेकिन कल ही हमारे जो माननीय महाराष्ट्र राज्य के जो कास्ट स्क्रूटिनी कमेटी होती है, उन्होंने जो कंप्लेंट्स की गई थी हमारे विरुद्ध में, हमारे खिलाफ में, तो उस कंप्लेंट्स को खारिज किए हैं। एंड जो हमने जो डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट किए थे वो सत्य के आधार पर डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे, एंड दोज वर वैलिड डॉक्यूमेंट्स। एंड समीर वानखेड़े एंड हिज फादर डेफिनेटली बिलोंग्स टू द शेड्यूल कास्ट महार कम्युनिटी। हमारे जो माननीय मुंबई उच्च न्यायालय है, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट है, तो उस केस में, डिफामेशन केस में इंजंक्शन भी प्राप्त हुआ है, और उसके अलावा भी शो कॉज नोटिस जारी की गई है कंटेम्प्ट ऑफ इंजंक्शन के लिए, और मैटर सब जुडिस है वो भी।
तो इस सर्टिफिकेट में जो फर्क उस केस में पड़ेगा आपके मुताबिक को लगता है?
इस बारे में मैं कुछ कह भी नहीं पाऊंगा मैं, लेकिन जो सच्चाई है तो वो सब सच्चाई इस ऑर्डर में आ चुकी है। एंड मैं काफ़ी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ सिस्टम का, जुडिशरी का, महाराष्ट्र सरकार का, जो उन्होंने सच्चाई का और सत्य जो है वो बाहर निकाला है।
So, as you heard, that was the ex-NCB Zonal Director Sameer Wankhede. We have Alisha also with us. Alisha, help us read into this. There was a mega controversy that also broke out in the past, and now what we understand is that Sameer Wankhede finally stands vindicated.
Well, yes, Samiksha, it's indeed a big win for Sameer Wankhede, because this is something, a case and the claim that was made by former Minister Nawab Malik, clearly saying that Sameer Wankhede used fake certificate to get a government job. After which Mumbai Caste Scrutiny Committee that was made, and of course there were even the statement of Sameer Wankhede that was recorded, and of course he was asked to get all the documents. We even saw Sameer Wankhede going to the Scrutiny Committee, and he has submitted all the documents, and that documents has really proven that Sameer Wankhede belongs to Mahar 37 scheduled caste, and that is what has been mentioned in the order that has already been accessed by Republic TV. If I read out some of the most important points that has been mentioned, which clearly stated that Sameer Wankhede was not a Muslim by birth. Also, the documents that is given by Sameer Wankhede and his father clearly proves that both belongs to Mahar 37 scheduled caste. So the fight that was ongoing with the Sameer Wankhede, and even we heard Sameer Wankhede while speaking to Republic TV has clearly mentioned that the truth, the justice has actually prevailed, and moreover this is a big win for Sameer Wankhede. Minute to minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किया जाता है।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय!
Prime Minister Modi to host all the medal winners of the Commonwealth Games at his official residence in the national capital at 11 a.m. As AAP continues to escalate the freebie culture debate by launching attacks at the central government, the BJP hit back at the AAP Supremo, stating that freebies are short-term benefits which only benefit the Delhi Chief Minister. 6 people were injured in a bloody clash in Punjab's Malaut area. The fight reportedly erupted over the issue of water diversion to agriculture fields. The injured were moved to the hospital. Meanwhile, further investigation is still underway.
Salman Rushdie stabbed in the neck and abdomen by a man who rushed on the stage as the author was about to give a lecture in Western New York. Police have identified the attacker as 24-year-old Hadi Matar of Fairview, New Jersey. He was arrested at the scene and was awaiting arraignment. State Police Major Eugene says the motive for the stabbing is still unclear.
And after Prime Minister Modi hosted the Commonwealth Games medalist, Republic also spoke to the medalist after the interaction with the Prime Minister. Take a look.
About Indian table tennis, there is one person who we can never forget, and that is Sharad Kamal, the veteran Sharad Kamal, who has, continued to do us, proud in the field of table tennis. Today we have the, honor of talking to Sharad Kamal, who has actually done us proud. Sir, you have been in this, you've been winning us medals for so long. No one can tell you about, either how long have you been, performing for us, and doing well. So what has been the secret of this success?
I think I've kept myself fit enough to get out there and play against players who are way younger to me, because table tennis is a very fast sport. It's one of the fastest in the world. So to keep my reflexes high and the way I can move faster, to catch up physically with the youngsters, when I do that, then I have the mental ability and the experience to use my skills in the right way.
So one thing, which we have always, seen in you is that, you've always worn your heart on your sleeves. One can never forget, when, we won the first gold medals in Commonwealth Games, you cried on the dais, and that was, something which really made us proud. Today, it is because of your effort that, we have also started beginning to win medals in Asian Games, which was never ever expected. How long would you think, sir, is going to take now for Indian table tennis to beat likes of China and even Japan in that matter?
Well, we're inching there. It's a long, drawn process. I don't know if in my career we'll be able to beat, but I'm pretty sure that in the coming generations we will be one of the best in the world, because the way we're progressing, the way the system is helping us, the structure is being built, I'm pretty much sure we will be able to take down the best in the business also.
My last question to you would be, sir, that today the Prime Minister has talked about Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat. Now we have to, also make sure that this table tennis, game gets promoted to all other states. How do you plan to, promote this game to other states as well, sir?
I think the best way to promote any sport is win the medals for the country. Once you win the medals, you become a role model, and there are a lot of youngsters who get inspired by what you're doing. So I think that would be the best way, personally for me as a player, to promote the sport.
Thank you so much, Sharad, sir. Thank you, sir. So here was Sharad's plans of how he would promote the table tennis game all across the country. With video journalist, this is Piyush Ohri reporting for Republic TV.
So Piyush there speaking to our Commonwealth heroes after the interaction with the Prime Minister Modi, Prime Minister who of course boosted the morale of these medalists. You can see the Commonwealth attendees, the Commonwealth Games medalists there who are listening to Prime Minister there as he gave that stellar speech, boosting the morale of the gold of the Commonwealth Games medalist, saying that there is a lot to do in the near future, as well as a lot of tournaments coming up. As you can see, Prime Minister there addressing the Commonwealth Games medalist, saying that a lot of games coming up in the near future. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Republic interacts with the medalists after the interaction with the Prime Minister.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil Battle School has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय!
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August.
A man was stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar and the murder was caught on CCTV cameras. In the light of the shocking event, a case was registered and an investigation is underway. The 25-year-old man was stabbed to death by some people after an argument. In the video, Mayank is seen running and being chased by some people. They were seen catching him near a car and one of the accused, wearing white pants, stabs him several times. A case has been registered and an investigation is currently underway.
SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो करे जल्दी से जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
However, the motive behind the incident is yet to be ascertained. Mayank had done a course in hotel management and was currently unemployed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, lots lined up for you on the other side. No post for terror backers, a strong message that J&K administration sends out with the sacking of Bitta Karate's kid.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय।
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of national capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after. Now, ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations under the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, the Golconda Fort in Hyderabad is decorated, illuminated in tricolour. Amid nationwide celebration to commemorate 75 years of independence, Muradabad police took out the tricolour rally. The police personnel were seen dancing fiercely on patriotic songs in the police station.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए
Top headlines this afternoon. Mega crackdown on terror in the valley. Terrorist Bitta Karate's wife sacked by J&K administration. Zero tolerance to terror in the valley. 40 terrorists caned sacked from government posts in past 2 years.
745 स्कूल्स में जहां प्रधानाचार्य नहीं है वहां साइंस भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती। ये स्कूल्स के टीचर की वैकेंसी, और क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि आप तो बहुत फ्री दे रहे हैं।
BJP lambasts Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The mega face-off over freebies continue.
डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट किए थे, वो सत्य के आधार पर डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे एंड दोज वर वैलिड डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड समीर वानखेड़े एंड हिज फादर डेफिनेटली बिलोंग्स टू द शेड्यूल कास्ट Mahar community.
Big win for ex-NCB director Sameer Wankhede. Caste Security Committee gives clean chit to Sameer Wankhede. Novelist Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery, may lose sight in one eye.
एक गर्व की बात है कि देश आप सभी की मेहनत से एक प्रेरणादायक उपलब्धि के साथ आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi interacts with India's Commonwealth Games winners at his official residence. Ahead of 75th Independence Day, the entire nation gears up for the mega celebrations. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday afternoon. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We are live and breaking straight away, starting with breaking news coming in. And breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu, where we understand that the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister faced massive backlash. In fact, we understand that a shoe was hurled at the Tamil Nadu Minister at the Madurai airport. This was a commotion as a result of BJP workers not being allowed to attend the funeral ceremonies, what we understand of a martyr. So a shoe that was pelted at Minister's car in Madurai is what we are given to understand at this point. The visuals on your screens as well, the commotion that ensued after BJP workers were asked to leave a martyr's funeral that was taking place. We have Varshini who is breaking that story and getting us those visuals. Varshini, if you could give more details and also help us understand the reason why the BJP workers not allowed to attend this funeral of a martyr.
Samiksha, the funeral was supposed to happen today, and the Tamil Nadu government was also, sending representatives to pay respects to the martyr. And as a part of this whole funeral ceremony, the Finance Minister Palnivel Tyagarajan was supposed to attend, and he had attended and he paid his respect. Similarly, the District Collector of Madurai, Anish Shekhar, the Madurai Mayor, everybody, including the MLAs of the Madurai district, also participated on behalf of the Tamil Nadu government in this particular funeral ceremony of the martyr. And the BJP workers who gathered there had demanded that they will also have to be let inside so that they can pay their respects. But since it is a very formal, proper ceremony that happened, they couldn't give permission for random public people to enter, and that is why this whole issue started when the BJP workers started demanding and started shouting slogans, including how they are also they also want to pay respects and tributes to a martyr of the country. And that after the funeral was over, when the finance minister was leaving and when he was on his way to the airport, the BJP workers attacked his car. They pelted a shoe on his car, and the police who were deployed there for security purposes had to immediately remove all the BJP workers from the whole location where the funeral was happening of Lakshmanan, 24-year-old Lakshmanan, who's lost his life for the country. And the situation was brought under control by the Madurai City Police after they were forced to remove the BJP workers who were making a commotion there, and only after that it was settled.
Well, absolutely, Varshini, still the big question that remains is that everyone should be allowed to pay respects to the martyrs of the country. Why were the BJP workers not being allowed in the first place?
Well, that exactly is the big question that is doing the rounds here, because there were a huge number of people who were representing the DMK government, and they who were present at the funeral ceremony to pay respects to the martyr. And similarly, even BJP state leader Annamalai was also present there to pay his tributes to the martyr. And the BJP workers asked for an entry so that they can also go pay their tributes, but due to law and order situation and demands, the police did not allow them, and that's when they started to indulge in a commotion, and that is how this whole situation, this scenario happened. And that's when they started attacking the finance minister's car, and they also hurled a shoe at the front of the car, which is very clearly seen in the visuals, and the whole area had to be cleared, and the police had to give additional security so that the minister was able to reach the Madurai airport on time.
Yes, Varshini, stay with us while we keep up with those visuals of how these police officials are seen making way for the convoy of the minister to pass, whereas not letting BJP workers to take part in it. You also spoke about Annamalai, who was also there. If you could tell us any word coming in from Annamalai with respect to the situation that unfolded.
Well, this is definitely an unfortunate situation, and the BJP, as we can see from the visuals, is definitely agitated about what went through during that funeral ceremony, and it is expected that the BJP will definitely take up this issue, and the BJP state president K. Annamalai, who also was there to pay his respects, was definitely not looking very happy with whatever happened. He also looked very upset. Therefore, there is a expectation that the BJP will definitely strongly condemn whatever happened during the funeral ceremony. Therefore, we'll have to see what the BJP has to take a stand on this, or how they react to this.
All right, Varshini, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you. In fact, stay with us. For the benefit of our viewers who are just tuning in, if you could once again narrate the whole incident that happened, the visuals also that we are showing to our viewers right now of how shoes were hurled at the Tamil Nadu minister's car as a result of massive backlash that he faced.
Samiksha, so today the funeral ceremony of the martyr who was killed in Jammu and Kashmir was supposed to happen in Madurai, his own native, and his body was brought back to Madurai city, and funeral arrangements were made. And on behalf of the Tamil Nadu government, the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Palnivel Thiagarajan, and the Tamil Nadu District Collector Anish Shekhar, the Madurai District Collector Anish Shekhar, the Madurai District, Madurai City Mayor, and the MLAs of the Madurai district also participated in this funeral ceremony to pay their respects to the martyr. And during that time, the BJP workers demanded that they would be let into the funeral ceremony so that they can also pay their tributes, pay their respects to the martyr. But unfortunately, due to law and order reasons, the police who were deployed there for security purposes could not let them inside. And this was definitely, this did not definitely go well with the BJP workers who were present there, and they were agitated. And when the finance minister was about to leave the location of the funeral ceremony, and he was heading towards the Madurai airport, and while his car was moving out, the
Varshini,
BJP workers attacked his car.
So Varshini, they're getting us all those details. The shocking video coming to light, remains to be seen. The response that comes in from DMK, if at all, on this shocking visual video that has now emerged. Moving on then to our big story that we've been tracking since yesterday. Salman Rushdie, the author whose writing led to death threats from Iran since the 1980s, was attacked on 12th of August as he was about to give a lecture in Western New York at an event. Take a look at this report.
Author Salman Rushdie was stabbed in the neck and abdomen at an event in New York, US. The 75-year-old author is on ventilator and could lose an eye. Police have identified his attacker. The author's agent said that Salman Rushdie suffered severe nerves in an arm and damage to his liver and could lose an eye. New York police identified the attacker as Hadi Matar from New Jersey and said the motive behind the attack remained unclear. Rushdie was repeatedly stabbed by Matar, who rushed to the stage and attacked him. World leaders have condemned this attack. They have wished Rushdie a speedy recovery. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, tracking closely all the updates coming in on Rushdie's attacker as well. Remember, his attacker has been identified as Hadi Matar. What we understand is that he used fake driver's license. His fake identity was Hassan Mughnia, a reminder of Imad Mughnia, who is a senior Hezbollah official close to Iran's IRGC Quds office chief Soleimani. So that's in fact the still on your screens as well, the fake driver license that was used by the stabber. So that's the latest what you're learning. Just a mere just 25 years old man who stabbed Rushdie. We have Niranjan also to give us more details. Niranjan, if you could give us more details of this attacker.
Well, we're getting the first details of the attacker, the man who was seen stabbing, attacking, and later being taken away, detained by the police in New York. It appears that he had a fake ID, and some of the reports, and this is a person who has tweeted details of this attacker. This is a parliamentarian from Belgium. In fact, who has tweeted. Her name is Daria Safai. And Daria Safai has tweeted details of this attacker, saying that Hadi Matar used his fake driver's license. And it's important, and it's also symbolic because, and what this MP, this parliamentarian in Belgium, is trying to hint at is that the name on the card and the ID that you see there, the name on the ID on the right, that's Hassan Mughnia. This MP claims that Hassan Mughnia is a reminder of Imad Mughnia, a senior Hezbollah official close to Iran's IRGC Quds force chief Qasem Soleimani. And that is why it is important. And it is important because it appears, now there's nothing on record to confirm it, and there were details to the contrary. So what we will also do is we will try and get some experts on the phone line to see how they look at this development. Because this man who's been identified as Hadi Matar, we'll get some experts on the right, strategic experts. His fake identity was Hassan Mughnia. Now, was it a symbolic fake ID that he carried to send a message, perhaps? Because Mughnia is also a reminder of Imad Mughnia, and Imad Mughnia is a senior Hezbollah official close to Qasem Soleimani, and Qasem Soleimani was killed by the American forces, as we remember. Qasem Soleimani was targeted by the Americans. He was killed in January 2020. He was assassinated. He was an Iranian high-ranking military officer. So, of course, you can't draw a direct link as of now. You can't draw a direct link. But certainly this parliamentarian, Belgian MP has tweeted about it. She's trying to hint that maybe there's much more.
Well, yes, Niranjan, if you are still with us, if you could talk to us more about that fatwa, that bounty that was on his head or by the Iran government, if you could give us more details with respect to this fatwas that was on his head since the 1980s.
Yes, well, absolutely. Before I give you more details about this attacker, I'd like to go across to Sushant Sareen as well. Sushant Sareen is on the phone line with us, strategic affairs expert Sushant Sareen. Sushant, there is a parliamentarian from Belgium. Called Daria Safai, and she has tweeted the fake ID. And the fake ID of Hadi Matar, the man who attacked Salman Rushdie, was Hassan Mughnia. Now, Hassan Mughnia, this MP claims, is a reminder of Imad Mughnia, who is a senior Hezbollah official close to Qasem Soleimani, indirectly trying to draw the Iran link. Can I get your response to it and how you're looking at this entire fallout?
Look, I think as far as I remember, Imad Mughniya had been killed by the Israelis some time back. And yes, Imad Mughniya was linked very closely to Iran and to Qasim Soleimani. I don't think that the Iranian connection of this particular assailant or would-be assassin can be entirely ruled out. But it's not just about the Iranian fatwa, really. Look, there has been no Iranian fatwa, for example, in the recent incidents that we have seen in India. And yet, there has been this whole climate of hatred that has been created, this whole campaign of San Se Juda which has been created even in India, hasn't it? And not too long back, many Indian politicians would boast around the world that the Indian Muslims are not affected by this particular trend which is going around in the rest of the world. So I think we have to accept the fact that this propaganda has been going on for a long time, and it is not limited to any one community. Now, whether there is an Iranian link to this particular assault or it is just some another crazy character who decided the name of the Prophet and the respect and the honor of the Prophet depends upon his being, this character being murderous, I think that's utterly crazy. Many people in the Muslim community hold the Prophet in very high esteem, not because of these characters who go about killing people. So I think it is very important for us to understand that the kind of propaganda and the kind of a hatred cult that has been cultivated over the years is what is responsible for what has happened. Now, whether there was a direct or indirect Iranian connection is quite immaterial as far as I am concerned.
Yeah. But is there any doubt, I mean, now with the details that are emerging, is there any doubt in your mind that this was some sort of a attack as retaliation to what happened decades ago? This was certainly targeted. There's no doubt on that, right? I mean, I don't know. How do you see about, when you look at the reaction?
I don't think there's any doubt on that because for many fanatics, Salman Rushdie has been a kind of a magnet of hate. They made him into a hate figure. There are many people, and from what I can make out, this particular assailant would not have even been born when Salman Rushdie made the allegedly blasphemous remarks, right? And yet, almost years later, you have a guy who's probably in his mid-20s who has suddenly taken upon himself that he must, carry out this kind of an action. So I think you need to look at the kind of mindset. You need to look at the kind of the hatred which has been propagated and which has been floated. The way killing another person has been made perfectly kosher is something which should be concerning communities all across the world, and not just non-Muslim communities, but also Muslims all over the world, because it is driving, the Muslim community around the world into a corner where, people will start taking retaliatory action. And I don't think anybody wants something like that to happen. So I think it is extremely important for all sides to step back, all sides to understand that, there are certain behaviors which are simply not permitted, simply not acceptable to any civilized society. And I think we need to move in that particular direction.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Sushant. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast. We also have Colonel Rohit joining us. Colonel Rohit, getting in more details, in fact, it's a Belgian MP who tweeted this, trying to draw Hezbollah, and Iranian link to two generals who were, one is Imad Mughniya, and second, to Qasim Soleimani, are trying to draw a link to the fake ID that was used, perhaps to hint that a message was sent out from Iran, maybe, that this was a deliberate attack.
Right. So I agree with this view, and I think this Hadi Matar, the attacker,
he has a lot of Iranian connection in that, he has posted on his Facebook as well of Ayatollah Khomeini and everybody else. And he has been a person at a young age who's been influenced to carry out this fatwa which was issued against Salman Rushdie in 1989 probably. And since then, he also supports the Shia extremism. That's what his Facebook account and the details with the intelligence agencies in US has come out. My worry is a little different. My worry is that how does a person of such a linkage have fake IDs sitting in the USA? We have all been through USA in many forms, and the systems are so strict. And for Hadi Matar to obtain this license, it still smacks of some kind of a security lapse, A. B, I just hope that, in its policies, which the US has followed over the period of time, and they have allowed some kind of migration to happen, for whatever reasons, their internal polity or otherwise, I hope they have not made these mistakes because, it's very easy for us to talk in India when we talk about outsiders getting access to Aadhaar cards and all, and the government is getting, really back at it today. But for US, I think it's a very strange thing to happen. The security documents are very, very compact there in the sense that you can't fudge it. So I'm not too sure what lapse has happened on that angle. I think that's a bigger angle to see. But surely, Hadi Matar is a young man influenced by his, fatwa, which is given by the state in Iran. It's playing out. Qasem Soleimani's death, avenging, everything is part of it. But it is just a small thing that he has gone around and hit Salman Rushdie first. Maybe this young man could have risen to some other occupation and done something more devastating in the US against US interests. So I think people have to see from all perspectives how do people get immigration, how the systems allow them to make fake IDs, how do they enter such a venue which is supposed to be, in US, wherever you go, there is some sense of security. Recently I went there. Even a mall in US, because of the attacks which happened during the Black Lives Matter, still in the heart of Atlanta or Manhattan, you found malls to have a lot of police security. So I think US has to reflect back on what it has done.
I just have to interrupt you for a second. I think S. Jaishankar is speaking on Salman Rushdie. So I can cut across to that. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister. Let's cut across to that. Okay, S. Jaishankar.
Is that, sorry?
Have you talked with that
No, I've been here. I've been mainly talking to all of you.
सब ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕೊನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು
Shankar, I think he just took one question there. He just took one question, and he was saying that I think the whole world has reacted to it. And he said the whole world has reacted, and he's just heard about the attack and he's gathering more details. So that is external affairs. The first government response saying that we are just still gathering details of the attacker. The first Indian government response, Samiksha. So you just heard that, but S. Jaishankar will play that out. We'll cut that out and play it in just a minute.
All right. Yes. Well, thank you for that, Niranjan. So that's the latest coming in. The External Affairs Minister also responding to the attack on Salman Rushdie, saying that the world has condemned this terrible attack which has happened on the Indian-born author Salman Rushdie, who was stabbed yesterday at an event while he was about to deliver a lecture at an event which was taking place in Western New York. So tracking closely all the updates coming in. More updates that are just trickling in. That's the first Indian government response on Salman Rushdie. The government there condemning, of course, the attack that had happened on Salman Rushdie and saying that the world has condemned this brutal assault which has happened. In fact, more updates that are just coming in with respect to the killer of, with respect to this attacker of Salman Rushdie, where the Belgian MP has also taken to social media to say that this is an example of hate crime which has been committed, drawing Iran Hezbollah link as well. So Belgium MP drawing a link there to Iranian general killed by the US. Remember, there was a fatwa that was on Salman Rushdie's head, the fatwa that was announced by the Iran government way back in 1989. What we understand, this attacker who's now been arrested is merely 25 years old. So questions now arising, what was the motive behind this attack that was carried out? A lot of details that are just trickling in. In fact, a lot of world leaders have condemned this attack that has happened on Salman Rushdie, from Jake Sullivan, the White House National Security Advisor, who said that the attack on Salman Rushdie is appalling, from Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who's saying that his fight is our fight. Now more than ever, we stand by side. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you all the big leads that we are picking up on the attack on novelist Salman Rushdie. Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा
Top headlines at 2:30. Mega crackdown on terror in J&K. Terrorist Bitter Karate's wife sacked by the J&K administration. Zero tolerance to terror in J&K. 40 terrorists skinned sacked from government post in past 2 years.
इन 45 स्कूल्स में जहां प्रधानाचार्य नहीं है, वहां साइंस भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती। ये स्कूल्स के टीचर की वैकेंसी, और क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि आप तो बहुत फ्री दे रहे हैं।
BJP lambasts Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The mega face-off over freebies continues.
ने जो डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट किए थे वो सत्य के आधार पर डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे एंड दोज वर वैलिड डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड समीर वानखेड़े एंड हिज फादर डेफिनेटली बिलोंग्स टू द शेड्यूल कास्ट महार कम्युनिटी.
Big win for ex-NCB director Sameer Wankhede. Caste Security Committee gives clean sheet to Sameer Wankhede. Author Salman Rushdie stabbed in New York. Reportedly, Rushdie on ventilator after hours of surgery.
एक गर्व की बात है कि देश आप सभी की मेहनत से एक प्रेरणादायक उपलब्धि के साथ आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा।
Prime Minister Modi interacts with India's Commonwealth Games medalists at his official residence. Ahead of the 75th Independence Day, the entire nation gears up for the mega celebrations. Well, tracking closely all the updates coming in on the attack on novelist Salman Rushdie, which happened yesterday in Western New York while he was about to deliver a lecture. What we understand is that there is a fake ID that has been recovered from the attacker as well, and the fresh update that is just coming in. Government also responding, the Indian government responding to this dastardly attack. We have Major General G.D. Bakshi also joining us. Sir, if I can get your quick response, the Indian government has also responded to this terrible attack which happened on the India-born novelist. If I can get your first response to what has unraveled in the last 24 hours, more than 20 hours.
This is a ghastly attack, and Rushdie is a world-famous India-born novelist. It was for the past over 30 years that he was on the run from the Islamists. It seems that he has now thought that it was safe to venture around like this, but the fact that they have attacked him after so many years after they gave those threats, that is shocking. The simple fact is that the woke ideology in the United States is talking of countering Islamophobia and curtailing Islamic phobic attitudes, etc., etc. But I think a bit of the circumspection is called for, because if this is the way they are going to go around slitting throats, stabbing people, then one has to be very careful of the ideology which breeds such attacks. There are sections in the United States academia which are turning Hinduphobic. They're sort of trying to target peaceful Indian religions like the Hinduism, Buddhism, and trying to give a free pass to these Islamic zealots, these terrorist jihadis, these crazies who go around slitting the throats of women, decent human beings with that sarkam se juda kind of philosophy. That means that, anything that they decree as blasphemy gives them the right to murder, slaughter, kill, slit throats. That's not acceptable in a civilized society. We are not living in the 7th century AD time bomb. And I think somewhere even Islam has to come out of it. The moderate Muslims have to speak out against such ghastly practices and crazy attitudes. And I think the United States will have to look within in their new wave of liberalism, leftist liberalism, wokeism. I mean, they are going overboard. They are encouraging such things. They have thoughtfully left behind in Afghanistan $40 billion worth of weapons for the Taliban to pass on to other terrorist organizations. Some of them are already figuring in, we are seeing them come in Jammu and Kashmir, possibly Punjab next. So, and the Taliban, Taliban 2.0, which is so peaceful, which is so modernist in outlook. We've seen what they did with Ayman al-Zawahiri. They kept him in one of the most posh localities in Kabul. So I think we'll have to smell the coffee now, and we'll have to realize that you cannot let your guard down. It is tragic that I understand he survived. I hope he recovers, because this is tragic. After all, he is a person of Indian origin. He's a world-renowned author. So why should such people be attacked? Why should we permit attitudes which say that if you blaspheme our religion, or if I consider that you have blasphemed my religion, all other rules and laws are null and void. I have the right to slaughter you, slit your throat. I'm sorry, that is not what the 21st century would or should permit.
Well,
I hope
absolutely,
the
sir.
people
Yes.
in the United States wake up now to this ghastly reality. And
Yes.
what they are encouraging by default.
Yes. Sir, just a follow-up question. You think that the US also needs to answer some serious questions here with regard to how did this security breach happened in the first place?
Most certainly they have to answer the rest of the world, and they have to look within. You know, it is becoming the Wild West there. There are shootings taking place almost every day. Anybody who goes soft in the head, gets into a building and starts shooting absolutely indiscriminately. But this is worse. On the one hand, the United States, the woke are now talking of Islamophobia, how we must not blaspheme Islam, how we must not, denigrate or speak against such crazy antics of the jihadi zealots. But are they endorsing that they have the right to slit throats? Anybody who talks against in their versions blasphemes their religion, they have the right to slaughter and kill. For God's sake, this is the 21st century. There is a rule of law. Countries have their rules and laws which do not permit the slitting of throats of people for holding a contra view or a contra opinion. That is what democracy is all about. Why is the United States resigning from its very hard stand against terrorism? They sort of sucked up to the Taliban. They gave a free pass to the Taliban in the hope that they would modernize, they would have an inclusive government in Kabul, that they would include the minorities, that they would let women have the right to education, that they would not keep any terrorist organization or give shelter to any terrorist. They have reneged on each and every one of their promises. And now they are dishing out the $40 billion worth of weapons largely left behind in Afghanistan by the Americans. Why did they leave it behind? Were they not concerned of the ill use it could be put to against India, South Asia, Iran, all the other countries of Central Asia and the subcontinent and further afield?
Yes.
This is amazing. This new mode of thought in Washington is now getting a cause for serious concern.
Well, absolutely, Major General G.D. Bakshi there rightly saying that such kind of ghastly attack is definitely not acceptable in a civilized society. We leave it at that, Major General G.D. Bakshi, speaking to the public and responding on this dastardly attack which happened on novelist Salman Rushdie. Let's also listen into what Jai Shankar, the Minister of External Affairs, had to say on this attack on the novelist.
No, I also read about that. I was busy in my own program, and I also saw that, and I think obviously that is something which the whole world has noted, and any attack like this, obviously the entire world has reacted to it. No, I also read about that. I was busy in my own program, and I also saw that, and I think obviously that is something which the whole world has noted, and any attack like this, obviously the entire world has reacted to it.
So a lot of fresh leads coming in, tracking the latest that we are picking up on Salman Rushdie's stabber, in fact, the attacker who's now under arrest, he's merely 25 years old. There's a link that has also emerged, the Iran Hezbollah link that has now emerged. Belgian MP who's also taken to social media to respond to this attack and saying that there seems to be a link between the Iran and Hezbollah. Moving on then, in fact, on that note, more news coming in. Remember, Rushdie was stabbed multiple times on his neck by an assailant at a New York event, but the renowned author has faced multiple threats in the past as well. Throughout his career, in fact, since the 1989, the fatwa that was issued by the Iranian government that forced him into hiding.
A little after 11 a.m. New York time, reports emerged of an attack on author Salman Rushdie as he was preparing to give a lecture. Minutes later, the first respondents arrived at the scene and Rushdie was airlifted. The New York police confirmed shortly after that it was in fact an incident of stabbing where the assailant stabbed the renowned author in the neck multiple times.
And there is a amphitheater which seats about 5,000 people. And there's a lecture platform that starts at 10:45 every morning, Monday through Friday. And I was heading down into the base of the amphitheater to take a seat for the morning lecture. And a male human came and attacked Salman Rushdie. I thought that he was stabbed about 6 to 8 times before they were able to grab a hold of the perpetrator.
Born in Mumbai in 1947, the author is known for combining magical realism with historical fiction. But the author has faced considerable threats to his life throughout his illustrious career. In 1989, Salman Rushdie went into hiding after a fatwa issued against the then Supreme Leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. The fatwa was issued after the release of his book in 1988, which some claimed contained satanic verses. Many accuse the author of blasphemy. Several nations, including India, banned the import of the book. However, it was ironic for Iran to issue a fatwa against Rushdie, considering the author actually backed the Iranian revolution. The Iranian government backed the fatwa to kill Rushdie for 10 long years, during which he also survived an assassination attempt in August 1989. In 2010, the author was named in an Al-Qaeda hit list. And 12 years after that, in 2022, another attack on the famed author. The attack on Rushdie has sent shockwaves across the global community and has prompted a global prayer for a speedy recovery. The attacker in the incident has been detained, but the condition of Rushdie remains unknown. Agency report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you visuals and latest from Kolkata, where the TMC is holding protest against the central agencies.
देखिए, आज हम लोग का जो ये आंदोलन है, ये आंदोलन बीजेपी के और ये जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट है, उसके खिलाफ का आंदोलन है.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of ammunition. During the investigation, the police recovered 2,000 live cartridges. While the police has not ruled out a terror angle, they informed that the accused appear to be a part of a criminal network.
अभी हमने टेरर एंगल को रूल आउट नहीं किया है, क्योंकि आजकल टेररिस्ट्स और क्रिमिनल्स के जो बीच की लाइन है काफ़ी ब्लर हो रखी है, बट प्राइमा फेसा ये क्रिमिनल नेटवर्क का ही पार्ट लग रहा है.
Talking to the media, police said they had recovered a total of 2,251 live cartridges. This comes as the security in the national capital has been heightened ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. The police has intensified patrolling and are conducting anti-sabotage checks to rule out all possible threats ahead of Independence Day.
Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है.
News in brief, the Caste Scrutiny Committee has given a clean sheet to ex-NCB Zonal Director Sameer Wankhede. The order reads that Wankhede was not a Muslim by birth and also states that it's not proven that Wankhede and his father converted to Islam, but it's proven that they belonged to Meher 37 scheduled caste. In the latest update, Bitta Karate's wife and son have been sacked from their posts by the JNK administration. A scientist and an assistant professor of Kashmir University have also been sacked. In last 2 years, 40 terror-linked kins have been terminated from government jobs, including, with today's action. In a shocking incident coming to light from national capital, a 25-year-old was stabbed to death by assailants in Delhi's Malviya Nagar. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Pawar, who was rushed to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. Meanwhile, there is a growing anger among the victims' friends and family who still await justice. Speaking about his son's murder, the father of the deceased said that he was informed by the police that 3 culprits are detained and one of them is on the run.
टेम्परेचर कितना था? सबसे कम -70.
हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता CHN काटने का. मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला CHN काटने का.
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को.
छोटी बात नहीं साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना?
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of national capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Pawar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे. इसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे. बताया नहीं अभी, झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा. SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं. 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है.
As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hoisted the national flag in the run-up to the Independence Day. Taking to social media, Yogi Adityanath said, and I quote, "The whole country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi to commemorate the completion of 75 years of country's independence. The national flag of India is also a symbol of our pride, a symbol of bravery, peace and sacrifice of the country. Yogi Adityanath also posted a video along with the text message.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of ammunition. During the investigation, the police recovered 2,000 live cartridges. While the police has not ruled out a terror angle, they informed that the accused appear to be a part of a criminal network.
अभी हमने टेरर एंगल को रूल आउट नहीं किया है क्योंकि आजकल टेररिस्ट्स और क्रिमिनल्स के जो बीच की लाइन है काफ़ी ब्लर हो रखी है बट प्राइम
A man was stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar and the murder was caught on CCTV cameras. In the light of the shocking event, a case was registered and an investigation is underway. The 25-year-old man was stabbed to death by some people after an argument. In the video, Mayank is seen running and being chased by some people. They were seen catching him near a car and one of the accused wearing white pants stabs him several times. A case has been registered and an investigation is currently underway.
SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया तो वो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं, 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है.
However, the motive behind the incident is yet to be ascertained. Mayank had done a course in hotel management and was currently unemployed. Bureau Report for Public TV.
Thoughts lined up for you on the other side. Rajnath attends an event in Jodhpur. India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of national capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे. इसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे. बताया नहीं, अभी झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा. SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया तो वो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं, 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है.
As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Chief Minister Independence Day celebrations, the Tiranga rally was also seen being celebrated at the Badrinath Shrine in Uttarakhand. Take a look at these visuals.
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of National Capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। उसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे। बताया नहीं, अभी झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा। SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो वो कह रहे जल्दी से जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को, 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag.
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं। पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Republic Superfast 50 and see what's happening around the world. In a key development, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hosted the Indian contingent that participated in the Commonwealth Games 2022 at his official residence. This interaction came right on the back of Team India winning 61 medals during their splendid outing in Birmingham, finishing 4th on the overall table.
साथियों, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स शुरू होने से पहले मैंने आप सभी से कहा था, एक प्रकार से वादा किया था कि जब आप लौटेंगे तो हम सब मिलकर के विजयोत्सव मनाएंगे। मेरा एक कॉन्फिडेंस था कि आप विजयी होकर के आने वाले हैं और मेरा एक मैनेजमेंट भी था कि मैं जरूर कितनी ही व्यस्तता होगी आप लोगों के बीच समय निकालूंगा और विजयोत्सव मनाऊंगा।
PM Modi hailed the efforts of the entire Indian contingent for faring well in the Commonwealth Games, which were held in Birmingham in the UK. He said that all of the athletes must now target to bring laurels for the nation in the upcoming Asian Games and the Olympics 2024. During his interaction with the Indian contingent, PM Modi hailed the performances of the women who made the country proud by achieving their targets. He said that the way the nation's daughters dominated the medals tally, it made the whole nation proud with their fantastic performance in the Commonwealth Games.
और साथियों, अपनी बेटियों के प्रदर्शन से तो पूरा देश गदगद है। अभी जब मैं पूजा से बात कर रहा था, मैंने उल्लेख भी किया, पूजा का वो भावुक वीडियो देख सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से कहा भी था कि आपको माफी मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप देश के लिए विजेता हैं, बस अपनी ईमानदारी और परिश्रम में कभी कमी नहीं छोड़नी है। ओलंपिक्स के बाद विनेश से भी मैंने यही कहा था और मुझे खुशी है कि उन्होंने निराशा को पीछे छोड़ते हुए श्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन किया।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi lauded the Indian hockey contingent's special feat of winning the silver medal in the men's hockey and a bronze medal in the women's hockey at the CWG 2022 as well.
हॉकी में जिस प्रकार हम अपनी लेगेसी को फिर हासिल कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए मैं दोनों टीमों के प्रयास, उनकी मेहनत, उनके मिजाज, उसकी बहुत बहुत सराहना करता हूं, भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं।
Highlighting the resilience of the Indian athletes at the CWG 2022, PM Modi explained that with huge pride in the inspiring achievements of the CWG squad, the country is entering Azadi ka Amrit Kal.
आपकी सिद्धि का यश आपके साथ जुड़ करके जैसे हर हिंदुस्तानी गर्व करता है, मैं भी गर्व कर रहा हूं। आप सबका मेरे यहां बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। देखिए, 2 दिन बाद देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरा करने वाला है। एक गर्व की बात है कि देश आप सभी की मेहनत से एक प्रेरणादायक उपलब्धि के साथ आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है।
In a mega affirmation of having zero tolerance for terrorism, JKLF terrorist Bitta Karate's wife and Hizbul Mujahideen leader Syed Salahuddin's son have been sacked by the Jammu and Kashmir administration. The administration, under the direction of Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, sacked 4 government employees, including Azaba Khan, wife of Bitta Karate. The other 2 include an assistant professor who was a former LED terrorist and a scientist of a Kashmir university. Republic accessed the official J&K administration order, which highlights that activities of these terrorist relative employees had come to the adverse notice of law enforcement and intelligence agencies, and they had been found to be involved in activities prejudicial to the interests of the security of the state. Bitta Karate's wife Asba Khan had once expressed how it was an honor for her to marry the terrorist who has publicly admitted to killing several Kashmiri Pandits. In an interview in 1991, Bitta Karate stated that he executed more than 20 Kashmiri Pandits, or maybe more than 30 to 40, he couldn't count. He had also admitted that Kashmiri Pandit Satish Tiku was the first person he killed. A committee for scrutinizing the inputs, records and cognizable material recommended the dismissal of Dr. Muhit Ahmad Bhatt, a scientist in the postgraduate department of computer science at the University of Kashmir. The committee found him being involved in propaganda and secessionist terrorist agenda in the University of Kashmir by radicalizing students. The J&K government also sacked Majid Hussain Qadri, a senior assistant professor in the Department of Management Studies of the University of Kashmir. He has been dismissed for having a long association with terror organizations, including the Lashkar-e-Toiba. He had earlier been booked under the Public Safety Act and has figured in a number of FIRs relating to various terror-related cases in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The Caste Scrutiny Committee in Maharashtra has given a clean chit to former NCB Zonal Director Samir Wankhede. The order reads, Wankhede and his father do not belong to the Muslim community but to the Mahar scheduled caste. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, former NCB Zonal Director Samir Wankhede said that he had faith in the judiciary that the truth would prevail. Wankhede further stated that all documents submitted were real.
डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट किए थे वो सत्य के आधार पर डॉक्यूमेंट्स थे एंड दोज वर वैलिड डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड समीर वानखेड़े एंड हिज फादर डेफिनेटली बिलोंग्स टू द शेड्यूल्ड कास्ट महार कम्युनिटी.
Addressing a press conference, BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra lambasted the Arvind Kejriwal government and threw an open challenge to the Delhi government and the Aam Aadmi Party as the mega face-off over freebies continued.
कानून से भी आम आदमी पार्टी को संरक्षण नहीं मिलने वाला है, इसलिए फ्रीबी करके इस पर रोज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके मोदी जी की सरकार के ऊपर हमला बोल करके कहीं न कहीं मनीष सिसोदिया जी के एंटीसिपेटरी बेल के लिए ये एप्लीकेशन चल रहा है. जब मनीष सिसोदिया पे गाज गिरेगा तो बताएंगे देखो हमने तो अटैक किया था, इसलिए हमें इस प्रकार से भुगतना पड़ रहा है.
In an exclusive conversation with Republic, a 21-year-old BTech student spoke about the loss he suffered by crypto. He further said that influencers kept urging him to invest.
Influencers and many YouTubers they promote stuff. They are getting paid for that. So many are falling into scams. At first I had no idea about crypto, but after it's been 1 year so. I know many new users falling into scams by these influencers and YouTubers.
Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur ordered a probe into the damage to a major portion of the Kalka-Shimla highway in Solar following heavy rains and directed the regional office of the National Highways Authority of India to submit a report. The agency through which the construction had taken place has also been reported. A team of engineers will visit the spot and investigate as well. Mumbai-born author Salman Rushdie was stabbed in the neck and abdomen at a literary event in New York State in the US last night. The 75-year-old author is on the ventilator and could lose an eye apart from damage to his liver as per the reports. The police have apprehended his attacker and the investigation is underway. Renowned author Salman Rushdie, who was critically injured after he was brutally stabbed by a man, may lose an eye, according to his agent. He was attacked on stage and is now on ventilator and is also unable to speak, is the latest. Condemning the attack on Indian-born author Salman Rushdie in New York, French President Emmanuel Macron said Rushdie's fight is universal now. He said for 33 years, Rushdie had embodied freedom and the fight against obscurantism. Macron tweeted, he has just been the victim of a cowardly attack by the forces of hatred and barbarism. Calling the attack on Salman Rushdie appalling, US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said that US President Joe Biden and the entire White House were praying for a speedy recovery after the author was attacked at Chautauqua Institution Hall in New York. UK's Foreign Minister and Prime Ministerial hopeful Liz Truss slammed what she described as a disgraceful attack on Salman Rushdie. She wrote that people must be able to speak freely and freedom of speech must be defended. She also said her thoughts were with him, his family, as well as with his loved ones. Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in Delhi. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above. As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hoisted a national flag in the run-up to the Independence Day. Taking to social media, Yogi, the Chief Minister, said the whole country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi to commemorate the completion of 75 years of the country's independence. The national flag of India is also a symbol of our pride, a symbol of our bravery, peace and sacrifice of the country.
हमारी आन, मान और शान का प्रतीक भारत का राष्ट्रध्वज तिरंगा देश के शौर्य, शांति और बलिदान का प्रतीक भी है। आइए 13 अगस्त से 15 अगस्त तक हर घर तिरंगा अभियान से जुड़कर हम भी अपने अपने घर पर तिरंगा फहराकर आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में भागीदार बने। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के संकल्प से जुड़े।
In Uttarakhand's Badrinath shrine as well, the ITBP Jawans and the pilgrims participated in the Tiranga Yatra. The devotees and Jawans were heard chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai while raising high the tricolour. In Ladakh, a Tiranga bike rally was organized by the Bikers Association starting from the main market in Leh till Kharu as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Union Minister Nitin Gadkari and Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis participated in a Har Ghar Tiranga campaign yatra in Nagpur as well. Minister of External Affairs Dr. S. Jaishankar led a Tiranga Yatra in Karnataka's Ramanagara ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Union Minister Anurag Thakur also accompanied Jaishankar at the Tiranga rally, and the pair were joined by hundreds of party cadres who held the Tiranga high with chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The ITBP has released a song themed Har Ghar Tiranga, which is composed and sung by ITBP Jawan Arjun Kheriyal. The ITBP has been hoisting the national flag at all its border posts, and its units and formations across the country have been taking part in the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, which is going on from August 13th to the 15th.
Bharat Mata Ki Jai! Bharat Mata Ki Jai!
बांध के निकला था वो मस्त मलंग दीवाना सा, देश की खातिर जान लुटा दो गाता एक तराना था। जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद।
Amid a nationwide celebration to commemorate 75 years of independence, Moradabad police took out the tricolour yatra, and the police personnel were seen dancing fiercely on patriotic songs in the police station as well. Speaking on the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, Union Minister Piyush Goyal said the campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav will send a strong message to the world, adding that India will accelerate the global growth that will take place in the near future as well.
15 अगस्त को करोड़ों घरों पर जब तिरंगा फहराएगा, पूरे विश्व में एक संदेश जाएगा भारत की उभरती हुई ताकत का, भारत की एकजुटता का, भारत के एक संकल्प का कि आने वाले 25 वर्ष के अमृत काल में कैसे भारत एक विकसित देश बनेगा। मैं समझता हूं आने वाले 25 वर्ष पूरे विश्व के लिए एक चुनौती होगी, लेकिन इस चुनौती का सामना करने के लिए भारत तैयार है।
The fourth edition of the Indo-Oman Joint Military Exercise Al-Najah was completed today at the Mahajan Field firing range in Bikaner. Jawans of the Indian Army and the Royal Army of Oman participated. Two more persons have been arrested in connection with a blast that happened in the compound of the Indian police post in the Gul area of Ramban district of Jammu and Kashmir on August the 2nd. According to Mohita Sharma, Superintendent of Police of Ramban, the arrested persons have been identified and both are residents of Gul. According to sources, the CBI has got explosive, crucial evidence in the Anubrata Mandal case, wherein for each cattle that was smuggled, Anubrata allegedly had set a 2,500 to 3,000 rupee commission. In festive seasons, especially during Eid, the commission would go up to 5,000 to 6,000 rupees, we're told. According to sources in the agencies, in 3 months, 6 crore rupees profit was allegedly made. Also in the supplementary charge sheet, the name of an Abdul Latif has also emerged, who amassed major properties. Anubrata Mandal has been kept at the Nizam's Palace CBI office in Kolkata. The CBI continues to interrogate him in the Bengal illegal cattle smuggling case. He was taken to Alipur Command Hospital for routine medical checkup. According to doctors, he is okay and there is no requirement of special medical attention. The Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha BJYM in Madhya Pradesh has stripped its Ujjain district unit president and 6 other office bearers off their posts for allegedly creating a ruckus at the Mahakaleshwar temple during the organization chief Tejasvi Surya's visit there. The police had registered a first information report FIR against 2 persons in connection with the ruckus. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said that portfolios would be allocated to the newly appointed ministers in the state very soon. He also assured that the government will work for the benefit of the people. In a fresh snub to Uddhav Thackeray, the Eknath Shinde camp has decided to build a new central office in Dadar, where the Shiv Sena Bhavan is located in Mumbai. Located close to the Shivaji Park, the Shiv Sena Bhavan not only serves as the party's headquarters but also hosts offices of the affiliated organizations. While it was constructed in 1974, the refurbished Shiv Sena Bhavan was inaugurated by late Balasaheb Thackeray in 2006. According to the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, India reported 15,815 new COVID cases in the last 24 hours with a daily case positivity rate of 4.36%. According to the ministry, 20,018 COVID patients recovered in the last 24 hours. Recently, the Taiwan Defense Ministry said that at least 24 Chinese aircraft and 6 vessels had encroached the sovereign Taiwanese territory in an act of military belligerence. The incursions occurred just 2 days after China concluded its large-scale military drills that overlapped 12 nautical miles into the island's waters. Amid the growing friction over Taiwan, US President Joe Biden and China Xi Jinping are expected to engage in an in-person meeting this year in November. The visit would mark the Chinese premier's first international visit in nearly 3 years and Xi Jinping's first international meeting, or rather first in-person meeting with Joe Biden since he took office. After the Taliban issued a new set of restrictions limiting the entry of women in a ladies' park in Herat province of Afghanistan, many women descended into the capital Kabul to protest, and from there a shocking video emerged where Taliban gunmen can be seen firing on the Afghan women protesters who were protesting and demanding freedom. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched 46 Starlink satellites into the low Earth orbit from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The first stage booster supporting this mission had previously launched the Crew 1, Crew 2, Globestar FM-15 and 1 Starlink mission. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage again returned to the Earth and landed on the drone ship station, this time in the Pacific Ocean. Pakistani authorities have revoked the broadcast permit of a private television station after it was taken off air following an interview during which an opposition party official allegedly incited troops and officers against the military leadership. The development came after ARY TV aired the interview of Shahbaz Gill, a close aide of former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi enrolled the climate tax and health legislation with her signature after the House gave it its approval, moving the bill to President Joe Biden's desk. The White House says the president will sign the bill next week. The legislation is a shadow of the larger, more ambitious plan to supercharge environment and social programs that Biden and his party had envisioned. A wildfire on Hawaii's Big Island grew overnight as firefighters worked to contain the large blaze that is burning in a rural area between Mauna Lua and Mauna Kea volcanoes. No homes were at risk, but the flames came within miles of a critical highway. The area where the fire is burning is dominated by shrubs and grasslands that are parched from persistent drought. Simona Halep reached the semi-finals of the WTA 100 Toronto Open with a straight sets victory over Coco Gauff of the United States. The number 15 seed has yet to drop a set this week and has also never conceded a set to Coco Gauff in 4 career meetings so far. The pair traded breaks of serve at the start of the match, then Halep broke again in the 5th game and served to take out the lead. Casper Ruud cruised into the semi-finals of the ATP 1000 Montreal Masters after demolishing home favourite Felix Auger-Aliassime. The Norwegian number 4 seed needed just 76 minutes to wrap up a win, and the result sets up a showdown with Poland's Hubert Hurkacz. Football club Barcelona has agreed to sell 25% of its Barca Studios production hub to Orpheus Media in a deal that would earn it $103 million. The Spanish league has strict financial requirements that limit the amount clubs can spend on players' salaries and transfers based on the club's financial health, and particularly hitting Barcelona very hard. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh interacted with the sportspersons from the 3 armed forces that participated in the recently concluded Commonwealth Games 2022 in Birmingham. India finished 4th in the medals tally with 22 gold, 16 silvers and 23 bronze medals, with a total of 61 medals at the CWGs. Spain's Pablo Carreno Busta topped a British qualifier Jack Draper in straight sets to punch a semi-final ticket in the ATP 1000 Montreal Masters. Busta has yet to drop a single set in the tournament. The world number 23 will next face another Brit, the unseeded Daniel Evans, today.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है.
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता. इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं.
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए.
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
मैं सिर्फ धूल, मिट्टी, टैंक का ऑयल आपके चेहरों पर देखना चाहता हूं और अपने हुनर को उस तलवार की धार की तरह और नुकीला और पैना करेंगे जो कि हमारे दुश्मनों के दिलों में चीरती हुई निकल जाएगी. क्लियर है? भारत माता की!
Viewers, with the completion of 75 years of India's independence nigh upon us, the ITBP has released a song with the theme of Har Ghar Tiranga. The song is composed and sung by ITBP Jawan Arjun Kherial, and the ITBP has also been hoisting the national flag at all of its border posts, and its units and formations across the country have been doing the same. Take a listen to this song themed at Har Ghar Tiranga.
भारत माता की जय! भारत माता की जय।
कफन बांध के निकला था वो मस्त मलंग दीवाना सा, देश की खातिर जान लुटा दो गाता एक तराना था। जय हिंद 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 जय हिंद। जब दुश्मन ने आंख दिखाई लहू था इसका खौल गया, लहू था इसका खौल गया। मातृभूमि की आन बचाने ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया, ये सरहद पर दौड़ गया। सींच दी धरती अपने खून से, दुश्मन भागा फिर उस पार।
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
भारत माता की जय।
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of Thanks for staying tuned with us to our breaking news coming in this hour. This is with regard to the big political churn in Bihar. Pashupati Paras, who's likely to face a mega rebellion, is what we are given to understand. Three RLD party MP leaders, Mehboob Ali Qasir, Veena Devi and Chandan Singh, are likely to show their allegiance to the JDU. So, a lot of political developments taking place in Bihar after the Mahagathbandhan came to power in the state of Bihar. The latest, what we understand, is that another NDA ally is facing a split. We have Prakash getting us those details. Prakash, if you could give us the details on this rumblings within the RLJP to back the JDU.
Well, there are internal rumblings within the RLJP, Rashtriya Lok Janshakti Party, headed by Pashupati Kumar Paras, who is a Union Cabinet Minister. And earlier, when they defected away from Chirag Paswan, or Lok Janshakti Party, the original Lok Janshakti Party of Ramvilas Paswan, 5 of its MPs had defected at the behest of JDU, and the RLJP was given a cabinet berth, and Pasupati Yunath Paras was made a minister. But after Pasupati Kumar Paras showed and extended his support to NDA and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 3 of its MP we learned that they are showing allegiance to the JDU. They are namely Chandan Kumar, Mehboob Ali Kaisar and Beena Devi. Although they are denying it, but to effect a split in the parliamentary party, you require 4 MPs. So 3 MPs are now under one saddle, and 2, Prince Paswan and Pasupati Paras, are on the other side. So it's difficult to make a split, but technically they may keep supporting JDU. But it remains to be seen what do they do in the time to come. But as of now, what we learn is that they're showing their allegiance. Mehboob Ali Kaisar, we tried contacting him, but he's incommunicado. We are trying to contact the 2 others as well, Beena Devi and Chandan Kumar. Back to you.
Yes. Yes, Prakash, stay with us. If you could give us more details, what can you understand of the situation? How is it going to impact the NDA for that matter?
It will not impact NDA much because the Paswan voters are primarily with Chirag Paswan, and it looks likely that Chirag Paswan will be inducted into the NDA, although Chirag Paswan is saying that he's not a part of the NDA. But once the cabinet expansion is done, negotiations will be done by the NDA with Chirag Paswan, and keeping in mind the 5% votes he commands, because after his father's death, it appears that he is the natural heir of his party, and the Paswans show support in favor of him. So
Smriti Irani there, the Union Minister who's flagging off the Tiranga rally in Amethi. You can see the massive presence there. You have the people who are taking part in this Tiranga rally in large numbers, people holding high the tricolour as Smriti Irani leads the Tiranga rally in Amethi. So visuals coming in from across the country just 2 days before the 75th Independence Day. We have the Tiranga Yatra, which is being carried on in full swing in several parts. So in fact, in every corner of the country, the visuals in which Tiranga, the visuals live that are just coming of Union Minister Smriti Irani, who is leading the Tiranga rally in Amethi. So BJP leaders there joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign across the country. In fact, the Tiranga Yatra is a 3-day exercise which began to mark the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Just earlier today, we had the Home Minister Amit Shah who hoisted the national flag at his residence and even took to social media to post a picture of him and his wife with the tricolour. We had Union Minister Bhupender Yadav who also visited Balia in Uttar Pradesh to pay tributes to freedom fighter. Chittu Pandey, party leaders, in fact, are also scheduled to attend different programs. We also had visuals of M.E. Jaishankar, who was leading the rally in Karnataka. The visuals live right now that are coming of the Union Minister Smriti Irani, who is holding a Tiranga rally in Amethi. We understand that the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will also be attending a Tiranga rally in Jodhpur and will also be unveiling the statue of Durga Das Rathod. This, of course, in the run-up to the 75th Independence Day. BJP President, meanwhile, JP Nadda will also be flagging a Har Ghar Tiranga Yatra in Meerut. And going across to my colleague Vivek to give us more updates. Vivek, we see a massive presence there. Smriti Irani leading the Tiranga rally from Amethi. Give us more details.
देखिए, आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव में हर तरफ तिरंगा यात्रा निकल रही, तिरंगा रैलियां निकल रही हैं और आज अमेठी की सांसद स्मृति ईरानी भी अमेठी पहुंची हैं। इसके पहले वो प्रयागराज में थी और अब वो अमेठी पहुंची हैं। अमेठी में तिरंगा बाइक रैली का कार्यक्रम है जिसको उन्होंने हरी झंडी दिखाकर रामलीला मैदान से रवाना किया है। हजारों की संख्या में जो नौजुवा हैं वो इस तिरंगा बाइक रैली में शामिल हुए हैं और स्मृति ईरानी लगातार अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र के जो तमाम कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसमें हिस्सा लेती रहती हैं। आज भी हमने देखा है कि तिरंगा बाइक रैली है उसमें उन्होंने हिस्सा लिया है और अपने लोगों के बीच में जो एक उत्सव चल रहा है आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव का, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं भागीदार बनी है, वो आगे बढ़ा रही हैं उसको और उसी कड़ी में ये कार्यक्रम हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। इसके बाद स्मृति ईरानी के कई कार्यक्रम अमेठी में उनके कई कार्यक्रम आज इस उत्सव के पहले लगे हुए हैं जिसमें स्मृति ईरानी इसके बाद हिस्सा लेंगी। ये तकरीबन 3 से 4 किलोमीटर की बाइक रैली है जो अभी रामलीला मैदान से रवाना हुई है और इसमें हजारों की संख्या में नौयुवा जो है अमेठी के नौयुवा उन्होंने इसमें हिस्सा लिया है।
जी Yes, so Vivek, they're getting us details of the Tiranga Yatra, the rallies that are being held across the country. In the visuals, you can see Smriti Irani there, who is leading the Tiranga rally from Amethi. So BJP leaders across the country flagging off the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Remember, we've also been getting visuals of the dress rehearsals which are taking place at the iconic Red Fort as well in the national capital. In fact, flower petals that were also showered as the march past was being conducted by the Jawans there at the Red Fort. A lot of BJP leaders there flagging the Tiranga rally as we speak. So visuals, the rich visuals coming in from across the country, and now we have Smriti Irani who is leading the Tiranga rally in Amethi. Visuals also came in of Jaishankar who led the rally, Tiranga rally from Karnataka. Visuals not just from Karnataka, in fact in IMA Dehradun also, where the Tiranga rally was being conducted by the Jawans there. So a lot of visuals that have been pouring in since early morning. The ITBP Jawans as well taking part in the Tiranga rally. In fact, in Uttarakhand's Badrinath as well, where the pilgrims as well and the ITBP personnel was seen taking part in the Tiranga Yatra as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. BJP leaders there, from the union ministers to the state ministers, everyone taking part in the Tiranga rally which is being conducted across the country. Visuals right now of Smriti Irani who's leading the Tiranga rally in Amethi. Well, we'll get you more details on how the celebrations are in full swing across the country under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The visuals coming in which you can see Smriti Irani there with the party cadre and of course a lot of supporters, people there who've gathered there to take part in this rally which is being held, which is underway as we speak. So the live Tiranga rally which is happening in Amethi, hundreds of people have gathered who are taking part. There is of course security presence there, but people there holding high the tricolor and Smriti Irani there leading from the front when it comes to holding that Tiranga rally in Amethi. So just a short while back, Meenakshi Lekhi was also seen taking part in the Tiranga rally. We had several leaders, the union ministers as well taking part in the Tiranga rally. We had Jaishankar Prasad, we had Piyush Goyal, Nitin Gadkari also who took part in the Tiranga rally which was held in Nagpur, along with Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Devendra Fadnavis. So we have our executive editor Aishwarya Kapoor also joining us. Aishwarya, if you could talk to us more about these visuals coming in, just another example of how geared up the country is for the Independence Day.
Well, at this point of time, everything.
Well, we will connect with Aishwarya again, but in the visuals that are just coming in right now are from this Tiranga rally that is being held in UP's Amethi as we speak. In the visuals, you can see the security personnel who are also there. But massive presence there by the people, the supporters, the party cadres who are all taking part in this Tiranga rally, which is being held as we speak in UP's Amethi. So, well, it's not just in Amethi. We have visuals that have been coming in from across the country. Nomas is also joining us, my colleague, for more details. Nomas, if you could talk to us more. Well, before I go to Nomas, we have Aishwarya back with us. Aishwarya, you were telling us about the Tiranga Yatra. Please go ahead.
Well, that's right. At this point of time, after the Prime Minister giving it a call, every senior leader of the BJP, and now we can see senior BJP leader and then Cabinet Minister Smriti Irani also being a part of this Tiranga Yatra. We have seen the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda today taking out a Tiranga Yatra in the western city of Meerut in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and similarly, every senior leader of the BJP is being a part of similar Tiranga Yatras. BJP wants to send out a message, though we've seen opposition in this also, which should not have been the case. But then we have seen several opposition parties and then leaders coming out and also opposing this. We've seen how Suvindu Adhikari was not allowed to take a Tiranga Yatra in Kolkata, but then Smriti Irani and then other senior leaders of the BJP taking out this Tiranga Yatra. And now we are showing you live visuals. And as we've been saying, every senior BJP leader, right from the BJP National President to the senior cabinet ministers, are going to be a part of today and tomorrow, right till the eve of 15th of August. Different Tiranga Yatras across the country are going to be taken out. There are at least 16 to 17 Tiranga Yatras which are going to be flagged off by the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma himself. And he has said that he himself will flag off every Tiranga Yatra in the state. So similarly, other chief ministers, also UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also is flagging off several Tiranga Yatras, not only in the capital city of Lucknow, but in different parts of the state, and then so on and so forth.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much. So Aishwarya, they're getting us details of the Tiranga Yatra, which is being conducted across the country. The visuals that are coming in right now are from Amethi, where Union Minister Smriti Irani is seen leading that Tiranga rally. From Amethi, you can see there the people who've gathered in large numbers, the party cadre who are there holding high the tricolour and leading that rally, taking part in that Tiranga rally as India marks 75 years of independence. Meanwhile, preparations are on in full swing at the Red Fort in the national capital ahead of the mega celebrations on the 75th Independence Day. Security drills were also conducted at the Red Fort premises. Take a look.
Around and in the vicinity of Red Fort area have been beefed up by the Delhi Police Administration. We clearly will show you the visuals from inside and outside the Red Fort area as I am outside Red Fort area. Preparations for the Independence Day are in full swing. Preparations inside Red Fort area can clearly be seen, and not only this, the security officials have also been deployed in and out Red Fort area. The CRPF, CISF, NSG commandos, RAF and para forces can clearly be seen outside and inside Red Fort area who have been deployed. Preparations are in full swing in this area. Ahead of the Independence Day, the entire security has been beefed up, and not only this, the para forces have been deployed, the commandos have been deployed, Delhi police have also been deployed in the entire area. Dress rehearsal have been carried out from August 13. From today till 14th it will be carried out, and the entire entire traffic diversions will happen from 4 a.m. in the morning till 10 a.m. in the morning. More than 350 cameras have been installed in the entire vicinity of Red Fort area. You can clearly see the visuals, how the preparations are going inside Red Fort ahead of Independence Day, owing to the security ahead of Independence Day. These are the clear visuals from outside Red Fort area, where all the shops from Chaudi Bazaar, Chandni Chowk, outside Gauri Shankar Mandir, Daryaganj, Delhi Gate have been closed and sealed ahead of the Independence Day, and these shops will not open till the Independence Day. They will open after Independence Day, after the program which is being happen inside Red Fort. After that, all the shops will be open. This is the entire visual of the area outside Red Fort. As you can clearly see that none of the shops are open, and Delhi police officials are clearly deployed in this entire area. Not only that, the anti-drone machine have also been deployed at several places to catch the kite flyers and also to stop the anti-drone activities or to detect any balloon or aerial movement around this area. So ahead of Independence Day, these are the kind of security arrangements which have been done outside Red Fort area.
Slipping into a very short break, lots lined up for you. On the other side, huge lead in novelist Salman Rushdie's attack probe. The attacker used a fake ID. Another political churn in Bihar. Pashupati Paras faces big rebellion. 3 MPs likely to support the JDU.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B-School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट।
Well, a mega face-off that has erupted between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the freebie culture. Now, after BJP Sambit Patra lambasted At the Kejriwal-led Delhi government, now Delhi Deputy Chief Minister has spoken to Republic, hitting out at the BJP. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation as well as that soundbite of Sambit Patra where he hit out at the AAP government.
इसमें मैं यही कहूँगा कि पहली बार देश में इतने बुरे आर्थिक हालात इन लोगों की वजह से पैदा हो गए हैं कि आपको आटे पे भी टैक्स लगाना पड़ रहा है, नमक पे भी टैक्स लगाना पड़ रहा है, दूध दही पे भी टैक्स लगाना पड़ रहा है। क्यों लगाना पड़ रहा है? और फिर सरकार खड़े होकर कह रही है कि सब आप स्कूल भी सरकारी स्कूल नहीं, सरकारी अस्पताल नहीं, प्राइवेट में करा लो इलाज, हमसे नहीं खोले जा रहे, पैसा नहीं है। क्यों नहीं है? क्योंकि रेवड़ियाँ खुल के लुटाई गई मोदी जी के दोस्तों के लिए। मोदी जी के दोस्तों के लिए 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए के लोन माफ़ किए गए। मोदी जी के दोस्तों के लिए 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के टैक्स माफ़ किए गए। और जब देश की इकोनॉमी बैठ गई पूरी तरह से तो बोले अब तो देश नहीं चल रहा भाई, अब तो दूध पे भी टैक्स लगा दो, दही पे भी टैक्स लगा दो। फिर भी काम नहीं चल रहा, फिर बोले अब स्कूल भी बंद करो, सरकारी अस्पताल भी बंद करो, सारी सरकारी सिस्टम बंद करो, रेवड़ी बोलो, रेवड़ी बोलो। रेवड़ी तो वो लुटा दी पहले, मोदी जी के दोस्तों पे इतना लुटाने के बाद जब देश की अर्थव्यवस्था का बंटाधार हो गया, उसके बाद अब कह रहे हो दूध पे भी टैक्स देगा आम आदमी, जनता आटे के पैकेट पे भी टैक्स देगी। दिल्ली के हेल्थ और एजुकेशन मॉडल की तारीफ सारी दुनिया कर रही है। संबित पात्रा जी को जो कहना है उस पर खूब गालियां दें, लेकिन अब ये बताएं कि मोदी जी के दोस्तों के 10 लाख करोड़ क्यों माफ हुए, मोदी जी के दोस्तों के 5 लाख करोड़ का टैक्स क्यों माफ हुआ? इस बात का जवाब दें। आज देश की इकोनॉमी इस हालत में क्यों पहुंच गई कि केंद्र सरकार 75 साल के इतिहास में पहली बार इतनी दुर्दशा हुई है कि आपको आटे के पैकेट पे टैक्स लगाना पड़ रहा है, आपको दही के पैकेट पे टैक्स लगाना पड़ रहा है, आपको दूध के पैकेट पे टैक्स लगाना पड़ रहा है। पहली बार देश की इतनी बुरी आर्थिक हालत क्यों हुई?
Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar led Tiranga rally in Karnataka's Ramnagara ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Union Minister Anurag Thakur also accompanied Jaishankar at the Tiranga rally. Jaishankar and Anurag Thakur were joined by hundreds of party cadre who held the Tiranga high with chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
We need a leadership in Delhi. We need a leadership in the country. We need a fully empowered government which has got the complete political support of our people. So when you think about the future of your country, please think about the need for a decisive leadership. Please think about people who will best ensure the security of India, who will ensure the growth of India.
The colourful and lively visuals from the Tiranga rally showed the state coloured in hues of tricolours ahead of the Independence Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a quick roundup of all that's making news. Caste Scrutiny Committee gave a clean chit to ex-NCB Zonal Director Sameer Wankhede. The order read that Wankhede was not a Muslim by birth and also went on to state that it's not proven that Wankhede and his father converted to Islam, but it's proven that they belonged to Mahar 37 scheduled caste. In latest update and a big crackdown on terror, Bitta Karate's wife and son have been sacked from their posts by the J&K government. A scientist and an assistant professor of Kashmir University has also been sacked. In fact, in the last 2 years, 40 terror-linked kins have been terminated from government jobs. In a shocking incident coming to light from National Capital, a 25-year-old resident was stabbed to death by some people in Delhi's Malviya Nagar area. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Pawar, who was rushed to the AIIMS but succumbed to his injuries. The father of the deceased said he was informed by the police that 3 culprits have been detained.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। उसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे। बताया नहीं अभी, झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा। SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को, 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
the other side, we'll continue getting the visuals of Tiranga Yatra being held, rallies being held across the country. Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region.
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुँची मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया।
अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ही ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज़ करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
Belgium MP raises an Iranian link to the attack on Salman Rushdie. The link is to two Iranian generals killed by the US. Author Salman Rushdie's condition remains critical. He is now placed on ventilator. Stunning leads emerge in the Kill Nupur plot. Pakistan terror handbook accessed by Republic. Another NDA ally faces a split now as Pashupati Paras backs the NDA. 3 MPs want to back the JDU. A big win for Samir Wankhede. Caste Security Committee gives a clean chit to the former NCB zonal director. Terrorist Bitta Karate's wife sacked by the Jammu and Kashmir government. 40 terrorists kin sacked from government posts. No soft corner for terror. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are tracking a number of stories today. We are nigh on the eve of the 75th Independence Day of India, and accordingly there are a number of processions underway, one of which we are tracking in Amethi in Uttar Pradesh, which is being led by none other than Union Minister Smriti Irani. And you can see that these are visuals of the Tiranga rally that is being held in the bastion of Smriti Irani now. And she is now part of a bike rally. We've seen this rally, we've been following it for the last half an hour or so. And now there is a very large bike rally that has taken departure from the previous rally that was going on. And this is taking place in Amethi at the moment, rather now in Amethi. And you can see there the minister on your screens right now. Clearly no stone being left unturned to highlight the fact that India is about to complete 75 glorious years since its independence. And this is now the visuals that are coming in from Amethi. We have a reporter joining us from Amethi who will share more details of. We have Loma joining us from Amethi to tell us more. हमें बताइए कि ये रैली कितनी लंबी है, कब से चल रही है और कैसे यूनियन मिनिस्टर स्मृति ईरानी इस रैली को लीडरशिप दे रही हैं. We'll be getting our reporter live from Amethi, but clearly, viewers, you can see that this is a rally that is ongoing in Amethi in Uttar Pradesh, and a Tiranga rally is in progress over there, being led by Union Minister Smriti Irani, who is piloting the rally. She is taking the lead by riding a scooter herself, and this is not the first time that we've seen her do so either. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the second time in just the space of a week that Smriti Irani has taken out a Tiranga rally by herself in the lead, riding a two-wheeler, carrying a Tiranga flag, and she appears to be having a great time doing so. These are on the streets of Amethi, her parliamentary constituency. We have now Vivek Rai joining us on the phone to tell us more. Vivek, tell us about this Tiranga Yatra and rally that is being led by Smriti Irani.
देखिए, स्मृति ईरानी अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र अमेठी आज पहुंची हुई हैं और वहां से तिरंगा बाइक रैली को उन्होंने सबसे पहले हरी झंडी दिखाई है और उसके बाद अब वो खुद एक्टिवा पर बैठकर, स्कूटी पर बैठकर वो खुद इस तिरंगा यात्रा में शामिल हुई हैं। और ये इसके पहले स्मृति ईरानी का कार्यक्रम प्रयागराज में था। प्रयागराज के बाद वो अमेठी पहुंची हैं अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में। लगातार अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में वो एक्टिव रहती हैं, लेकिन आज आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के तहत जो कार्यक्रम हो रहे हैं उसमें स्मृति ईरानी ने हिस्सा लिया है। और जिस तरीके से विजुअल्स में देखे जा सकते हैं कि स्मृति ईरानी खुद एक्टिवा चला रही हैं, उसके पीछे लोगों ने तिरंगा लिया हुआ है हाथों में और तिरंगा यात्रा ये निकली हुई है। तिरंगा बाइक रैली को स्मृति ने खुद अमेठी के रामलीला मैदान से उन्होंने हरी झंडी दिखाई है। तकरीबन 3 से 4 किलोमीटर की ये तिरंगा यात्रा है जो स्मृति ईरानी जिसको लीड कर रही हैं। खुद ही उन्होंने हरी झंडी दिखाई और उसके बाद अब वो तिरंगा यात्रा को लीड कर रही हैं। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के तहत 75 साल पूरे होने पर अलग अलग जगहों पर हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम मनाया जा रहा है और उसी बीच में हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम के साथ साथ ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 9 तारीख से यानी कि 9 अगस्त से अपने तमाम जो पार्टी कार्यकर्ता हैं उनको इस कार्यक्रम में लगाया था। और 9 और 10 तारीख को सबसे पहले जो 1918 मंडल हैं वहाँ मंडलों पर बाइक रैली निकाली गई और उसके बाद फिर 10, 11 और 12 तारीख को जो तमाम जो प्रतिनिधि हैं उन्होंने अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में काम किया और अब 13, 14 और 15 को लगातार हर घर तिरंगा कार्यक्रम के तहत इसी तरीके से बाइक रैली के साथ साथ लोगों को घर घर पहुंच करके ये कार्यक्रम आगे बढ़ाने को लेकर के काम किया जा रहा है। और स्मृति ईरानी इसी कड़ी में आज अमेठी पहुंची हुई हैं। इसके पहले हमने देखा था कि वो प्रयागराज गई थी, वहां पर उन्होंने हिस्सा लिया था एक कार्यक्रम में। स्मृति ईरानी का ये अमेठी का तकरीबन 2 बजे के आसपास में वो अमेठी पहुंची हैं और उसके बाद उन्होंने इस बाइक रैली में हिस्सा लिया है और खुद वो स्कूटी चला रही हैं, स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई हैं और खुद इस कार्यक्रम में वो हिस्सा ले रही हैं।
Right, Vivek, they're sharing information of this rally that Smriti Irani is undertaking and leading. She's clearly at the head of this rally. Vivek, हमें ये भी बताइए, I think मैंने देखा अभी कि रवि किशन भी हैं इस रैली में शामिल, वो एक बाइक चला रहे हैं। और कौन लीडर्स हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो इस रैली में भाग ले रहे हैं और ये रैली कहाँ खत्म होगा?
देखिए, स्मृति के साथ साथ रवि किशन के अलावा जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अमेठी के जो तमाम जिले के नेता हैं वो इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हैं। अमेठी के सभी विधानसभाओं के जो नेता हैं वो इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हैं। तकरीबन 3 से 4 किलोमीटर की ये बाइक रैली है जो स्मृति ईरानी जिसको लीड कर रही हैं, और ये तकरीबन 20 से 25 मिनट की और ये बाइक रैली है जो अभी चलने वाली है, जिसको स्मृति ईरानी जिसमें खुद वो एक्टिवा चला रही हैं, खुद वो स्कूटी चला रही हैं, उसमें वो बैठी हुई हैं। और पीछे उनके पीछे जो भी पीछे के शख्स हैं उन्होंने अपने हाथों में झंडा ले रखा है। तो ये कुल मिलाकर के एक आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव के तहत अलग अलग जगहों पर जो कार्यक्रम हो रहे हैं उसमें स्मृति ईरानी भी अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र पहुंची हुई है। अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र पहुंच करके कार्यक्रम में उन्होंने हिस्सा लिया है और लगातार जोश और खरोश जो तमाम नेता हैं कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में भरने की कोशिश की है, क्योंकि 9 तारीख से लेकर के 15 तारीख तक का जो कार्यक्रम, 9 अगस्त से लेकर के 15 अगस्त तक का जो ये कार्यक्रम एक तरीके से हुआ, उसमें सभी सबसे पहले तो 9 और 10 को मंडल में हमने देखा कि कार्यक्रम हुआ, उसके बाद विधानसभा स्तर पर कार्यक्रम हुआ, तो पूरे जिले स्तर के जो कार्यक्रम है वो आज 13, 14 और 15 तारीख को होने, और उसमें एक तरीके से घर घर जो झंडा वितरण का जो कार्यक्रम है वो भी होना है। तो ये अलग अलग कार्यक्रम हैं जो हो रहे हैं और स्मृति ईरानी खुद आज पहुंची हुई है और उसमें कार्यक्रम में वो हिस्सा ले रही हैं।
Absolutely. Vivek, thank you so much for sharing those details with us. So clearly, viewers, you can see that Smriti Irani is leading a Tiranga rally, a bike rally no less, in Amethi, her parliamentary constituency. There are other BJP leaders alongside her, such as another MP, Ravi Kishan, as well as all the Amethi leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. We are just a day and a half away from India completing 75 years of independence, and there are such campaigns and rallies going on all across the country. The country is about to be awash with the tricolor. And in keeping with that, ahead of the 75th Independence Day, the entire nation has been gearing up for the mega celebration. As a part of this, the national flag has been hoisted at the LOC as well. Here is an exclusive report filed by Gursimran Singh, my colleague.
Few meters from the line of control, this is the tricolor of the country flying high as the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign has been kick-started by the locals. Right now, we are very near to the Pakistani line of control. That area is the Pakistani occupied area, and I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that how proudly these locals are holding the tricolor. क्या संदेश यहाँ देना चाहते हैं आप?
हम ये कहते हैं कि पाकिस्तान को हम ये दिखा रहे हैं कि हमारा घर घर में हर घर में झंडा है जो ऊंचा रहेगा, तिरंगा झंडा हमारा लहराता रहेगा, और इसी तरह हम ये जो अपना आज़ादी दिवस है जो मनाते रहेंगे, हम यही संदेश पाकिस्तान को देते हैं।
यही संदेश जो है वो पाकिस्तान को देते हैं। ये इलाका, इफ गौरव कैन शो यू, दिस इज ऑन द लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल। Few minutes after the tricolor was hosting at the headquarter here by the children of this very area, now you can see that the locals are hosting the tricolor here very near to the line of control. I request Gaurav to show you that side also where the children have lined up here in the large numbers near the national flag, where the national flag has been hosted, and the Bharat Maa Jai Ghosh can be heard here, that how passionate these youngsters are, how bright the future of the country, and the locals are saying that this is a clear-cut message to the Pakistan that they won't budge and they will continue to give Pakistan a befitting reply. This is one of the tough areas when it comes to the line of control, where the Indian army is guarding the fence, though there has been a lull for quite some time here on the international border. And these children, they are sending a clear-cut message to Pakistan that they won't budge, and the message is very loud and clear coming from the line of control, that their people, they will give Pakistan a befitting reply to the nefarious designs of the Pakistan. And this tricolor that has been hoisted here by the children will continue to fly with proud courage. This is the message that these children from the line of control are sending from here. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
And a mega Tiranga rally was also held in South Kashmir's Shopian town. The DC, the SSP and the CRPF officials participated in the event. Take a look. And so there, viewers, you can see this is the Tiranga rally that is taking place in Shopian town, where there is a joint participation of the citizens, the police officials and the CRPF.
This year India is celebrating 75th year of independence, and in this independence there are so many things which are special, as India is celebrating Har Ghar Tiranga campaign as well, and we are showing you how the security have been beefed up outside and inside Red Fort. And back of me you can clearly see this is DRDO made in India A-tax, and this clearly will be involved in this time ceremonial in Independence Day as well. But how is it made, how this made in India, make in India product will be used in the ceremonial in Independence Day, because the 21st and in the 21 gun salute, the 21st fire will be given from this A-tax as well. We have the project director along with us. Sir, how this make in India A-tax is so much important in this Independence Day. India is celebrating 75th year of independence, and there's so many special things. We are seeing India is celebrating Har Ghar campaign, Har Ghar Tiranga campaign as well.
Madam, this 155-52 cal advanced towed artillery gun system is a multidisciplinary program launched by DRDO with the participation from the Indian industries, and now these guns are realized. The trials of these guns are over. Some technical trials are going on. A lot of unique features are added in this gun to make it world-class gun, and as an Indian we should feel proud of this. This Independence Day, yes, we are firing one shot from this gun as a symbolic gesture to showcase this product to our countrymen. As you know, this is a battle-ready guns, and one special slug has been designed to make this, give this sound level, to give this sound which actual round gives. If you want to know the special features of the gun, a lot of special features are inducted. This is a 25-liter chamber barrel, auto-frotage gun barrel. We are having the automatic gun alignment and positioning system MAGAPs, the muzzle velocity radar, very advanced communication system. They are inbuilt in this gun to make it future ready for our Indian Army.
RP sir, we have seen one thing. Now we are moving towards more of the make in India products. We see if it is missile, it is aircraft, there are many things which are make in India these days, and India is also empowering in a certain way. How you see this is a special thing also, that now we are proceeding towards a more powerful and stronger country.
Madam, in this project is a real symbol of the government and the Indian industry's participation. From day one, two of our lead system integrators, that is Bharat Forge Limited.
Viewers, we have a breaking news update and a video coming in from Telangana, where during the Independence Day celebrations, a minister, Srinivas Gaud, was seen using a police weapon to fire a shot into the air. You can see right in your frames, right in the center of the screen is the minister. He has a rifle of the police forces in his hand. He points it towards the sky and he appears to shoot. And this is a visual that has come in from the Mahabubnagar in Telangana, a shocking visual of a celebration that could have gone horribly wrong, because whenever you shoot something into the air, it must come down, and it comes down at the same speed at which it was fired. And so there have been many cases over the years of firing into the air having caused accidents down below. Later we have Aneri joining us for more information. Aneri, tell us about this incident that has taken place, this shocking and dangerous incident.
Well, that's right, Ankit. We have been seeing that Telangana has been celebrating Independence Day for 2 weeks, and now as a part of the Tiranga Yatra, well, we see that the Telangana minister, Sports Minister Srinivas Gaud, was seen during the Tiranga rally in Mehboob Nagar, he used police weapons and shot it open in fire. Well, we see that how there were people surrounded around him, and also there were police officials there next to him. And also this was a public event, and if there would have been any sort of unfortunate incident would have taken place, and everything would have fallen apart. But as we have been seeing in the visuals clearly, the Telangana minister Srinivas Gaud was seen using the police weapon, where we see that he was using it open shot, the firing in air, and also this was during the celebrations of the Tiranga rally in Mehboob Nagar district of Telangana, where we see that during a public event, Telangana minister Srinivas Gaud was seen using the police weapon and open fire in the air during the celebration, Sanket.
Clearly, and it's not just the fact that he has taken the gun, Aneri, from the police and fired it, but he also appears to be tweeting about it and touting himself for having done so. So he's celebrating the fact that he did this dangerous act. He took a police person's gun. You can see, viewers, there are police persons all around him, but because he's a minister, he appears to have the impunity to take that gun, take that rifle. You can see how long its barrel is and fire it into the skies. Aneri, if you can tell us, how many bullets did he fire? Was it just the one? And can we confirm that no one was injured in it? Because there have been many incidents in the past where firing into the air has proved catastrophic and fatal for people down below when the bullet eventually lands, because gravity does that. And this minister appears to have forgotten.
Well, Ankit, no one is injured in this incident, and also as we can see now, there were police officials, there were people surrounded near Srinivas Gaud, who is the Telangana's cabinet minister. But also at the same time, as you rightly pointed out, Srinivas Gaud has also tweeted about it, and he has also posted a picture of him shooting in air. So definitely how we can see that a minister is using police weapon to during celebrations and using it in open fire. He's shooting it in air. But as you pointed out, that we have been seeing many such situations where people have been injured, but here we have got confirmation that no one is injured. But yes,
Aneri, stay with us. We have Telangana BJP Chief Krishna Sagar Rao joining us on the phone. Now, Rao sir, we've seen this video of a Telangana minister borrowing a weapon and firing it into the air. What is your comment on this dangerous and reckless act?
I mean, it is shocking. People of Telangana now should understand what the ministers of Telangana Rashtra Samiti government constitute. What do they represent? If you make a minister, this is what's going to happen. The man doesn't even understand that we are in India and we are not in a banana, run by a junta, military junta. How can he even fire the firearms of the police? How can he snatch it away? BJP demands action on this minister. He should be removed from his role as a minister. And BJP also demands he should apologize to the police and also to the people. The police in Telangana, it is quite exhibitive that and have been enslaved by the ministers of TRS government.
Mr. Rao, what would you also have to say about the fact that he's not only fired this weapon, but he's also now tweeting about it, glorifying the act? And what does this speak to you, given the fact that the police officers are around him and he's still taken their weapon and he's done this? They have to file a report at the end for every bullet discharged, don't they? It's a procedure for them.
There are clear acts in IPS, and there are also acts in the do's and don'ts of the procedure of any officer who's holding a firearm, that no one can touch the firearm, leave alone snatching it away and firing. They have to immediately arrest this man and they have to bring him to justice. It doesn't matter if you are a minister or if you are anybody, that you are not supposed to snatch away the firearm and put the people in the harm's way by firing an SLR into the air. And as I said, what is this man thinking? Is he thinking he's in Pakistan or some interior banana republics, or he's in Indian Union? His mindset that these guys believe, these individuals from TRS party who are completely out of bounds, believe that they can do anything and get away.
Right. Krishna Sagar Rao there, Telangana BJP spokesperson joining us on the phone line. Sir, if I may ask you another question, how do you've asked clearly for the arrest of this minister. Do you see it happening though? Do you think that is likely to happen?
No, it should happen. Otherwise, what example is Mr. KCR setting in this state? Is he waiting for other ministers also to snatch and this time shoot at people instead of in the air? What is the precedence he wants to set? Or does he want to say the ministers are we are demanding an immediate arrest of this minister and make it an example that the ministers cannot go unruly and be illegal, and still it doesn't work in our country and in our state.
Right. Krishna Sagar Rao there sharing with us his views and his party's views on this incident. Viewers, just to reiterate, as he remains with us, this minister, who is the Minister of Sports in the Telangana government, he was at a Tiranga rally and he took a gun, a rifle, a fully loaded rifle of a policeman who was with him, pointed it up into the skies and fired around, and then also tweeted about it. We are being told by Aneri that no one was injured, mercifully, but clearly this is a very dangerous and reckless act that this minister has committed, and then he has also tweeted about it. Aneri remains with us. Aneri, if you can tell us a little bit about where this Tiranga rally was taking place, when this incident took place, and whether there's any clamor also within the party and within the law enforcement dispensation on this incident that has taken place.
Well, Ankit, no response yet from the TRS, though, over this incident which has taken place just some time back in Mehbubnagar district, where we see that the Telangana minister Srinivas Gaud was taking part in the Tiranga rally as a part of the Independence Day celebrations, as we have been seeing. Now we see that he has also tweeted about it, and also what he has written, I would like to tell that he has done nothing much about the incident, but he has said that as a part of Independence Day celebrations, the largest flag rally was organized from Zilla Parishad grounds to the Tangman in Mehbubnagar district of Telangana. But also the pictures talk a lot, as the first picture of Srinivas Gaud on his Twitter is about him putting using the police weapon and open fire in air. So first picture of him on his Twitter handle is that where he has tweeted it. But definitely now we have been seeing that the opposition parties have been demanding that there should be an action taken against Srinivas Gaud. But in this incident also, no one has been injured is what we have learnt as of now. But further, will there be action taken or not remains to be seen. And this incident has taken place just ahead of the Independence Day, and specifically if we want to mention that this happened during the Independence Day celebrations, when there was a Tiranga rally taking place, when hundreds of people are around Srinivas Gaud along with the police officials, security personals there in Mehbubnagar district of Telangana.
Absolutely. I thank you, Aneri, for sharing these details with us. Viewers, again, you can watch this video on republicworld.com as well, how this minister, the Minister of Sports, Srinivas Gaud in the Telangana government, takes the officer's gun and fires a rifle shot into the air very dangerously. We also have a lot of other news coming up, viewers. Another NDA ally is facing a split now, with the Pashupati Paras backing the NDA. 3 of his MPs, however, are clamoring to back the JDU. More details on that coming up. And also a big win for Samir Wankhede. The Caste Security Committee has given a clean chit to the former NCB Zonal Director. We'll tell you all about it. Stay with us on Republic.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of ammunition. During the investigation, the police recovered 2,000 live cartridges. While the police has not ruled out a terror angle, they informed that the accused appear to be a part of a criminal network.
अभी हमने टेरर एंगल को रूल आउट नहीं किया है क्योंकि आजकल टेररिस्ट्स और क्रिमिनल्स के जो बीच की लाइन है काफ़ी ब्लर हो रखी है, बट प्राइमा फेसाई ये क्रिमिनल नेटवर्क का ही पार्ट लग रहा है.
Talking to the media, police said they had recovered a total of 2,251 live cartridges. This comes as the security in the national capital has been heightened ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. The police has intensified patrolling and are conducting anti-sabotage checks to rule out all possible threats ahead of Independence Day.
A man was stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar and the murder was caught on CCTV cameras. In the light of the shocking event, a case was registered and an investigation is underway. The 25-year-old man was stabbed to death by some people after an argument. In the video, Mayank is seen running and being chased by some people. They were seen catching him near a car and one of the accused wearing white pants stabs him several times. A case has been registered and an investigation is currently underway.
SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं. 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है.
However, the motive behind the incident is yet to be ascertained. Mayank had done a course in hotel management and was currently unemployed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And a lot more news coming up, viewers. A Belgian MP has raised an Iranian connection to the attack on Salman Rushdie. He's linked the attack to 2 Iranian generals killed by the United States. And also stunning leads have emerged in the Kill Nupur plot. A Pakistan terror handbook has been accessed by Republic. More on that after just a few seconds. Stay with us on Republic.
A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of national capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे. इसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे. बताया नहीं अभी, झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा. SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं. 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है.
As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hoisted the national flag in the run-up to the Independence Day. Taking to social media, Yogi Adityanath said, and I quote, "The whole country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi to commemorate the completion of 75 years of country's independence. The national flag of India is also a symbol of our pride, a symbol of bravery, peace and sacrifice of the country." Yogi Adityanath also posted a video along with the text message.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of ammunition. During the investigation, the police recovered 2,000 live cartridges. While the police has not ruled out a terror angle, they informed that the accused appeared to be a part of a criminal network.
Belgium MP raises an Iranian connection to the attack on Salman Rushdie, links the attack to 2 Iranian generals killed by the US. Author Salman Rushdie's condition remains critical. He has now been placed on the ventilator, is what we are told. Stunning leads emerge in the Kill Nupur plot. Pakistan terror handbook accessed by Republic. Another NDA ally faces a split now as Pashupati Paras backs the NDA. 3 of his MPs want to back the JDU. A big win for Sameer Wankhede. The caste scrutiny committee gives a clean chit to the former NCB zonal director. Terrorist Bitta Karate's wife sacked by the Jammu and Kashmir administration. 40 terrorists kin sacked from government posts. No soft corner for terror. Hello and welcome viewers. In just a couple of hours, in a day and a half, the Red Fort in New Delhi will be the site of all eyes because that is where the Prime Minister will deliver his Independence Day speech as India completes an astonishing 75 years of independence. And in preparation for that august event and for that august momentous event, the dry run and rehearsals were conducted at the landmark at the Red Fort. A security drill was conducted there as well, and you can see the visuals on your screens right now, viewers, of the security drills that were conducted there. We have a report from the Red Fort. Let's take a look at what my colleague Harsha has filed.
Security around and in the vicinity of Red Fort area have been beefed up by the Delhi Police Administration. We clearly will show you the visuals from inside and outside the Red Fort area as I am outside Red Fort area. Preparations for the Independence Day are in full swing. Preparations inside Red Fort area can clearly be seen, and not only this, the security officials have also been deployed in and out Red Fort area. The CRPF, CISF, NSG commandos, RAF and para forces can clearly be seen outside and inside Red Fort area who have been deployed. Preparations are in full swing in this area. Ahead of the Independence Day, the entire security has been beefed up, and not only this, the para forces have been deployed, the commandos have been deployed, Delhi police have also been deployed in the entire area. Dress rehearsal have been carried out from August 13. From today till 14th it will be carried out, and the entire traffic diversions will happen from 4 AM in the morning till 10 AM in the
Viewers, we have a breaking story coming in. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has received a bomb threat. A threat letter has been found. We have Aishwarya Kapoor joining us for more information on this. Aishwarya, take it away. Tell us about this threat to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh.
Galanke, there is a back-to-back second threat being given to the UP Chief Minister. We've just seen just a week back, UP Chief Minister was sent a threat via letter. And this time around, they are being told that it has been sent via package. It was properly packed, and hence it is being seen as a back-to-back second threat to working commandos of the NSG always guard the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. But keeping in mind that second back-to-back threat, we are being told that.
Viewers, we appear to be having some disturbance in the phone line with Aishwarya. We'll try and get Aishwarya on a more secure phone line. For the moment, from what he has told us, we can gather that a second back-to-back threat has been received by Yogi Adityanath against Yogi Adityanath. We have someone from the BJP patched with us. We have former UP DGP Dr. Vikram Singh joining us right now. Dr. Singh, if you can tell us, there has been a threat received against Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister. What can you tell us, and what is the protocol in such a scenario?
It's like this, that somebody as high profile and occupying the top constitutional position of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh is likely to have such threats always. And more so, somebody like Yogi Adityanath, who's so popular in India and Uttar Pradesh, and also not so much like a section of the people who are anti-national and those who are not favorably inclined towards the interest of India. There are bound to be threats, but yet let me tell you that our security agencies and the police department are fully geared to take care of any such contingency and handle all such people who are out to harm not only Yogi Adityanath ji, but other VIPs in the country. Yes, the intelligence apparatus is fully geared up. The police is fully prepared to take on any such challenge and give a befitting reply.
Sir, but this is being seen as a second back-to-back threat to the UP Chief Minister, sir. Just a week prior, there was another threat which was taken as a letter threat, and now a proper packed threat, and this time a threat to blow the Chief Minister with a bomb. Yes, as you said, that there is adequate amount of security given to him, NSG Protective Plus, Z Plus movement. Sir, despite all of this, if such threats are coming, what more can be done?
Investigate thoroughly, do a bit of reverse engineering, go back to the person who is generating the threats, and more than 99% of the cases do get worked out, and any person who is out for this and for this adventure is given a befitting reply. Let it go. Let it be known that they do not go by default. All such matters are investigated by the best brains in the country, and it comes to the reasonable and the logical conclusions.
And so there, viewers, is Dr. Vikram Singh's view on this threat that has been received by Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. This is the second back-to-back threat, and as Dr. Vikram Singh is telling us that the protocol dictates that there is already a high provision of security to a person who holds the post of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. We have Aishwarya also with us. Aishwarya, once again, because the phone line earlier was not the clearest, if you could narrate again both the threats that the UP Chief Minister has received. We'll get Aishwarya back. Meanwhile, we have Anila Singh of the BJP joining us. Anila Singh, the Chief Minister has received back-to-back threats. What is the immediate action that the government is likely to take on this, and how are you going to ensure that no such threats are made in the future? No one has the daring to take out such a threat.
You know, such threat letters and threats will keep on happening because they all are so scared of Yogi Adityanath ji. Because he is a one-man army who has given challenge to these terrorists, and he has declared in clear words that no nuisance and you won't be spared in his state, Uttar Pradesh. So, and we have seen that how ATS is active. You know, so many have been, so many terrorists have been arrested as well. Yesterday also one was arrested from Saharanpur. So he is a big threat to terrorists. So they are so scared. They can write just letters. They can say it in words. Nothing more they can do. They can't touch Yogi Adityanath ji.
Anila Singh, are you effectively saying that this is a last gasp kind of, they're trying to create or give an impression of false bravado because they have been cornered by the Yogi administration in all their nefarious activities? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yogi Adityanath ji is one person जिसको हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना शेर की मान में जाकर शेर का शिकार करना. He is like that. He is like that, and that is why these people, they are in a way they themselves do not know that what to do, because whatever they want to do, that is being checked by Yogi Adityanath ji, and they are captured. So they can just write letters.
Right. Anila Singh, stay with us. We have Anurag Bhadodia of the Samajwadi Party also joining us. Anurag Bhadodia ji, against Uttar Pradesh के मुख्यमंत्री के against एक death threat मिला है. 2 death threat in fact have been found against him. What is your comment on this?
मुझे लगता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून व्यवस्था अच्छी होनी चाहिए. कानून व्यवस्था में कहीं कोई तो कमी है जो लोग इतनी हिम्मत जुटा लेते हैं. जब मुख्यमंत्री को इस तरह का डेथ क्या वो जो धमकी दे सकते हैं तो हम आम जनता का क्या हाल होगा सोचिए आप. कि जिम्मेदारी सरकार की बनती है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में ऐसा माहौल होना चाहिए कि कोई हिम्मत न जुटा पाए, कोई सोच नहीं पाए कि चाहे मुख्यमंत्री जी हो चाहे आम जनता हो.
पर अनुराग भदौड़िया जी, जैसे अभी अनिला सिंह ने हमें कहा, बीजेपी का मानना है कि ये इनको ऐसे थ्रेट्स मिल रहे हैं क्योंकि वो लोग उन लोगों पे कड़ी कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं जो ऐसे एंटी सोशल चीजें करते हैं और इसीलिए उनको ऐसा थ्रेट मिल रहा है.
देखिए, फिर इसके मतलब वो अपनी कानून व्यवस्था को खुद ही मजाक उड़ा रही है. भाई उत्तर प्रदेश में कानून व्यवस्था तो मजबूत होनी चाहिए ना. कोई थ्रेट कैसे दे सकता है, कैसे वो तो भाई कोई आदमी ने चलो क्या बोला नहीं बोला, लेकिन आप उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री हैं. कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने और कानून व्यवस्था का चौकस रखने की जिम्मेदारी सरकार की होती है. और ये कह के नहीं बच सकते कि हमने किसी पे कार्रवाई की इसलिए आ रही है. ये जिम्मेदारी भी सरकार की है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी को कोई थ्रेट आती है तो क्यों आ रही है. उसके पीछे भी सरकार को ही तो देखना है कौन लोग हैं जो दे रहे हैं, कब दे रहे हैं, क्यों दे रहे हैं. खाली इशू बना के नहीं चलेगा ना. जिसने दिया उसकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए ना, पता लगाना चाहिए ना किसने दिया, क्यों दिया, किस लिए दिया. भाई उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री क्यों दिया, भाई उसके पीछे इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए कि हमारी बाइक लेके उसका हमला मचाना है. उसके ऊपर में तहकीकात तक जाना चाहिए. आखिर वजह क्या है, कौन है वो लोग जो उत्तर प्रदेश को अशांत करना चाहते हैं. तो इसके मतलब उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार से उनको खौफ नहीं है, उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार का डर नहीं है उनके अंदर भी. उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार का डर खत्म हो गया है. सरकार का इकबाल से चलती है ना सरकार. तो सरकार का तो इकबाल होना चाहिए और सरकार का इकबाल न्यूज के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए. सरकार इकबाल होता है कि सरकार कहे तो आदमी हिल जाए. इसलिए हमको बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता ये आके बोल जाए कि सरकार का इकबाल, सरकार का इकबाल बनाने की जरूरत है. उसमें न्यूज बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है. तहकीकात करनी चाहिए कौन है, कहाँ है, कैसे आगे होगा.
Anurag Bhadodia, stay with us. If Anila Singh is still with us, Anila Singh, you heard the SP's view. It believes that people should fear the government enough that no one has the daring to issue such a threat. What is your response?
There is no need for people to get scared from Yogi Adityanath's government. Only criminals and terrorists, they should be scared, and that is what's happening. Just now I heard Samajwadi Party spokesperson saying, अरे इंक्वायरी करनी चाहिए, पता करना चाहिए. तो उनको क्या लगता है कि जो एजेंसीज हैं ये हाथ पे हाथ रखकर बैठी हुई हैं. जो कल जो टेररिस्ट पकड़ा था वो समाजवादी पार्टी की कोई पुलिस है, उसने जाकर पकड़ा था. एंड सेकेंडली मुलायम सिंह यादव जी नेवर
अखिलेश यादव जी
नेवर because they are the people who advocate for the terrorists.
Right. Anila Singh of the BJP and Anurag Bhadodia of the Samajwadi Party, I thank you both for joining us and airing your views on this. Viewers, a double threat against Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Action will be taken is what the assurance is.
Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar led Tiranga rally in Karnataka's Ramnagara ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Union Minister Anurag Thakur also accompanied Jaishankar at the Tiranga rally. Jaishankar and Anurag Thakur were joined by hundreds of party cadre who held the Tiranga high with chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
We need a leadership in Delhi. We need a leadership in the country. We need a fully empowered government which has got the complete political support of our people. So when you think about the future of your country, please think about the need for a decisive leadership. Please think about people who will best ensure the security of India, who will ensure the growth of India.
The colourful and lively visuals from the Tiranga rally showed the state coloured in hues of tricolours ahead of the Independence Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A look at some of the top national stories now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with the CWG heroes of India at his official residence earlier today. The Prime Minister, while lauding India's stunning performance at the Commonwealth Games, said he was certain of the country's spectacular performance at the event.
साथियों, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स शुरू होने से पहले मैंने आप सभी से कहा था, एक प्रकार से वादा किया था कि जब आप लौटेंगे तो हम सब मिलकर के विजयोत्सव मनाएंगे। मेरा एक कॉन्फिडेंस था कि आप विजयी होकर के आने वाले हैं और मेरा एक मैनेजमेंट भी था कि मैं जरूर कितनी ही व्यस्तता होगी आप लोगों के बीच समय निकालूंगा और विजयोत्सव मनाऊंगा।
In a first lead on the man who attacked Salman Rushdie in New York, it has been revealed that the attacker allegedly used a fake identity. His fake identity was Hassan Mughniya, a senior Hezbollah official close to Iran's IRGC force chief of the same name who was killed. Meanwhile, a Belgium MP has drawn an Iran-Hezbollah link to the entire incident. In a stunning lead in the Kill Nupur Sharma plot, a Pakistan terror handbook has been accessed, while a link of a Pakistan, Afghanistan and Syrian connection is also suspected. Moreover, jihadi materials have been recovered in the matter from the arrest of a terrorist. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister PTR's car was pelted with a shoe at the Madurai airport. This comes as the Tamil Nadu minister was returning after paying homage to martyred Indian Army soldiers hailing from Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, amid a commotion there, the BJP workers were asked to leave the funeral ceremony of Lakshmanan, the martyr who died in a terrorist attack in Kashmir. Rashtriya Lok Janshakti Party MP Mehboob Ali Kaiser, Veena Devi and Chandan Singh are likely to show allegiance to the JDU. Meanwhile, to split the 5 members of the RLJP led by Pashupati Paras, 4 MPs are required, is what we are told. The mega face-off over freebies continues. Addressing a press conference, BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra blasted the Kejriwal government and threw an open challenge to the Aam Aadmi Party.
कानून से भी आम आदमी पार्टी को संरक्षण नहीं मिलने वाला है, इसलिए फ्रीबी करके इस पर रोज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके मोदी जी की सरकार के ऊपर हमला बोल करके कहीं न कहीं मनीष सिसोदिया जी के एंटीसिपेटरी बेल के लिए ये एप्लीकेशन चल रहा है। जब मनीष सिसोदिया पे गाज गिरेगा तो बताएंगे देखो हमने तो अटैक किया था, इसलिए हमें इस प्रकार से भुगतना पड़ रहा है।
In a mega crackdown on terror by the Jammu and Kashmir government, Bitta Karate's wife has been sacked along with 4 government officials for having terror links. In the last 2 years, 40 terror-linked relatives have been terminated from government jobs. And a lot more news coming up, viewers. Stunning leads have emerged in the Kill Nupur Sharma plot. A Pakistan terror handbook has been accessed by Republic. And another NDA ally is witnessing a split now. Pashupati Paras backs the NDA, but 3 of his MPs want to back the JDU. More details on that in just a few seconds. Back on Republic.
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of national capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। उसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे। बताया नहीं, अभी झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा। SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को, 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
Viewers, in a breaking news update, the Bar Council of India has come down heavily on advocate Prashant Bhushan for his recent remarks on the Supreme Court and its judges. The Bar Council of India says that it cannot imagine the existence of people like Prashant Bhushan in countries like China and Russia. This is from a letter of the Bar Council that Republic TV has accessed. It comes on the back of a number of people who are known to attack the Supreme Court doing so, and this time the Bar Council of India has expressed its ire at the remarks of Prashant Bhushan. We have Sambhav joining us. Sambhav, take us through the Bar Council of India's response, its strong words, and what Prashant Bhushan is likely to face. We'll be getting Sambhav to join us in just a few seconds, viewers. Meanwhile, we can tell you that the Bar Council of India has taken on Prashant Bhushan and what he said about the Supreme Court and the judges. The letter right now is on your screen, and I would like to read parts of it. One very key aspect that it notes is that it cannot imagine the existence of someone like Prashant Bhushan in countries like China or Russia, which speaks both about how India tolerates all kinds of opinion and how there are many other countries whom would not do so. Prashant Bhushan had made remarks at an international forum. He was speaking at a forum hosted in the US when he had made disparaging remarks about the Supreme Court. We have Sambhav now joining us. Sambhav, tell us about the Bar Council of India's response to Prashant Bhushan, a detailed letter.
Yeah, so Bar Council of India has come up with a detailed letter condemning the remark of Advocate Prashant Bhushan against the Supreme Court. And in this press release, basically Bar Council of India is saying that for last few days, the country is finding repeated attacks against judges and the Supreme Court. The Bar Council of India is further quoting that advocates like Prashant Bhushan have crossed all limits. So here the Bar Council of India is coming quite heavily on Prashant Bhushan, wherein BCI is saying that persons like Prashant Bhushan think that they would succeed in terrorizing the judges. We have the copy of the press release of the Bar Council of India, wherein the Bar Council of India is saying that unfortunately Mr. Prashant Bhushan's all the utterances are not only ridiculous, but are reprehensible and against the nation. Persons like Mr. Bhushan have never been the champion of civil liberties, rather by doing such nonsense acts. So the Bar Council of India is calling Prashant Bhushan's this act as nonsense. And they succeed, that is the Prashant Bhushan, persons like Prashant Bhushan succeed in giving a message to the world that they are anti-Indian. In fact, such people are misusing the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression under Article 19 of the Constitution of India. So this is how the Bar Council of India is condemning the remarks made by Prashant Bhushan against the judiciary.
Right, Sambhav there breaking down details of this letter that we have accessed, viewers, which you can also read on republicworld.com. The Bar Council of India taking an uncompromising stand against Prashant Bhushan's remarks against the judiciary, the Supreme Court and judges. Viewers, Salman Rushdie, the Mumbai-born author whose writing and his book, The Satanic Verses, had led to the issuance of a death threat fatwa against him from the then Supreme Leader of Iran in the year 1989, was attacked on stage at an event where he was going to deliver a lecture in New York State yesterday. He has been put on ventilator support. Here is an update on his condition. Take a look.
Author Salman Rushdie was stabbed in the neck and abdomen at an event in New York, US. The 75-year-old author is on ventilator and could lose an eye. Police have identified his attacker. The author's agent said that Salman Rushdie suffered severe nerves in an arm and damage to his liver and could lose an eye. New York police identified the attacker as Hadi Matar from New Jersey and said the motive behind the attack remained unclear. Rushdie was repeatedly stabbed by Matar, who rushed to the stage and attacked him. World leaders have condemned this attack. They have wished Rushdie a speedy recovery. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
That this is for the first time in the television history of India that we are bringing you real patrolling footages.
This is a very important place. It is because of the valor and fortitude of our troops who fought here valiantly in 1962 that even our enemies were forced to call the area of Namti as the Tiger's Mouth.
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किया जाता है।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of National Capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। इसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको
शहीदों के बीच खड़ा होना आसान नहीं होता। जिसे हो इश्क हदीदी वही गर्दन कटाता है। दोस्तों, आजादी की 75वीं सालगिरह, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव। ये 75 साल के मायने क्या हैं, हमारी आजादी के मायने क्या हैं? इस वक्त मैं जोधपुर में हूं। वीर भूमि कहा जाता है जोधपुर को। यहां पे कई शौर्य गाथाएं लिखी हैं। आज मैं मिलूंगा कुछ ऐसे लोगों से जो वही गाथा आज की तारीख में 21वीं शताब्दी में दोबारा लिख रहे हैं। कहते हैं राजस्थान की एक खासियत है, एक तरफ रेगिस्तान है और एक तरफ पाकिस्तान। तो कौन है जो सरहद की निगरानी करता है? वो कौन है जो चट्टान की तरह सामने खड़ा है हमारे और दुश्मन के बीच में? आइए मिलवाते हैं आपको कमांडेंट मिस्टर वाई.एस. राठौर। बहुत बहुत अच्छा लगा, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
एसटीसी बीएसएफ जोधपुर
जी,
मिस्टर एमएस कीची, ये कैमल विंग कमांडर है।
मिस्टर कीची से हम मिल रहे हैं और यहाँ पे मिस्टर राठौर जो हैं वो कमांडेंट हैं एसटीसी के। अब ये हमें दिखाएंगे। देखिए, बड़ी खूबसूरत सी बात है दोस्तों, कैमल यूनिट्स जो हैं, कैमल यूनिट्स दुनिया में बहुत कम हैं। सुनने में आया है कि शायद इजिप्ट में हो, शायद मोरक्को में। भारत की सिर्फ एकमात्र कैमल यूनिट बीएसएफ के पास है। ये कैमल यूनिट कैसी है, इनकी दिनचर्या क्या है, इनकी ट्रेनिंग कैसी, और सबसे बड़ी चीज, इनकी आंखों से देखेंगे हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव। चलिए मेरे साथ, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। आइए।
उनको रहते हैं, उनकी देखभाल करते हैं।
अच्छा, फौज में फुल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ये भी बहुत पहली बार
श्रीमान जय हिंद।
कैमल परेड पर 5 एसओ 45 सवार, टोटल 50 62 बोट परेड पर उपस्थित है।
ठीक है साहब।
जय श्रीमान
जय हिंद।
तो मिस्टर राठौर, ये यहाँ पे आपने कैमल्स रखे हैं और अब इस पर काठी बनाई जाएगी?
हाँ, अब ये मॉर्निंग का जो इनका रूटीन है वो शुरू हो चुका है
जी।
एरिया की साफ सफाई किया है।
अच्छा अच्छा।
कैमल को ग्रूम करते हैं, इनकी साफ सफाई कर रहे हैं
जी।
और अब इनको तैयार करेंगे प्रैक्टिस के लिए।
अच्छा।
पहली रूटीन है इनका। हाँ। उसके हिसाब से ये हमारे सब इंस्पेक्टर एनएस राठौड़ है, ये आपको और बताएंगे डिटेल में।
चलिए, तो फिर मैं इनसे जाके बात कर लेता हूँ। साहब कैसे हैं आप? अच्छा साहब, एक बात बताइए, ये जो आप कह रहे हैं कि कैमल जो है, कैमल अभी तैयार होंगे, तो सबसे पहले क्या ये ब्रश से इनकी साफ सफाई हो रही है?
सबसे पहले कैमल के जो बैठने का इलाका खड़ा उसकी साफ सफाई करते हैं।
हाँ।
उसके बाद में काठी लगाने से पहले कैमल का साफ सफाई करते हैं, उसको हम कैमल भाषा में ग्रूमिंग बोलते हैं
जी।
तो उसके पूरे पता भी लगता है, कहीं चोट भी नहीं और कोई देखने में और कोई कांटा कील तो नहीं है। उसके बाद इसके ऊपर हम काठी लगाते हैं।
अगर कांटा कीलो चोट भी लग सकती है कैमल?
हाँ, चोट लगती है, चुभेगा तो फैन होगा तो पशु बता नहीं पाएगा
जी।
इसलिए पहले हम पूरा इसमें
जी
चेक करते हैं
जी। अब ये है काठी लगाने का तरीका।
हाँ, काठी लगाने से पहले इसके नीचे गद्दी लगाते हैं।
हाँ,
गद्दी लगाने,
क्योंकि जैसे हम जब, मुझे याद है जब हम राइडिंग सीखते थे तो कंबल लगता सिर्फ एक घोड़े पे और फिर उसके ऊपर काठी लगती है। लेकिन ये क्या है कि क्योंकि इसमें हम पे ऐसा, तो आपको 2 गद्दे लगाने पड़ रहे हैं। मैंने जितना भी देखा, मैंने देखा कि जो हैंडलर हैं बड़े प्यार से रखते हैं ऊँट को, बच्चे की तरह पाल के। बिल्कुल, इसकी साफ सफाई भी हो रही है, इसका खाना भी हो रहा है, इसका इलाज भी हो रहा है। ये उठा ऊँट, अब ये ऊँट दोस्तों ये तैयार हो गया है बिल्कुल, और ऊँट को अब पीटी के लिए ले जा रहे हैं, यानी कि फिजिकल ट्रेनिंग। हर सुबह ऊँट की वर्जिश होती है, बिला नागा हर सुबह ऊँट की वर्जिश होती है और हैंडलर उसको ले जाएंगे। अब हम आपको दिखाएंगे किस तरीके से पीटी करते हैं, क्योंकि ऊँट की भी फिजिकल फिटनेस होनी चाहिए। फौजी ऊँट है, ऐसे थोड़ा तो छोड़ देंगे उसको। पीटी भी होगी, इसका खिलाएंगे पिलाएंगे भी, इसकी हेल्थ केयर भी पूरी ध्यान रखा जाएगा, मेडिकल का भी पूरा ध्यान रखा जाएगा। लेकिन अंत में, जैसे कि बीएसएफ वालों ने मुझे बताया, ये सिर्फ राजपथ के चलने के लिए ऊँट नहीं है। जब बीएसएफ जंग में जाएगी तो ऊँट भी साथ में जाएगा। और हम बात करेंगे आगे और बताएंगे कि जंग के मैदान में, युद्ध के मैदान में इस ऊँट का
क्या काम है। 21वीं शताब्दी, हम लोग बात करते हैं सैटेलाइट की, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात हो रही है, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स की बात हो रही है, लेटेस्ट वेपन्स एंड इक्विपमेंट भारत में राफेल आ रहा है, चिनूक आ रहा है, दुनिया भर की चीजें आ चुकी हैं और आ रही हैं। लेकिन फिर भी हम बात कर रहे हैं ऊंट की, जो 1000 साल पहले भी इस्तेमाल करा जाता था युद्ध में। आज की तारीख में ऊंट का आखिर काम क्या है, क्यों ऊंट इतना जरूरी है कि बीएसएफ कहती है नहीं हमें ऊंट चाहिए, क्योंकि कल अगर लड़ाई होगी यही ऊंट हमारे काम आएंगे। इसके बारे में भी हम चर्चा करेंगे। देखिए, तो साहब ये ऊंट के ऊपर आप लोग एमएमजी लगा रहे हो, ये मैंने पहली बार देखा अपने जीवन में वैसे।
हाँ नहीं, हम तो इसमें कारवा में जोड़ा है, तो इसको परेड में भी दिखाया। हाँ। और ये वैसे रेगिस्तान में ले जाने के लिए भी, कैरी करने के लिए ये शुरू से चल रहा है हमारे।
दोस्तों ये ट्राइपॉड है एमएमजी का, ये ट्राइपॉड है। तो ये ट्राइपॉड तो इन्होंने फिक्स कर दिया, ये बनाया है कॉन्ट्रैप्शन, इसके ऊपर ट्राइपॉड डाल दिया, इसको बांध दिया। अब इसके ऊपर ये गन लगेगी, लगाई उस तक लगाइए, ये देखिए इसके ऊपर एमएमजी हो गई माउंट, हो गया
साइड हो जा,
तो हो गया तो अब ये लग गई एमएमजी फिर।
हाँ सही,
अब ये तैयार है। तो दोस्तों ये यहाँ पे इस तरीके से यहाँ पे खुलता है, फिर इसको कॉक यहाँ पे करा जाता है, ये इसका ब्रीच ब्लॉक है,
ये टॉप कवर ऊपर उठा,
टॉप कवर ऊपर उठा, उसके बाद कार्रवाई शुरू इसकी। ये जो विजुअल है मेरे साथ रहेंगे जीवन भर, क्योंकि ऐसा मैंने जीवन में नहीं देखा। कई बार एमएमजी चलाई, कई बार एमएमजी की खोलजोड़ करी, कई बार एमएमजी को डिप्लॉय करा। लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल में जब मैं था वहां पे भी एमएमजी हमारा एक बहुत, जिसको कहते हैं कि एक कारगर हथियार हमारे साथ होता था, बड़ा भरोसा था हमें एमएमजी के ऊपर। लेकिन पहली बार ऊंट के ऊपर मैंने देखी एमएमजी, फर्स्ट टाइम। ये हमने आपने एमएमजी दिखा दिया हमें।
हाँ जी।
और ये मैं जैसे मैंने बोला, मैं पहली बार देखा, मैंने तो कभी देखा नहीं अपने जीवन में ऊंट के ऊपर
जी
एमएमजी। अब ये 51 है ना, ये
51 mm मोटर,
ये 51 mm मोटर है, ये भी ऊंट के ऊपर
माउंट कर रखी है,
ये लगा रखी है 51 mm मोटर।
हाँ।
ये इस तरीके से पकड़ी जाती है, इसको निकाल के फिक्स हो गया ये मामला,
नहीं निकल,
पर हाँ
और उसको
तो फिर
इसको लो या आई एंगल से हम फायर कर सकते हैं, इसको बाहर निकाल के। वैसे ये माउंट करने के लिए इसका एक माउंटेड बेस बना रखा है, इसके ऊपर हम माउंट कर देते हैं।
हाँ, इसके ऊपर माउंटेड है, वैसे कि जैसे जमीन पे गए क्विकली ऐसे नील करके।
हाँ, नीलिंग पोजीशन से,
सिटिंग
पोजीशन से, और
इसमें एयरबस भी निकलता है, इसमें
इसका फायर कर,
किल राउंड भी निकलता है इल्यूमिनेशन का।
हाँ,
और बढ़िया हथियार है। यहाँ पे दोस्तों ये तो बिल्कुल अजूबा ही है, और ये कोई सोच भी नहीं सकता। ये पहली बार तो खैर वो भी मैंने पहली बार देखा, लेकिन ये दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली अनबिलीवेबल। ये देखिए, ये 81 mm मोटर है साहब, ये 81 mm आपने इसको ऊंट के ऊपर लगा रखी है।
बिल्कुल साहब, ऊंट के ऊपर लगा रखी है,
हाँ?
लड़ाई के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार है।
अच्छा, तो इसके 3 है, ये बेस प्लेट है, ये ट्यूब है, और यहाँ पे ये इसका बाइपॉड लगा हुआ है यहाँ पे। तो 3 हिस्से होते हैं 81 mm मोटर के, तो ये तीनों के तीनों इसके ऊपर लगा रखे हैं। बड़ा भारी होता है, ऊंट तो उठा लेगा आराम से, पर इसके लिए तो पूरी एक टीम होती है जो मोटर का पूरा उठाती है, इस पूरे सिस्टम को, इस पूरे हथियार को। अब इसके बारे में जरा कुछ बताइए।
ये 81 मोटर है जो हमने ऊंट पर लगा रखी है। इस ऊंट का नाम राफेल है, जो कि लड़ाई के हिसाब से नाम रखा।
इसका राफेल नाम है इसका,
जो OM में राफेल है, उसी प्रकार हमारा रेगिस्तान का ये राफेल है।
रेगिस्तान का राफेल है, जबरदस्त। दोस्तों आपने देखा किस तरीके से ऊँटों की साफ सफाई हुई और किस तरीके से ऊँटों को उनके ऊपर काठी लगाई गई और उनको तैयार करा गया। अब ये ऊँट जो हैं ये मॉर्निंग फिजिकल ट्रेनिंग के लिए जा रहे हैं। सुबह का वक्त है, अच्छी खासी धूप निकली हुई है, और अब इनकी ट्रेनिंग शुरू होगी, और यहाँ पे कुछ समय तक इनको एक्सरसाइज करवाई जाएगी, इनकी वर्जिश करवाई जाएगी, कि ताकि इनकी फिजिकल फिटनेस चरम सीमा पर रहे हर वक्त। तो कहते हैं कि ट्रेनिंग के बिना फौजी नहीं, और ट्रेनिंग के बिना फौजी का जीवन मुकम्मल नहीं। आज ये पूरे सीमा सुरक्षा बल के जो कैमल हैंडलर्स हैं अपने कैमल समेत यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग ग्राउंड में इकट्ठा हुए अपनी ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए, और ये असली में आज़ादी के मतवाले हैं, ये असली में आज़ादी के दीवाने हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग पा के ये जाएंगे बॉर्डर, जहाँ पे एक तरफ रेगिस्तान है और दूसरी तरफ पाकिस्तान है, और ये दिफा करेंगे, ये हिफाजत करेंगे हमारे मुल्क की। ये हैं भारत की आज़ादी के मतवाले।
देखिए, ये जो आप अभी देख रहे हैं ये मॉर्निंग का सेशन है, और डेली हमारा रूटीन ये होता है कि सुबह कैमल्स को, कैमल हैंडलर्स को किस तरह से यहाँ ट्रेन करें विद एन अल्टीमेट एम। जो अल्टीमेट एम ये है कि ये जाके बॉर्डर के ऊपर में अपनी ड्यूटी करें। बॉर्डर आपको पता है कि यहाँ राजस्थान में रेगिस्तान है, तो रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, और वॉर टाइम के अंदर, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें। इसीलिए इनको रिग्रेस ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, डेली ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। ये तो मैंने आपको ऑपरेशनल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बताया। इसके अलावा अगर हम सेरेमोनियल की बात करें तो सेरेमोनियल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी, जहाँ आप लोग राजपथ पे देखते हैं हर साल 26 जनवरी को ये लोग चलते हैं, इसके अलावा कई सारे फंक्शंस होते हैं, उन फंक्शंस में ये चलते हैं, तो उसकी ट्रेनिंग यही होती है। यहाँ से ट्रेन होने के बाद ही ये लोग जाते हैं, और कहीं पर भी इनकी जहाँ पर भी भेजते हैं ज़रूरत पड़ती है। और आपको पता होगा वर्ल्ड वाइड इन्होंने नाम कमाया, हर जगह इनके परफॉर्मेंस की बहुत प्रशंसा हुई है। और ख़ास करके आज जब आप आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इन्होंने बढ़ चढ़ कर इसमें भाग लिया है, हर एक प्रोग्राम में भाग लिया है, और आगे भी ये लोग इस प्रोग्राम में, ऐसे प्रोग्राम में भाग लेते रहेंगे। तो ये जो आप ट्रेनिंग शेड्यूल देख रहे हैं, इन सब की जो रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो यहाँ के इनकी जो कमांडर है कैमल कंटिजेंट के, मिस्टर MS खिची है, ये आपको अभी बताएंगे कि डेली रूटीन में ये क्या करवाते हैं ताकि कैमल और कैमल हैंडलर दोनों न सिर्फ फिट रहें बल्कि ट्रेंड हो जाए। आप इनको बताएं किस तरह से आप ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं।
जैसा कि सर्वप्रथम सुबह के टाइम में इनको PT कराते हैं, तो सबसे पहले कैमल और कैमल हैंडलर पैदल कैमल को लेकर चलते हैं, जिससे कि क्या कैमल हैंडलर और कैमल दोनों वार्म अप हो जाए। उसके बाद में उनके ऊपर, कैमल के ऊपर बैठ के राइडिंग करके 2 चक्कर निकालते हैं। उससे बाद में जो कि हमारे जो ट्रेनिंग का पार्ट है कि ड्यूटी के दौरान जिससे ऊँट को कैसे तैयार करना है, क्या ड्यूटियाँ लेनी हैं, उसकी वो ऊँट को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। उसी के साथ समानांतर जो कैमल हैंडलर है उनको भी ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, क्या कैमल को कैसे हैंडल करना है और कैमल के साथ में कैसे बॉर्डर की ड्यूटी करनी है। और ड्यूटियाँ सर्वप्रथम पहले कैमल हमारे ड्यूटी के लिए इस्तेमाल होते हैं। उसके अलावा जैसे यहाँ पर RD परेड को उन्हें पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए उनको परेड के लिए तैयार किया जाता है, BSF रेजिंग डे के तैयार किया जाता है।
आजादी की 75वीं सालगिरह, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, इसका क्या मतलब है, क्या मायने हैं आजादी के, ये समझने के लिए और एक फौजी की नजरों से ये समझने के लिए कि उसके लिए आजादी का क्या मतलब है, हम यहां पे आए हैं जोधपुर। दोस्तों, ये भारत की एकमात्र कैमल यूनिट है। ये कैमल यूनिट वही यूनिट है जो आपको राजपथ पे भी दिखती है, लेकिन ये वही यूनिट है जब BSF जंग पे जाएगी, जब BSF युद्ध पे उतरेगी, तो यही ऊंट BSF के सीमा प्रहरियों के साथ बॉर्डर पे जाएंगे, रेकी के लिए, पेट्रोल के लिए और कभी कभी ऑफेंसिव एक्शन के लिए। शहीदों के बीच खड़ा होना आसान नहीं होता, जिसे हो इश्क हदीदी वही गर्दन कटाता है। ये एक फौलाद की दीवार है जो बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स के जवानों ने बना रखी है, और हर एक जवान के हाथ में एक तिरंगा। आज हमारे लिए बहुत शान और फख्र की बात है कि हम तिरंगे के साथ साथ चल रहे हैं। ये है आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, ये है 75वीं सालगिरह भारत के आजादी की। दोस्तों, आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव, 75वीं सालगिरह हमारी आज़ादी की। आपने भी डीपी लगाई होगी अपने मोबाइल फ़ोन पे, आपने भी अपने कंप्यूटर या लैपटॉप पे स्क्रीन सेवर लगाया होगा, लेकिन आज मैं आपको ये दिखाता हूँ कि ये इमेज, ये फोटो आसमान से कैसे दिखती है। देखिए,
सर्वप्रथम मेरी तरफ से संपूर्ण भारतवासियों को मेरी तरफ से और बीएसएफ की तरफ से ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। निश्चित रूप से हमने आज़ादी जो है 75 वर्ष पूर्व ले ली थी, लेकिन इस आज़ादी को लगातार बनाए रखने के लिए हमको लगातार प्रयासरत रहना पड़ेगा और उसी प्रयास का एक हिस्सा बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स है, जो हमेशा बॉर्डर पे 24 घंटे तैनात है। जहाँ तक बॉर्डर का सवाल है, मैं आपको अश्योर कर सकता हूँ कि जब तक बीएसएफ है उस तरफ से आपको किसी तरह की सोचने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है।
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
दोस्तों, इस वक्त मैं फायरिंग रेंज में हूं और मेरे साथ बीएसएफ का क्रू है। ये वही लोग हैं जो कुछ समय पहले ऊंट के ऊपर सवार थे। ये अपने हथियार लेकर आए हैं। ये मेरे सीधे हाथ पे आप देखिए 7.62 mm मीडियम मशीन गन है, बहुत ही कारगर हथियार है और ये फायर करेंगे सामने वाले 4x4 के टारगेट पर। ये जो साथी यहाँ पे हैं, इनके हाथ में 9 mm बेरेटा, ये सब मशीन गन है जो बीएसएफ में कुछ साल पहले आई है। बहुत शानदार हथियार है। ये यहाँ से ये 9 mm बेरेटा फायर करेंगे। ये आपने देखी एके सीरीज का वेपन है। ये 7.62 × 39 mm का है। ये इससे फायर करेंगे। इसका रेंज माना जाता है, इफेक्टिव रेंज 300 मीटर पे एंगेज करता है AK-47। ये वो हथियार फायर करेंगे। ये है LMG है, लाइट मशीन गन 5.56 की।
These kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Sathora ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
धीरे धीरे ऊंट सामने बढ़ रहे हैं और इनके चालक इनके ऊपर, और देखिए इनके हाथ में हथियार भी है। टैक्टिकल मूवमेंट कहा जाता है फौज की जबान में इसको। टैक्टिकल यानी कि जमीन को देख के किस तरीके से चालक और ऊंट जमीन में आड़ पकड़ते हुए किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ते हैं। लड़ाई जो है वो ऊंट के ऊपर नहीं करी जाती, लड़ाई ऊंट से नीचे उतर के की जाती है। लेकिन ऊंट ऐसे दुर्गम इलाकों पे इन फौजियों को पहुंचा देता है कि जहां पे शायद गाड़ी फेल हो। अभी जैसे आपने सुना ऑटोमेटिक फायर की आवाज, लगातार दर लगातार ऑटोमेटिक फायर की आवाज, यानी कि दुश्मन ने बीएसएफ की इस ऊंट की टुकड़ी को देख लिया है और इनके ऊपर एक घातक हमला किया है। फिर आप देखिए किस तरीके से उतरते हैं ऊंट से लोग, आड़ लेते हैं, ऊंट भी लेट गए जमीन पे। ऊंट ने भी लेट के एक छोटा टारगेट बनाया है दुश्मन के लिए। ऊंट एक बहुत विशाल जानवर है, लेकिन जब वो जमीन पे लेट जाता है तो बहुत छोटा टारगेट बन जाता है। और किस तरीके से आड़ ले ली है ऊंट ने और ऊंट के सवारों ने, और उसके बाद यही लोग सामने जाएंगे और दुश्मन के ऊपर फायर करेंगे विभिन्न हथियारों से। दोस्तों, इस वक्त मैं फायरिंग रेंज में हूं और मेरे साथ बीएसएफ का क्रू है। ये वही लोग हैं जो कुछ समय पहले ऊंट के ऊपर सवार थे। ये अपने हथियार लेकर आए हैं। ये मेरे सीधे हाथ पे आप देखिए 7.62 mm मीडियम मशीन गन है, बहुत ही कारगर हथियार है, और ये फायर करेंगे सामने वाले 4x4 के टारगेट पर। ये जो साथी यहाँ पे हैं, इनके हाथ में 9 mm बेरेटा, ये सब मशीन गन है जो बीएसएफ में कुछ साल पहले आई है। बहुत शानदार हथियार है। ये यहाँ से ये 9 mm बेरेटा फायर करेंगे। ये आपने देखी एके सीरीज का वेपन है। ये 7.62 × 39 mm का है। ये इससे फायर करेंगे। इसका रेंज माना जाता है, इफेक्टिव रेंज 300 मीटर पे एंगेज करता है AK-47। ये वो हथियार फायर करेंगे। ये है LMG है, लाइट मशीन गन 5.56 की। ये साथी के पास 5.56 की LMG है, ये इससे फायर करेंगे। और आखिरी जो साथी हैं, इनके पास है राइफल 5.56। दोस्तों, आपने देखा किस तरीके से फायरिंग हुई। पहले ये जो जवान थे, ये ऊंट पे सवार थे, आए, इन्होंने फायर की आवाज़ सुनी, टैक्टिकल मूवमेंट के साथ आगे बढ़े और यहाँ पे जाके टारगेट पे इन्होंने अलग 5 हथियारों का इस्तेमाल करा और टारगेट को एंगेज करा। अच्छा, इसके पहले कि हम यहाँ से चलते, मेरे दिमाग में एक बात आई कि भाई हम लोग ऊंट के बारे में शूटिंग कर रहे हैं, ऊंट के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, बीएसएफ के पास ऊंट आए तो आए कहाँ से, इसका इतिहास क्या है। तो यहाँ पे हमारे साथ मिस्टर वाई राठौर हैं। हम पहले ही आपको इनका इंट्रोडक्शन दे चुके हैं, तो हम राठौर साहब से ये पूछते हैं कि ये ऊंट आए कैसे बीएसएफ के साथ और इनका इतिहास क्या है। मिस्टर राठौर, आप हमें बताइए। ये हम देखते हैं बीएसएफ में रिपब्लिक डे में परेड में है और बॉर्डर पे भी हमने देखा है कि ऊंट हैं और बिल्कुल
जिसको कहते हैं कि एक बीएसएफ का एक इंट्रिंसिक पार्ट है, पूरा सर्विस देते हैं ये लोग, और चाहे इन टाइम्स ऑफ वॉर, इन टाइम्स ऑफ पीस। इनका इतिहास कहाँ है, बीएसएफ में आए कैसे?
एक्चुअली किसी टाइम पर ये बीकानेर कैमल कोर का पार्ट हुआ करते थे
जी।
बीकानेर कैमल कोर एक्चुअली जो वहाँ के महाराजा थे बीकानेर के, गंगा सिंह जी, उन्होंने इसकी स्थापना की थी समवेयर अराउंड 1890 में। और इसका वैसे देखा जाए तो इतिहास बहुत पुराना रहा है। इवन राव बीका जिन्होंने बीकानेर की स्थापना की, उन्होंने भी 1463 में इसको यूज़ किया था, जो आस पड़ोस की जो टेरिटरीज थी उनके ऊपर कब्जा करने के लिए। और इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि गंगा सिंह जी जिन्होंने गंगा रिसाला बनाया, जिसको बाद में बीकानेर कैमल कोर के नाम से जाना गया, उन्होंने खुद इस टीम को लीड किया कई सारे वॉर में। फॉर एग्जांपल इन 1900 में ये बॉक्सर जो रेबिलियन हुए थे चाइना में, उनके अगेंस्ट में 1900 में ये लोग यूज़ किए गए। इसके बाद 1902 से लेकर 4 तक सोमालीलैंड में इन लोगों ने वॉर लड़ी।
और दोस्तों, आपने देखा किस तरीके से मिस्टर राठौर ने हमें समझाया पूरा गंगा रिसाला के बारे में, बीकानेर कैमल कोर, जिस तरीके से वो लोग बाद में 13 ग्रेनेडियर इंडियन आर्मी में शामिल हुए, किस तरीके से बीएसएफ में आए, इनका पीस टाइम रोल क्या है, इनका युद्ध के समय क्या रोल है, ये उन्होंने पूरा समझाया। और जो प्रेम है एक कैमल, एक ऊंट और उस हैंडलर के बीच में, इसके बारे में भी बखूबी राठौर साहब ने हमें बताया। अब जो वेपन्स की फायरिंग हुई थी उसमें ज़रा हम आपको ये भी दिखाएंगे कि साफ़ सफाई किस तरीके से होती है हथियारों की। आइए हम आपको दिखाते हैं एक मीडियम मशीन गन की सफाई किस प्रकार से होती है, और उन लोगों से बात भी करेंगे अपने फौजी भाइयों से। आइए मेरे साथ। दोस्तों, आपने फायरिंग देखी, उसके बाद देखा किस तरीके से मिस्टर राठौर ने हमें बताया गंगा रिसाला के बारे में, बीकानेर कैमल कोर के बारे में। अब वो जो वेपन फायर हुआ था ना, मीडियम मशीन गन, उसका मेंटेनेंस यहाँ पे हो रहा है, उसकी क्लीनिंग यहाँ पे हो रही है। ये देखिए बैरल का किस तरीके से, ये जो रस्सी डालते हैं ना, ये पुलथरू कहते हैं इसको, इसमें चिंदी है, एक सफ़ेद कपड़ा है। दुनिया ने मार्स लैंडिंग और मून लैंडिंग की बात हो रही है, लेकिन फौज का पुलथरू और फौज की चिंदी ये कहीं नहीं जाने वाली। मुझे लगता है कि 100 साल के बाद भी ऐसी बैरल साफ हो रही होगी, हर जगह ऐसी होता है, भारतीय सेना में भी ऐसी होता है, बीएसएफ में भी ऐसी होता है। तो आइए इनसे बात करते हैं। और ये इनका हथियार है, ये मीडियम मशीन गन है, ये बैरल है, इसके 3 हिस्से होते हैं। ये बैरल है, ये 7.62 वेपन है, ये बैरल है, ये इसकी गन है, और ये इसका ट्राइपॉड है जिसपे ये रेस्ट करती है। अच्छा, आपका नाम क्या है दोस्त?
जी, मेरा नाम हेड कांस्टेबल ब्रिजेश है।
अच्छा, हेड कांस्टेबल ब्रिजेश, आप कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
मैं बिहार का खगड़िया डिस्ट्रिक्ट का रहने वाला हूँ।
अच्छा, इस बार जो 75वीं सालगिरह है हमारी आज़ादी की, आपके गांव में किस तरीके से मना रहे हैं?
जी, मैं तो ड्यूटी पे हूँ, लेकिन हमारे गांव में जो मेरे बच्चे हैं या मेरे फैमिली का वो जो मेंबर हैं
जी,
वो घर पे तिरंगा लहराएंगे और एक दूसरे को मिठाई खिलाएंगे। जैसे हमारा जो आज़ादी का 75वां अमृत महोत्सव चल रहा है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मतलब कोशिश है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम अपने मोहल्ले में, अपने घर में जो है अपने दोस्तों के हाथ तिरंगा लहराने की कोशिश करें।
अच्छा, तो आप पूरा मतलब हर घर तिरंगा और ये सब प्रोग्राम चलेगा आपके घर में?
जी जी जी, बिल्कुल।
ठीक है, तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई हो और 75वीं इंडिपेंडेंस डे के एनिवर्सरी की। ठीक है, हेड कांस्टेबल विदेश, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपका क्या नाम है दोस्त?
सर, मेरा नाम मोहम्मद अशरफ।
अच्छा, आप कांस्टेबल हैं?
सर, कांस्टेबल है
जी। अच्छा, आप कांस्टेबल अशरफ, आप कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
सर, मैं फ्रॉम आसाम से हूँ सर।
आप आसाम के रहने वाले हैं। अच्छा, और आपके वहाँ पे गांव में, आपके घर में क्या प्रोग्राम हो रहा है? 15 अगस्त का क्या प्रोग्राम होगा?
सर, आज 15 अगस्त की हमारा गांव में अभी तिरंगा लहरा रहा है।
अच्छा,
एक दूसरे को मिठाई बांट रहा है।
अच्छा,
एक दूसरे से गला मिल रहा है, खुशियाँ मना रहा है।
अच्छा, और आपके घर में भी तिरंगा?
सर, अपना घर में भी तिरंगा लगाया है।
अच्छा, आपके यहाँ पे और भी बीएसएफ वाले या फौज वाले होंगे?
सर, बहुत
है ना, तो सब मिलकर यही काम करेंगे उस दिन।
जी सर।
आपको और आपके परिवार को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई, और आपके पूरे गाँव को हमारी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ।
धन्यवाद।
और कि इस बार 15 अगस्त आप सब लोगों का, आपके गांव में, आप तो यहाँ पे ड्यूटी पर हैं, आप लोग यहाँ पे रेगिस्तान के बीच में, लेकिन आपके घर परिवार सुकुशल रहें, मंगलमय रहें और खूब धूम धड़ाके से 15 अगस्त मनाएं।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
दोस्तों, ये देखिए हमारे साथ थे हेड कांस्टेबल ब्रजेश और कांस्टेबल मोहम्मद अशरफ, एक बिहार के, एक असम के। ये भी दिखाता है कि फौज कहीं से भी आती है, एक असम से आ रहा है, कोई बिहार से आ रहा है, कोई राजस्थान का है, कोई मिजोरम का है, कोई नागालैंड का है, और सब लोग मिलके ये सीमा सुरक्षा बल बनाते हैं। जैसे इनका गीत है जो एंथम है बीएसएफ का, कि भारत के हर प्रांत से आया बहादुरों का दल। तो आपने देखा किस तरीके से फायरिंग हुई, वेपन मेंटेनेंस, और किस तरीके से इनका प्रोग्राम है 15 अगस्त को, किस तरीके से ये मनाएंगे 15 अगस्त। अब दोस्त, पूरे दिन मेहनत हो गई, आपने देखा सुबह से कैमल की ट्रेनिंग किस तरीके से हुई है, भागम दौड़ी किस तरीके से हुई है, और उनको तैयार कैसे करते हैं, और पूरा इनका आपने प्रोग्राम देखा। कैमल्स का, ऊँटों का और ऊँट के हैंडलर्स का। अब फौज में मौज तो होती है दोस्तों, ये तो आप भी जानते हैं, फौज बिना मौज के फौज कैसी। तो अब शाम को हम लोग इकट्ठा होंगे, वहां पे बॉनफायर जलाई जाएगी, खाएंगे पिएंगे, आपको कुछ राजस्थानी लोकगीत सुनाएंगे, हम भी मजा करेंगे, आप भी मजा करिए। दोस्तों कहते हैं फौज में मौज भी होती है। दिन भर की मेहनत के बाद ये सारे फौजी बीएसएफ के सीमा प्रहरी यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, यहाँ पे गाना गाएंगे, देश के बारे में बातें करेंगे, खाना खाएंगे, मौज मस्ती करेंगे और हमारे और आपके साथ मनाएंगे आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, यानी कि 75 साल आजादी के। लेकिन सबसे पहले सुनिए वो लोकप्रिय गीत जो आप और हम कई बार सुन चुके हैं। जब भी कोई मेहमान राजस्थान में आता है तो सबसे पहला जो उसके कानों में गीत आता है वो यही आता है, सुनिए।
केसरिया बालम आवनी पधारो
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सके, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सके, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सके।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
kind of trainings are very important because this entire region is more of the mountainous rather than plains. So the Jawan coming to the Kargil battle school has to go all kind of training.
हमारे सेना में लड़ाई लड़ने की इच्छा शक्ति, आत्मविश्वास तथा दुश्मन को निष्क्रिय करने का ताकत है।
You have to be physically fit if you have to be in this kind of weather and in this kind of region. On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
The China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
India reported over 15,800 fresh cases in the last 24 hours. The active COVID cases have risen to above 1.19 lakh mark. The daily COVID positivity rate, meanwhile, has risen to 4.36%. Eight more bodies were recovered in UP's Banda, taking the death toll to 11. The process of identifying the bodies and the search operations are underway. A boat from Fatehpur to Marka village capsized in Yamuna on 11th of August. A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of National Capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। उसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3-4 जख्म थे। बताया नहीं, अभी झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा। SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो कह रहे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को, 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hoisted the national flag in the run-up to the Independence Day. Taking to social media, Yogi Adityanath said, and I quote, "The whole country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi to commemorate the completion of 75 years of country's independence. The national flag of India is also a symbol of our pride, a symbol of bravery, peace and sacrifice of the country." Yogi Adityanath also posted a video along with the
आपने इनकी पूरी ट्रेनिंग देखी, किस तरीके से फायरिंग करते हैं, किस तरीके से ऊँटों का ध्यान रखते हैं, किस तरीके से ये लोग ऑपरेशंस में जाते हैं, आपने सब कुछ देखा। लेकिन ये महफिल तब तक खत्म नहीं होगी जब तक वो गीत आपको ये लोग ना सुना दें जिसको सुनने के बाद आपके रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे। भारत के हर प्रांत से आया बहादुरों का दल।
हम सीमा के प्रहरी हैं, हम सीना तान खड़े, हम भारत के गौरव की बन के पहचान खड़े। हम सीमा के प्रहरी हैं, हम सीना तान खड़े, हम भारत के गौरव की बन के पहचान खड़े। भारत के हर प्रांत से आए बहादुरों का दल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल। दक्षिण पूरब पश्चिम हम है चारों ओर, एक से एक खड़ा है मांगे प्रतिरक्षा की हो। शहरों या गाँव, जिंदगी है रात, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल। भारत के हर प्रांत से आए बहादुरों का दल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल। जंगलों में डोलते, तराजुओं में अरमां खोलते, मन में प्रेम भाव लेके सेवादार खोलते। हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल। भारत के हर प्रांत से आए बहादुरों का दल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल। नए तरह के हथियारों से हम तैयार खड़े, हर मौसम में सीमाओं पर हम होशियार खड़े। शहर हो या गाँव, जिंदगी है रात, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल। भारत के हर प्रांत से आए का दल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल, हम है सीमा सुरक्षा बल। भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से।
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar led Tiranga rally in Karnataka's Ramnagara ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. Union Minister Anurag Thakur also accompanied Jaishankar at the Tiranga rally. Jaishankar and Anurag Thakur were joined by hundreds of party cadre who held the Tiranga high with chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
We need a leadership in Delhi. We need a leadership in the country. We need a fully empowered government which has got the complete political support of our people. So when you think about the future of your country, please think about the need for a decisive leadership. Please think about people who will best ensure the security of India, who will ensure the growth of India.
The colourful and lively visuals from the Tiranga rally showed the state coloured in hues of tricolours ahead of the Independence Day. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया और इंडियन फ्लैग को वहाँ पे देखा इटली में, तो कैसा लगा तुम्हें?
जब मैं वहाँ पहुँची मैंने देखा इंडिया का फ्लैग, वाह, ये तो मैं इतनी खुश हो गई कि नहीं, अब तो कुछ करके दिखाना है। इंडिया का फ्लैग ऊपर होना चाहिए, बस इतना मैं चाहती थी और वो मैंने कर दिखाया।
अगर आप इंडिया रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो ना, हार नहीं माननी है, क्योंकि गोल्ड तो लेकर ही आना है आपको। बचपन से सर एक ही ड्रीम है मेरा, अब एक तो अपनी गेम को प्रोफेशनली यूज़ करना है, प्रोफेशनली आगे बढ़ाना है और वर्ल्ड ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड लाना है इंडिया के लिए, अपनी स्टेट के लिए।
The international flag was hoisted on LOC and it was flying high in Sher Rajouri, meters away from Pakistan post. Locals hoisted the tricolour flag as a part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Students in the area appealed all to hoist the national flag. Meanwhile, the local officials said they made sacrifice and will continue to do so for India. The whole country is celebrating 75th anniversary of India's independence and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav in an initiative to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of independence and its glorious history of India's culture and traditions. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Har Ghar Tiranga campaign has been kick-started by the locals. Right now, we are very near to the Pakistani line of control. That area is the Pakistani occupied area, and I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that how proudly these locals are holding the tricolor. क्या संदेश यहाँ देना चाहते हैं आप?
हम ये कहते हैं कि पाकिस्तान को हम ये दिखा रहे हैं कि हमारा घर घर में हर घर में झंडा है जो ऊंचा रहेगा, तिरंगा झंडा हमारा लहराता रहेगा, और इसी तरह हमें जो अपना आज़ादी दिवस है जो मनाते रहेंगे, हम यही संदेश पाकिस्तान को देते हैं।
यही संदेश जो है वो पाकिस्तान को देते हैं। ये इलाका, इफ गौरव कैन शो यू, दिस इज ऑन द लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल. Few minutes after the tricolor was hosting at the headquarters here by the children of this very area, now you can see that the locals are hosting the tricolor here very near to the line of control. I request Gaurav to show you that side also, where the children have lined up here in the large numbers near the national flag, where the national flag has been hosted, and the Bharat Maa Jai Ghosh can be heard here. That how passionate these youngsters are, how bright the future of the country, and the locals are saying that this is a clear-cut message to the Pakistan that they won't budge and they will continue to give Pakistan a befitting reply. And these children, they are sending a clear-cut message to Pakistan that they won't budge, and the message is very loud and clear coming from the line of control, that their people, they will give Pakistan a befitting reply to the nefarious designs of the Pakistan. And this tricolor that has been hoisted here by the children will continue to fly with proud courage. This is the message that these children from the line of control are sending from here. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
On the eve of Independence Day, Republic from Siachen base camp. Bigger challenge for the Indian Army, the soldiers, is not only fighting with the enemy, but also in adverse weather.
चैलेंज की बात है तो चैलेंज इंडियन आर्मी के लिए कोई चैलेंज नहीं होता। इतने -डिग्री तापमान में सर्वाइव करने के लिए हमें स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट और क्लोथिंग इशू किए जाते हैं।
पर जाने से पहले हमारे को स्पेशल ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशल इक्विपमेंट्स दिए गए।
China, Pakistan cannot enter into Siachen because the Satwara Ridge is being controlled by the Indian Army here.
इस तरीके के एनवायरनमेंट में जहाँ इतनी हाइट है, वेदर ख़राब है, जिस टाइम फॉग आती है, थंडरिंग होती है, और जब कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता तो लास्ट में काम आता है इंडियन आर्मी का सबसे बड़ा हथियार, जो है इंडियन आर्मी के सोल्जर्स। क्योंकि जिस टाइम आपका कोई इक्विपमेंट काम नहीं करता उस टाइम आपकी इंट्यूशंस काम करती है।
Security around and in the vicinity of Red Fort area have been beefed up by the Delhi Police Administration. We clearly will show you the visuals from inside and outside the Red Fort area, as I am outside Red Fort area. Preparations for the Independence Day are in full swing. Preparations inside Red Fort area can clearly be seen, and not only this, the security officials have also been deployed in and out Red Fort area. The CRPF, CISF, NSG commandos, RAF and para forces can clearly be seen outside and inside Red Fort area, who have been deployed. Preparations are in full swing in this area. Ahead of the Independence Day, the entire security has been beefed up. Delhi police have also been deployed in the entire area. Dress rehearsal have been carried out from August 13. From today till 14th it will be carried out, and the entire traffic diversions will happen from 4 AM in the morning till 10 AM in the morning. More than 350 cameras have been installed in the entire vicinity of Red Fort area. You can clearly see the visuals, how the preparations are going inside Red Fort ahead of Independence Day.
121 international medals, including that of Asian Games, World Championships, and the first ever medal in the Paralympics. That means somewhere I have contributed in getting my national flag to fly high in the global arena.
Salman once famously said that if a man says he's not afraid of dying, he's either lying or he's a Gurkha. सबसे कम टेम्परेचर कितना था?
सबसे कम -70। हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता CHN काटने का। मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला CHN काटने का।
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को।
छोटी बात नहीं है साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना?
Belgium MP traces Iranian link to attack on Salman Rushdie. Links attack to 2 Iranian generals killed by America. Actor Salman Rushdie's condition remains critical, now placed on ventilator. Stunning leads emerging in the Kill Nupur plot, Pakistan terror handbook accessed by Republic. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. I'm Niranjan. As we build up to Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, getting you celebrations, pictures of how India is preparing for the 15th of August. The valley is adorned with the Tiranga as the nation marks 75 years of independence. Children, school-going children near the line of control in North Kashmir marched with the tricolour in their hands, unfurled the national flag. Here's a report.
The village of North Kashmir, and on the eve of 75th year of independence, we are seeing the young people, the young kids holding the tricolour in their hands, and this tells you about their love for the country and how they feel great about this nation. And this is also an answer to those people who said if the article is abrogated in Kashmir, there will be anybody who will be holding the tricolour in the hand. And this is an answer to those political leaders where we are seeing the young country kids are holding the tricolour and showing their love and respect for the great nation as the great nation is completing the 75th year of the independence. And the Prime Minister Modi has already appealed the entire nation that they should hoist the tricolour in their homes, their offices, the government as well as the private buildings. But here on ground we are seeing the love for the country coming from the young kids.
And as India marks 75 years of independence, Republic Media Network is reporting from the line of control, showing you how our forces are putting their lives on the line to keep you and me safe, to protect our borders.
Republic reporting from the line of control. Here Indian Army is in eyeball-to-eyeball contact with the Pakistan, and my VJ Firdos is showing you the visuals of the forward post where the Indian Army Jawan is standing and is manning the line of control. As you can see in the visuals, this is the ridge, this is the Pakistan ridge, and India is having a direct contact here with the Pakistan. Just one can see the Nala, this is the Islamabad Nala, and if a terrorist has to infiltrate, he has to cross over. But before he could cross over, yes, Indian Army will neutralize the terrorists whosoever will try to sneak in. We are having a Jawan of Indian Army posted. Let me speak to him, see what he has to say about his posting. आपके यहाँ लगा हुआ है shoot to kill. इसका क्या मतलब है और किस तरह से implement करते हैं?
मैम,
जिसमें हम पोस्ट पर दिन और रात के समय हमेशा 2 संतरी एक्टिवेट रहते हैं। शूट टू किल का मैम ये मतलब है कि हमारी पोस्ट पर ये सपोर्ट वेपन LMG लगा हुआ है और इसका मुद्दा है कि सामने से आते हुए दुश्मन पर हम एक गोली और एक दुश्मन का मुद्दा हासिल करें।
तो आपकी पोस्ट में मैं देख रही हूँ कि थर्मल इमेजरीज भी आप लोग देख पा रहे हैं, बाकी फ़ोन वगैरह भी और बाकी CCTV कैमरा और बाकी सर्विलेंस इक्विपमेंट लगा हुआ है। तो क्या ये सर्विलेंस इक्विपमेंट कितना मदद करता है, खासकर इस जैसी जगह पर जहाँ पर कभी भी बारिश होती है, थिक फॉलेज है, उसके साथ रात में किस तरह से मॉनिटरिंग होती है?
मैम हम रात के समय हमारे पोस्ट पर ये HSTI कैमरा लगा हुआ है मैम। ये दिन के समय, रात के समय, बारिश या फॉग हो, हर समय ये हमारी ऑब्जर्वेशन के लिए हमें काफ़ी मदद करता है। उसके बाद हमारे मैम ये PNVG हमारे पास है, सर्च लाइट भी हमारे पास है मैम, तो इसके द्वारा हम रात के समय ऑब्जर्वेशन करते हैं।
तो कितने घंटे की ड्यूटी रहती है पोस्ट
मैम? अगर रात से 1 बजे और सुबह 7 बजे तक और दिन में 1 बजे से शाम को 7 बजे तक में
करीब करीब 6-7 घंटे की शिफ्ट हो जाती है हर दिन। तो कितना चैलेंजिंग रहता है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल को मेंटेन करना?
मैम हम जब भी हम ड्यूटी पर आते हैं तो हम यही सोच कर आते हैं कि शूट टू किल का मुद्दा हम हासिल करें और दुश्मन से अगर आई कांटेक्ट होता है या हमें ऐसा कोई भी अंदेशा होता है कि दुश्मन हमारे पर ऑब्जर्वेशन रख रहा है तो मैम हमेशा 24 हम उसके लिए मैम रेडी रहते हैं।
Thank you. So the aim of Indian Army Jawan posted at line of the control is shoot to kill, and every Jawan who is standing here, his aim is shoot to kill, and he wants to achieve this aim, and that is the reason he is standing here, so that whenever Pakistani terrorists try to sneak in, he is able to kill him, neutralize him there. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic along the line of control.
And as we get you the reports from across India, in fact, Republic TV, from the eastern borders to the western border, from the line of control to the line of actual control, from the north to the south, we have every corner covered on how our nation of 1.4 billion Indians are bringing in 75 years of independence. On Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, here's another report filed by my colleague Zeenat.
Life at LC is not bed of roses. You have to go through all kind of drills that have been maintained by the Indian Army for a long time. We are showing you the practice fire, how the practice fire takes place, the firing range of Indian Army at the line of control. Here the Jawans of the Indian Army have to carry their practice fire twice in a day. So because we need to understand, because the enemy is just around, the threat of enemy is alive every time. As you can, my VJ is showing you the visuals that this is how the practice fire takes place. One can see the target across and then the Jawan lying and taking the position, and this is how the firing practice is being done at the line of control. And most of the time the Jawans are alert, because it's not only about maintaining fence or taking care of the bunker or the bunker position or doing the patrolling, but this is an important element of the life at the line of control, because a Jawan can live without the food, but he cannot live without practice and also without weapon.
And a few minutes back, the Prime Minister has also tweeted saying that he is overjoyed by the response that the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign has seen across India. Let's look at the Prime Minister's tweet now. He's just tweeted, and I'm going to read out from that tweet right now. He says he's overjoyed and proud of the amazing response. He says he's very, very happy with the kind of response that India has seen to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, and that is the Prime Minister's tweet on your screen right now. The Prime Minister saying that he's overjoyed and proud of the amazing responses to the Har Ghar Tiranga movement. We are seeing record participation from people across different walks of life. This is a great way to mark Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Do also share your photo with the Tiranga on hargartiranga.com. That's the Prime Minister's tweet. And the Prime Minister's tweet on the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign on your screen right now. In fact, across the country, we've been seeing the huge response to the campaign, with people joining and responding to the Prime Minister's call across the country. Across the country, we are looking at earlier, in fact, we also had a video of the Prime Minister's mother distributing national flags, joining the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. The Prime Minister's mother also entered the 100th year of her life in June this year. On Saturday, distributed national flags to children at a residence on the outskirts of Gandhinagar in Gujarat. And like that, similar stories and pictures coming in from across India of people's response to the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. And getting you the reports from across the line of control as we tell you how our brave hearts at the borders keep our country safe. And the next 72 hours, we will dedicate all our programming to saluting these brave hearts, these warriors who keep us safe. Zeenat sent us this report from the line of control earlier.
Fence is another component when we talk about the duty of Jawans. Those are posted along the line of control. They are well equipped thermal images, the goggles, night vision goggles, similarly the kind of equipment. It's not only that you are maintaining your post, but you are also maintaining the fence and you are dominating the line of control, which is very important because ultimately you have to maintain the sanity of the line of control. As my VJ is showing you the visuals of the patrolling party, this patrolling is altogether different because this is being done almost 12 to 14 times in daytime, depends upon the weather conditions and also whether there is an int or not. But overall we see in 24 hours around 22 to 23 hours the night patrolling and also the day patrolling is being done by the soldiers of Indian Army, because we are standing at a fence that divides India and Pakistan, and eyeball to eyeball contact between the Indian Army soldiers and the Pakistani soldiers. So you not only have to maintain the sanity of this fence, but also you have to keep an eye on an enemy, because as we know that the ceasefire agreement is there, but at the same time many inputs have been received by the Indian Army, those who are carrying their duties here, that the int is being generated that there is a terrorist movement, and the terrorists this time usually come from the Pakistan. They try to sneak in, because when we talk about the hinterland, Pakistan has suffered huge losses. Many of the terror commanders who have been active in the valley for a long time, this time they were neutralized by Jammu and Kashmir police, Indian Army in the hinterland. So there is a lot of pressure on these Pakistani terrorists that they should sneak in, they should try to carry some damage, but we are seeing the kind of alertness that is on ground as far as the line of control is concerned. We are not only seeing the men, but also the machinery that they have deployed here tells you that how alert the Indian Army is here.
What the camel can do in the desert, no amount of technology can. And this is what we're going to tell you. What is the capability of this camel?
रेगिस्तान में सबसे इफेक्टिव जानवर जो है वो कैमल है। तो कैमल को किस तरह से ट्रेन किया जाए कि पीस टाइम में वहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से पेट्रोलिंग कर सकें, पूरे एरिया की देखभाल कर सकें, वॉर के अंदर जो इसकी यूटिलिटी है, जो इसकी उपयोगिता है, उसको अपना सार्थक कर सकें।
Come with me. Let's spend some time with India's only camel unit at the BSF grounds in Jodhpur.
Prime Minister Modi interacted with CWG Heroes of India at his official residence today. The Prime Minister, while lauding India's stunning performance at CWG, the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, said he was certain of the country's rising stature in sports, hopeful that more medals will be won in future events.
साथियों, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स शुरू होने से पहले मैंने आप सभी से कहा था, एक प्रकार से वादा किया था कि जब आप लौटेंगे तो हम सब मिलकर के विजयोत्सव मनाएंगे। मेरा एक कॉन्फिडेंस था कि आप विजयी होकर के आने वाले हैं और मेरा एक मैनेजमेंट भी था कि मैं जरूर कितनी ही व्यस्तता होगी आप लोगों के बीच समय निकालूंगा और विजयोत्सव मनाऊंगा।
The first lead coming in of the man who attacked Salman Rushdie in New York, Indian government has, in fact, there are details that show that the attacker may have used a fake identity. His fake identity was Hassan Mughnia, and these are details that are coming in. Starting leads in the Kill Nupur plot of Pakistan terror handbook was accessed while a link of Pakistan, Afghanistan, Syria was suspected in targeting this now suspended BJP leader. Moreover, jihad material has also been recovered in this case. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister's car was pelted with a shoe at the Madurai airport. This comes after the Tamil Nadu Minister was returning after paying homage to a martyr. Meanwhile, amid a commotion, BJP workers were asked to leave a funeral ceremony of Martyr Lakshmanan, who died fighting in a terror attack in Kashmir, and that's when this incident is reported. The RLJP, or the Rashtriya Lok Janshakti Party, is facing a split. It appears that 3 of its 5 MPs are showing allegiance to the JDU. Meanwhile, the split is imminent with Pashupati Paras, the union minister, mostly left alone. The face-off over freebies continues. Here's what the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP said to each other today.
कानून से भी आम आदमी पार्टी को संरक्षण नहीं मिलने वाला है, इसलिए फ्रीबी करके इस पर रोज प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके मोदी जी की सरकार के ऊपर हमला बोल करके कहीं न कहीं मनीष सिसोदिया जी के एंटीसिपेटरी बेल के लिए ये एप्लीकेशन चल रहा है। जब मनीष सिसोदिया पे गाज गिरेगा तो बताएंगे देखो हमने तो अटैक किया था, इसलिए हमें इस प्रकार से भुगतना पड़ रहा है।
A big crackdown on terror by the Jammu and Kashmir government. Those linked to terrorists will no more get government jobs. Bitta Karate's wife has now been sacked along with 4 government officials for having terror links. Getting in details right now of an FIR that has been filed after the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath reportedly received a bomb threat. A threat letter has reportedly been found in a bag at the house of a person identified as Devendra Tiwari, who lives in Alambagh area of Lucknow, threatening to target the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister.
मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं कि पिछले कई दिनों से, काफ़ी लंबे समय से मुझे कई धमकियां आ रही हैं। उसमें उसी के क्रम में परसों एक मेरे आवास के नीचे बैग मिला, जिसमें मेरे सुरक्षाकर्मी ने जब उठाया तो उसमें मुझे और योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को बम से उड़ाने की धमकी दी गई।
That was a lead that came in earlier after reports and a letter that emerged of a threat to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who reportedly received a bomb threat. A letter was found and the letter was reported earlier this afternoon.
I'm standing here at the rock climbing zone. This is the part of the Kargil Battle School activity where the Jawans are trained that how to climb rocks. You can see the numbers from number 1 base to number 11. So all the base starting from the number 1 to number 11 has its own function, and how the Jawans actually perform on these rocks, whether it's a free rock, whether it is a casualty or the emergency evacuation, repellent and all other things, whether you face any obstacle while climbing the rock. So everything is being taught here by the instructors. I'm joined by one of the instructors who's an instructor for the rock climbing, which is again an important segment for any Jawan coming and serving here. Sir, आप बताइए कि ये जो रॉक क्लाइंबिंग का प्रोसेस है कैसे चलता है, क्या सिखाते हैं?
यहाँ पर उन को ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है जो पीच इलाके से माउंटेन इलाके में प्रवेश करते हैं। उन्हें यहाँ पर 4 वीक की ट्रेनिंग के दौरान रॉक क्राफ्ट ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, क्योंकि इस पहाड़ी इलाके में ऑपरेट करते समय हमें कहीं कठिन रॉक फेसों का सामना करना पड़ता है, इसलिए यहाँ पर रॉक क्राफ्ट ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। हमारे पास यहाँ पे 1 से लेकर 11 तक बेसेज हैं जिन पे अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। सबसे पहले बेस नंबर 1 हॉरिजॉन्टल हॉलोलिंग, किस प्रकार से बड़े ऑब्स्टिकल को पार किया जाता है, वो हम बेस नंबर 1 पे स्टूडेंट को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। बेस नंबर 2 और 3 पे किस प्रकार से किसी ओवरहैंग को, यदि हमारे रास्ते में कोई ओवरहैंग आ जाता तो उसको किस प्रकार से हम पार कर रहे हैं, वो बेस नंबर 2 और 3 पे हम ट्रेनिंग को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। बेस नंबर 4 किस प्रकार से जुमार की मदद से किसी कठिन रॉक फेस पे नीचे से ऊपर की ओर क्लाइंब किया जाता है, वो बेस नंबर 4 पे हम ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। बेस नंबर 5 किस प्रकार से किसी कठिन रॉक फेस के ऊपर से रैपलिंग के साथ नीचे उतरते हैं, वो बेस नंबर 5 पे हम ट्रेनिंग को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। बेस नंबर 6 सिंगल जुमार, किस प्रकार से हम सिंगल जुमार की मदद से किसी कम कठिन वाले रॉक फेस पे नीचे से ऊपर की ओर क्लाइंब किया जाता है, वो बेस नंबर हम 6 पे ट्रेनिंग को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं।
मैं भी ये चाहता हूँ, हमेशा दिल में सोता हूँ शाम को, मेरे को दर्द होता है कलेजे के अंदर कि चाइना आए तो आज भी मैं खाने के लिए तैयार हूँ। युद्ध भूमि में दुश्मन से जब हम लड़ा करते थे तूफानों को मोड़ दिया करते थे, अभी जितना बॉर्डर पर मारते हैं उतना तो हम रोड पे छोड़ दिया करते थे।
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the recently released Times of India B School 2022 rankings, a testimony to Amity BBA's globally benchmarked standards in education.
The Delhi police averted a major threat ahead of the grand celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The Delhi police busted a syndicate involved in smuggling of ammunition. During the investigation, the police recovered 2,000 live cartridges. While the police has not ruled out a terror angle, they informed that the accused appear to be a part of a criminal network.
अभी हमने टेरर एंगल को रूल आउट नहीं किया है, क्योंकि आजकल टेररिस्ट्स और क्रिमिनल्स के जो बीच की लाइन है काफ़ी ब्लर हो रखी है, बट प्राइमा फेसा ये क्रिमिनल नेटवर्क का ही पार्ट लग रहा है।
Talking to the media, police said they had recovered a total of 2,251 live cartridges. This comes as the security in the national capital has been heightened ahead of the 75th Independence Day celebrations. The police has intensified patrolling and are conducting anti-sabotage checks to rule out all possible threats ahead of Independence Day.
Ahead of India's 75th Independence Day, a dress rehearsal was conducted at the iconic Red Fort in the national capital. The Jawans were seen conducting a march past while a helicopter showered flower petals from above.
A man was stabbed to death in South Delhi's Malviya Nagar, and the murder was caught on CCTV cameras. In the light of the shocking event, a case was registered and an investigation is underway. The 25-year-old man was stabbed to death by some people after an argument. In the video, Mayank is seen running and being chased by some people. They were seen catching him near a car, and one of the accused, wearing white pants, stabs him several times. A case has been registered and an investigation is currently underway.
SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो करे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
However, the motive behind the incident is yet to be ascertained. Mayank had done a course in hotel management and was currently unemployed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A 25-year-old man was stabbed to death in Malviya Nagar area of national capital. The deceased has been identified as Mayank Panwar, who was a resident of Shahpur Jat area. According to Delhi police, the resident was aged 25 years and that he was chased by 4 to 5 unknown men who attacked after chasing him and stabbed him to death.
उन्होंने बताया कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में है, तो फिर फटाफट हम ट्रॉमा सेंटर भागे। इसकी तबीयत ज़्यादा बिगड़ चुकी थी कि उसको 3 या 3-4 जख्म थे। बताया नहीं, अभी झगड़ा अभी पता लगेगा। SHO साहब आज बैठे थे, मोर्चरी में थे, उन्होंने सारा पूरा पोस्टमार्टम वगैरह करवाया, तो करे जल्दी जल्दी हम कुछ एक्शन ले रहे हैं। 4 लोगों को 3 को पकड़ के रखा है, 1 पकड़ना हो रहा है।
As India gears up for the 75th Independence Day celebrations, Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a national flag atop his residence earlier this morning as part of the Tiranga campaign under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath hoisted the national flag in the run-up to the Independence Day. Taking to social media, Yogi Adityanath said, and I quote, "The whole country is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi to commemorate the completion of 75 years of country's independence. The national flag of India is also a symbol of our pride, a symbol of bravery, peace and sacrifice of the country." Yogi Adityanath also posted a video along with the text message.
As the nation celebrates 75th year of independence, you can see these visuals from the Walong War Memorial in the easternmost part of India, a very significant war memorial, and here Brigadier Sanjeev Sokindia laying the wreath at the war memorial, a significant war memorial where the 6 Kumaon and 3 Garhwal rifles played a very important role in defending the nation during the 1962 Indo-China War. This place is known for being a death trap for the Chinese soldiers who were marching towards the other major places of Arunachal Pradesh, but it was at this location that the Indian Army, the bravest of Indian Army, defended the Chinese PLA and stopped them from marching ahead. Eyewitness account in this area says that at least more than 600 of them were killed. The Battle of Walong and the Battle of Namti has a very big significance whenever we talk about the 1962 Indo-China War. And right now, Republic TV is at the Walong War Memorial and we are accompanied by Brigadier Sanjeev Sokindia, who is the commanding officer of this brigade.
This is a very important place, and to be very frank, it is because of the valor and fortitude of our troops who fought here valiantly in 1962 that even our enemies were forced to call the area of Namti as the tiger's mouth, because in that area 4 Sikh and 28 GR, they trapped almost about more than 600 people, and PLA suffered more than 200 casualties. So they recognize our valor and they call it the tiger's mouth. And as you can see on this board as to how the battle has progressed, basically it had progressed along the screen battle that was fought around on 21st of October when Chinese had attacked us. That is that time known as McMahon Ridge, and onto the western side is the Kibitu. So they had attacked these two screen locations, and thereafter they suffered. 6 Kumaon was deployed here, and we gave them a bloody nose there. And in fact, it is the only place during 1962 war that we counterattacked the Chinese, wherein 6 Kumaon went and captured Tri Junction, and that time counterattacked Yellow and Green Pimple, which were that time occupied by the PLA. And in fact, in this battle war memorial, you can see that all of their photographs are here, and total of 10 Veer Chakras and 1 Mahavir Chakra. The Mahavir Chakra was awarded to Sipahi Keval of 4 Sikh. So they are all here. So they are our revered heroes, and we take a lot of courage from their sacrifice, and we are sure we will be able to live up to the examples that they have set for us.
This was Brigadier Sanjeev Sokindia explaining us the importance of the Walong War Memorial and also the Battle of Namti, the Battle of Walong. Right now we are standing at the easternmost frontier of India, and we are in Kibitu. I would like to show you the BPM hut in Wasa. the rapid infrastructure development that has been taking place along the border can be felt, is visible, and the BPM hub itself is a testimony to the infra development that has been taking place. I am joined by Brigadier Sanjeev Sokinda, who will give us a more in-depth, who will take us through a more detail of the development that has been taking place.
See, we are progressing very rapidly, as you can in fact see with the kind of development. You have also traveled on the road, and from the very building you can see this we have just constructed in less than two years, and that also in so far a place. And this entire building, the aim was to construct it very fast. So hence this is a steel body structure, and you can see all around. And the main focus actually since when we were constructing was to convey a meaning of the rich culture of our country, which is peaceful, which is very old, and our traditions. And that's why, you know, all along the walls we have put photographs of all our rich regional dances, and it's a